There were many people at this event who shouldn't hear the ongoing conversation. The beautiful girl with pink hair, upon hearing she was being asked for a divorce, angrily gritted her teeth and pressed her lips tightly together. And her black-haired husband said that she would lose nothing by returning to her Brighton territory with her father and sickly younger brother. Imagine the lady's surprise when the man offered to pay her a handsome compensation to fulfill his request. Furthermore, he was only offering a settlement for a sum that wasn't very large, causing the lady to clench her fists in complete dissatisfaction. Unable to believe what was happening, the girl declared that her name was Rosalina Felston for a reason. Her eyes sparkled with silent anger so brilliantly that everyone around could notice. But the husband in this situation showed not a hint of emotion on his cold and calm face, while his wife screamed loudly and hysterically that everything around belonged to her and swept away the divorce paper. The female protagonist, who was reading this story on her phone, blinked angrily several times because Rosalina was making her own life difficult. In this novel, the pink-haired lady was a true villainess and had done many bad things. After the not-so-favorable offer from her husband, Felston refused the divorce and then started to behave even worse. As a result, the villainess was sentenced to death quite quickly, although she absolutely did not want this and did not expect things to end this way. The female protagonist read up to this point with a sigh and thought that Rosalina was such a fool, as things could have been resolved differently. The girl read this novel only because it helped her escape from reality, which was quite nice. At this moment, she noticed that everyone had almost crossed the street, while she was very distracted by the novel and had lingered. Then, the girl ran as fast as she could across the crosswalk while the light was still green and didn't notice the approaching vehicle. Only when it was too late did she turn her head and discover that the huge minibus wasn't even trying to brake. To her own surprise, the female protagonist suddenly woke up because someone was calling her again and again, discontentedly and persistently. Lifting her head, she saw a completely unfamiliar dark-haired man in front of her who wanted something from her. The lady was more than certain that she had been hit by a truck. Therefore, she couldn't understand what was happening here. The girl was frozen on the spot for a moment in surprise, glancing at her new body. Then, she figured it out and looked into the nearby mirror and discovered that she had become an extraordinary beauty. Only now did the female protagonist realize that in the mirror, she saw the very villainess from the novel, named Rosalina. So it turned out, the lady had somehow entered the body of a character from the novel she had just read. The female protagonist tried to recall the most recent events to figure out what exact point in the story it was now. At that moment, the black-haired man in front of her reminded her that there was no reason to waste time and sit silently in place. The new Rose heard that if they divorced quietly, her husband would pay her 5 times the original offer. This came as a huge shock to Lady Felston, who had been a very ordinary poor student in her previous life. Noticing his wife suddenly starting to tremble slightly and bow her head, the husband came closer and said there was no reason to cry. Bending down, he mercilessly whispered that the girl's tears had no effect on him anyway, so it was useless. But in reality, the current Rosalina had no intention of crying at all, as she was now trying to suppress her joy. She couldn't even imagine that she could receive such a large sum of money just for divorcing this man. Meanwhile, the man continued to grumble and remind her that each person should stay in their rightful place. Suddenly, Lady Felston laughed with unusual cheerfulness and said that she understood everything perfectly. Then, just as cheerfully, she asked exactly where she should sign to finally get divorced right now. When he explained, the lady quickly signed all the necessary documents and immediately handed them to her now ex-husband. At this point, the female protagonist's business in this estate was over, so she smiled and said that she would go home now. Completely shocked by the speed of what was happening, the divorced husband looked over the papers, not believing his eyes. He called out to the girl, as he was still expecting some kind of trick from her, since that was what she always did. But in response, Rose declared that she had no intention of behaving inappropriately today and had therefore signed everything necessary. Felston couldn't believe that his crazy wife had divorced him so easily and even waved goodbye to him. The girl herself was more interested in living freely now, as she was no longer like the previous Rosalina. At the exit of the estate, an assistant was already waiting for her, who readily offered to take the lady anywhere. With a confident smile on her face, the lady asked the young man to go to the mansion of her father, who was named Duke Brighton. Rosalina herself greatly resembled her beautiful and also pink-haired mother, whom the Duke had dearly loved. But with the girl's birth, everything began to fall apart in the estate, which is why she was quickly nicknamed the Scourge of Brighton. As a result, the little girl had to struggle throughout her childhood to be loved and at least noticed by someone. But everyone around just continued to whisper about what a frightening and scary child little Rose was. So, having grown up, the girl completely gave up on all love in her life, deciding that it was utter foolishness. And the only one she couldn't refuse was the young and handsome Jensen Felston. However, right now, his soon-to-be ex-wife was driving back home because she was going to divorce the man. The female protagonist understood very well that there would be a lot of noise surrounding this divorce, but she couldn't fix anything. She remembered that the real Rosalina was executed for trying to poison one of the girls in the novel, but the lady had no intention of dying. The bright sunlight suddenly dazzled the lady a little, but she promised herself that she would definitely see the divorce through to the end. At that moment, the Brighton mansion was in the process of restoring the broken antique and expensive items in all the rooms. The butler reported to his master with great joy about the servant's success in this difficult and stubborn endeavor. Duke Brighton listened calmly to his assistant, although he sat with a tired expression, as they had been working since early morning. Then, a maid suddenly knocked on his office door and bowed politely, announcing that a guest had arrived. The man was clearly surprised by this, as he wasn't expecting anyone, when suddenly the girl announced that his daughter had arrived. Hearing this, the Duke's face immediately changed, as such news had never been good for him. Looking angrily at the unworthy servant, he demanded that his daughter be sent back to her husband immediately. At this, Duke Brighton was so angry that the entire atmosphere around him seemed to become very hot and shimmering. However, the assistant was forced to say that Rosalina was very insistent on seeing her father. With a sigh, the man noted that the lady was as insolent as ever and said that she would have to wait for him until he finished his work. He asked to convey that the lady should wait for him in the main hall, but ordered that under no circumstances should she be given water or a chair. The maid obeyed and left, and many hours passed before the Duke finally finished his work. Brighton sighed wearily and told himself that he should stop for the day, so as not to get any more tired. Then, he glanced at the butler, who for some reason was approaching hesitantly, and asked what was wrong. The assistant bowed and awkwardly whispered that Rose was still there, which greatly shocked her father. The female protagonist herself was indeed still waiting obediently in the main hall, as she expected to anger the Duke with her appearance. She knew exactly how her family had gone bankrupt, so she wanted to appear confident in order to be heard. The girl would help the Brighton family at all costs, as she had all the necessary information. The lady knew that even if these particular negotiations went badly, all would not be lost for her. However, Rose wasn't sure that the Duke would still show up for a meeting with her when she suddenly heard his voice. However, the lady had rejoiced too soon, because the man, although he had arrived, was in an extremely bad mood upon seeing his daughter. However, the female protagonist decided not to give up, but instead smiled sweetly and said that she had a small request. She knew that in this world, women had almost no rights, which made life very difficult. It was for this reason that Lady Felston needed permission for the divorce from both her husband and her father. And because of the huge sum of money her potential ex-husband had promised, the lady wanted to try to be strong and patient. But even so, Rose couldn't help but feel anxious, so she clenched her fist to give herself at least a little confidence. So as not to drag things out for too long, the female protagonist immediately told the Duke that she wanted his permission to divorce as soon as possible. In response, Duke Brighton immediately declared that his daughter was clearly insane to brazenly ask for such a thing. He recalled that literally 3 years ago, the lady had been so infatuated with a Jensen that she wouldn't listen to anyone. Before leaving, Rosalina declared that she hated this rotten place, so she would get married and never return here again. After these words, the previous Rose had stolen the family seal that very night and run away, and now she had returned to get a divorce. To all of this, the man declared that he was no longer surprised by anything, after which he turned away. The girl told him from behind that she wasn't asking him to believe her words, but in fact wanted to make a deal. These words made the Duke turn back in surprise, as he began to grow curious about what the lady meant. Felston noticed that her father had become a little more interested, so she loudly announced her plan once again. Not knowing what to expect from this girl, Brighton turned to her to be on the defensive, but remained vigilant. And at that moment, Rose, crossing her arms over her chest, promised that if her father gave her the divorce she so desperately needed, she would revive their family. The heroine swore on Brighton's name that in just 1 year, she would be able to help the Duke manage his affairs and raise the status of the duchy. The butler, looking at all this, only became more angry with Brighton's daughter, who was still shamelessly confident in herself. Imagine the assistant's surprise when the master suddenly asked him to prepare a nice room for his daughter. The old man tried to object, while the heroine herself stood frozen with her mouth slightly open in surprise. But in the end, slamming the door, Sir Brighton announced that he would not repeat himself a second time, and the butler was left with no other choice. So, he bowed his head and told the Duke's daughter that he would accompany her once he had completed all the preparations in the room. Finally, after a short time, Rose was finally able to fall with relief onto the soft bed in her old room. The lady turned from side to feel the pleasant bed, and only then did she feel much better. In her past life, she had dropped out of college to go to work because of debt, and now the girl had a completely unexpected chance to live her life again and make everything much better than before. The heroine understood that if she did something wrong, she could even die, so she was going to avoid it. The current Rose diligently convinced herself that she would definitely succeed if she tried. The lady understood that all she had to do was not follow the events in the novel that led to death. So, stretching with satisfaction, Lady Felston shouted that she would definitely succeed in everything soon. The next day, the butler was helping his master with his tea and asked why he had suddenly changed his mind. The Duke himself did not fully understand the reason for his behavior, so he looked seriously at his reflection in the cup. He finally admitted that he became interested because Rosalina would never have waited so calmly before. One only had to ask the lady to sit still for a while, and she immediately began to break and smash everything around. So, Brighton, after ordering his daughter to wait for him, was sure that he would see a huge mess again. It was for this reason that the Duke decided to give Rose one last chance, in the hope that she would finally justify him. And at that moment, the heroine herself had just woken up and was yawning sweetly, sitting on her soft and comfortable bed. One of the maids, her hands trembling with fear, asked if she should prepare a warm bath for her newly awakened mistress. Lady Brighton agreed, and the assistant immediately drew water and even decorated it with flower petals. Very slowly, the young lady began to undress, and only when she was ready did she give her clothes to the maid. But at the same time, they accidentally touched fingers, which neither of the girls expected or planned. Feeling the touch, the assistant immediately jumped away from her mistress in fear as terror seized her. The heroine could not even imagine that the maid would suddenly fall to her knees and beg for forgiveness after such a trifle. The poor maid made so many arguments in her defense that the lady did not even have time to say anything in response. The assistant herself stated that she had committed a grave sin, but did not want to do it at all, and therefore it would not happen again. Trembling all over, the maid begged again and again to be forgiven, at least for the sake of the small and hungry children, of whom there were many. But then Rosalina was finally able to answer with a smile that nothing terrible had happened, so the girl was free to go. This surprised the maid so much that she stood frozen with her eyes wide open, though she looked rather foolish. A few seconds later, so that her mistress would not have time to change her mind, the maid jumped out the door, still in a state of shock. The others noticed her condition and asked what was wrong, and the assistant told them what had happened to her. And at that moment, the heroine herself was happily relaxing and bathing in warm water in a large bathtub, thinking about her own things. The daughter of Duke Brighton looked at her reflection in the water and could not understand if she was really that scary. Deciding to test this theory, the young lady frowned as much as she could and sternly twisted her mouth, still looking at the water. In the end, Rose came to the conclusion that she really should not make that face, so she began to laugh as much as she could. But for some reason, this behavior of the mistress made the servants even more wary, so they fell silent in shock. One of them accidentally dropped a magazine on the floor, and Felston became interested in examining it more closely. As it turned out, many rumors were discussed in it, including the heroine's divorce from her novel husband. Jensen Felston was presented as the youngest swordsman, so he was greatly admired in the magazine. It was also said that this divorce was like another battle for the young man, in which he had to win again. The lady read all this with great interest and was not at all angry, despite the panic of the maids. However, a moment later, it was clear from a young lady that she was frowning more than usual because of the information she had received. It was very difficult for Rosalina to understand what to do next, as it was beyond her power to get rid of all such rumors. At this time, one of the assistants cautiously handed the letter to the lady, and Rose carefully studied it, not yet knowing who it was from. Very quickly, the girl found out that it was Duke Felston himself, with whom they were trying to get a divorce, who had written to her. The Duke's daughter could not even imagine why he had suddenly decided to write to her, since it seemed that they had already decided on a divorce. Unexpectedly, upon opening the envelope, a check fell out, which Rose did not expect at all, so she dropped it on the floor. But as soon as the young lady looked at the piece of paper, she found out that it was a receipt for a huge pile of money, as her husband had promised. As it turned out, a Jensen had sent 20 of the initial amount right away, which shocked the heroine very much. The letter expressed the hope that the lady had not changed her mind about divorcing him, to which Rosalina only smiled. In fact, all this was only to the advantage of the Duke's daughter, so she immediately called the maids and prepared to go out into the street. The first thing the young girl did was to go secretly to the establishment, where an expensive and famous auction was taking place. The host almost immediately brought out the product she needed, which the lady was going to buy right now at any cost. This item was a healing elixir called Tears of the Wind, which the heroine had read quite a lot about in the novel. As soon as she saw the much-needed bottle, the lady was immediately eager to buy it as soon as possible, as she knew its purpose. She had extraordinary hopes that with this remedy, she would be able to help her sickly younger brother Leodore. Besides, the girl was very happy that she now had enough money to buy this thing. So, for Rose, the elixir called Tears of the Wind was already in her hands, which the young lady could not stop rejoicing about. Only a few minutes later, the young lady realized that she had jumped to conclusions. There was a young man standing next to her, who for some reason kept calling out a higher sum than she did. This made Rosalina extremely angry, as the mysterious stranger was deliberately preventing her from finally winning the auction. She could not see his face, so she did not know what kind of person was trying so hard to get the Tears of the Wind. Initially, Rose had a whole 1,000,000 gold coins in her hands, which made the girl incredibly happy since she had never had that kind of money before. But right now, because of the actions of this unknown young man, the Duke's daughter had almost no money left. The man in the cloak did not seem to care about anyone around, as he raised the price again. Realizing that she had absolutely nothing left to do, Rose raised her number and called out a sum equal to all her money. In the end, this led to the desired result, because the young lady was able to get the Tears of the Wind elixir that she so desperately needed. Before the young girl had time to return to her estate, she heard a man's voice behind her offering a deal. The heroine did not expect anything like this, so she turned around with interest, although she had no intention of concluding anything. The young man suddenly stated that the lady had more than just a pretty thing in her hands, and he needed it more than she did. He even unexpectedly offered a whole 5,000,000 gold if the young lady would agree to give him the Tears of the Wind elixir right now. But even after hearing about such a huge sum, Rose did not believe it, and therefore immediately refused everything that had been discussed. Then, the Duke's daughter reported that it was very suspicious that the young man himself did not win the auction with such money. For some reason, the stranger could not answer this, so he just continued to look awkwardly at the girl. Rosalina suddenly stated that she knew very well what the elixir was for, so there was no need to take her for a fool. Carefully tightening her grip on the bottle, the heroine confessed that she wanted to help her brother, who was suffering from a consuming curse. It was for this reason that Lady Felston was not going to give in, and suddenly grabbed the young man by the front of his cloak. Holding it tightly in her hand, the young girl demanded that the stranger give in and stop asking for the elixir from her. The young man was about to answer, but suddenly he broke out in a sweat, so much so that he immediately lost the ability to speak and the ability to think. It was at this inopportune moment that he began to suffer from an incredible madness, from which there was no escape. An image of him hurting this girl, taking his anger out on her, appeared before the young man's eyes. The next image that appeared showed the young lady trying to helplessly protect herself from his blows. The stranger was so lost in his thoughts that he could barely contain this terrible madness. Suddenly, Rosalina's voice, asking if he could hear what she was saying, pulled the young man out of his thoughts. He gritted his teeth in despair as the aggression passed, but he understood well that the girl would never give up the elixir. Therefore, pulling his hood tighter, the unknown man apologized for wasting the Duke's daughter's time. He specifically reminded her that the lady's carriage was waiting in order to quickly end this unpleasant conversation. To the young man's great surprise, the young lady did not run to her room, but for some reason, instead offered him her handkerchief. Rosalina noticed that the stranger was sweating for some reason, and thus decided to share the piece of cloth so he could wipe his face. But, not wanting to accept such help, he declared that he was perfectly fine and turned to walk away quickly. However, Rose continued to insist on her way, arguing that he had basically given her the elixir, so she would give him the handkerchief. Despite all the young man's protests, the girl still managed to touch his face with a handkerchief, which forced him to take the piece of cloth. Lady Felston said that it was too late to refuse anything, as the stranger had already used the item. Suddenly, the young man felt a sharp pain again, as if he was about to go mad, although he could not explain this phenomenon to himself. But, literally a few seconds later, he suddenly felt better, which greatly surprised the gentleman, who had not expected this. Rosalind, pleased with her successful trick, went to the carriage and said that the gentleman could return the handkerchief when he was able. Only after the girl had left did the young man take off his mask, and underneath was Argenson himself, who had completely failed to recognize his wife. That same evening, the Duke, as usual, was listening to reports from the butler. And this time, they were about putting out a fire in the duchy. Suddenly, a maid knocked on the door and said that Lady Rosalina was making a scene again near her brother's room. Angered by the latest antics of his daughter, who had promised to behave normally, the Duke even broke his pen. Unable to bear it any longer, Brighton shouted in displeasure and slammed his fist on the table because he thought he had been reckless to trust the girl. Now the man thought he had been very foolish when he had given Rose a chance after her previous cruel betrayal. The young girl now seemed to him a treacherous and insolent creature who had such evil intentions. So, abruptly flinging open his office door, the Duke went to the young lady, who for some reason was once again causing trouble. Many years ago, the Brighton family had lost Beatrix, who was the master's wife and the patron of their family since ancient times. This happened because the little girl Rosalina accidentally broke a fairy branch while playing carefree and happy in their forest. The girl did not want anything like this at all, but it was too late, as the branch could not be glued back together. As a result, the angry fairy could not forgive anyone, and thus placed a terrible and horrifying curse on Rosalind's younger brother. And from that very moment, Leodore fell into an eternal sleep from which no doctor could rescue him. Afterwards, the fairy wanted to place a curse on the small and foolish girl, but she could not do it for various reasons. It was all because Beatrix had unexpectedly protected her beloved daughter, taking the full force of the former patron's magic. After the shock, she gave birth prematurely and passed away, leaving the Brighton family divided from that moment on. Furthermore, after all she had been through, Rosalina herself lost her memory and could not even understand why everyone had started treating her badly. The only one who survived was Elisa Moliette, who was Beatrix's best friend. And it was she who had become the Duke's wife, who was now demanding the heroine give her the tears of the wind elixir. The woman said that she could not allow Leodore to drink anything suspicious because he was like her own son. In response, the young girl declared that she could prove that she was not carrying anything suspicious, but only wanted to help. Realizing that she couldn't handle the young lady on her own, Elisa asked the maid for help, which made Rosalina frown at the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Duke Brighton, who was furious, burst loudly into the hallway, completely forgetting his decorum. But before he could say a word, his current wife suddenly ran to him and began to loudly complain about Rose. Despite all this, the group entered Leodore's room, who lay motionless as before. To prove that she had no ill intentions, Rosalina opened the elixir and drank a little in front of everyone. Since nothing happened to her, the young lady raised the bottle above her head and explained to everyone that there was no poison at all. The girl truly hoped that this medicine would definitely help her sleeping brother and remove the curse from him. Elisa immediately screamed hysterically that they could not believe all this, as there was too little information. To this, the young girl declared that she had read about the elixir in the Felston library, which meant it could be trusted. In fact, the heroine had learned about it from a novel, but she could not admit it to anyone, so she lied. Brighton was surprised when the girl said that she had lived alone for 3 years and had learned a lot. Hearing about the library, the Duchess asked how a young lady could enter a place that only the head could enter. But, to the woman's surprise, the Duke suddenly raised his hand and asked her to immediately stop being indignant about this. He said that his daughter always got what she wanted, so he let the girl go to her sleeping brother's bed. Although Rosalina was happy that they finally believed her, she was actually inwardly doubtful whether she could cope in the end. More than anything in the world now, the young lady wanted to save Leodore and win the trust of her father, who had an incomprehensible attitude towards her. So, the heroine now placed all her hopes on this medicine, trying not to think about what would happen if nothing worked. Rose opened the bottle of elixir, and with a confident movement, poured the contents into the mouth of the eldest heir. After that, all she could do was sit by the young man's bed and silently pray that he would at least open his eyes. To the great surprise of everyone present, a few moments later, Leo's eyelids began to flutter, and he opened them slightly. In amazement, they moved closer to the young man, who had not yet said a word, although he had been able to suddenly wake up. After looking at everyone in the room, the young man then slowly raised his hand and reached it towards his sister, calling her name gently. The girl immediately touched his fingers, asking what exactly Leodore wanted to tell her so much after all these years. And the young man, looking at Rosalina with a sad smile, suddenly whispered gently that his sister had truly become a real lady. Then, the heir's body was enveloped by the magic that had once cursed him, and he fell into another long sleep again. The heroine was very sad, realizing that her efforts had only helped for a short time, and yet she wanted to help so much. In her emotions, Rose declared to everyone that she would definitely do everything to ensure that Leo would wake up as soon as possible. At that moment, the young girl was truly filled with the desire to save her brother at all costs and remove the curse from him. The girl did not notice this at all, but the Duke was listening intently to everything she said and observing his daughter. That same evening, Elisa Moliette stood before a mirror and without any shame, almost cursed Rosalind's actions. The woman did not like that the young lady had appeared out of nowhere and started ruining all her long-laid plans. The next morning, the father called his daughter to him very early and began to ask what she wanted to receive in exchange for helping her brother. The man seriously offered the young lady any dress and jewelry she chose for herself. But the heroine did not want anything and was frightened because the Duke looked displeased with her refusal. Unexpectedly, Brighton even offered the young lady what she had wanted in her distant childhood, hinting at a summer house. Finally, Rosalina was tired of hearing all these suggestions, so she declared that she had done what she wanted and needed no reward. As this was the end of the conversation for the young girl, she stood up and said goodbye to her father for now. But before the heroine could reach the door, she suddenly changed her mind and said that there was one thing she still wanted to ask. Lady Felston said that she knew about her father's busy schedule, but she wanted him to spend more time with her brother. These words greatly surprised the Duke, who had expected that his daughter would be as selfish as before. When a young lady left, the man went over to her childhood portrait and wondered if she had changed for some reason. Afterwards, the Duke heard the maid begging him not to kill her and turned to see Rose kneeling beside his assistant. But the young girl just smiled kindly and said that everything was perfectly fine, so there was no need to worry about anything. Looking at his daughter, the man continued to think that her behavior was now wiser than ever. He recalled how the young lady had tried to help her brother, and he felt pity for her, who had endured so much these 3 years. At that moment, Elisa Moliette was smashing everything in her room with incredible anger, unable to believe what was happening. The woman was going crazy because Rosalina had finally returned to the Brighton domain, where she had been in complete control of everything. The Duke's current wife absolutely did not believe that the young girl truly just wanted to help her brother. To think more carefully about her dirty plans, she deliberately made the maid kneel and placed her foot on her back. Elisa wanted at all costs to drive the useless and troublesome Rose out of her domain as soon as possible. Noticing her servant starting to tremble under the weight, the Duchess kicked her hard in the hip to vent her anger. Then, Moliette took a whip and said that she was seeing this servant for the first time, so now she would teach the woman a lesson. The woman promised to dedicate her time especially to this, which made the servant's throat tighten in fear. Meanwhile, the Duke's wife announced that after each strike, her servant must say thank you. Elisa's eyes were so empty and cruel that the servant realized that no one would help her anyway. After dinner, Rosalina went to see her father, as he had summoned her, and was very surprised that the Duke had already permitted the divorce. The man had thought very carefully about this decision, and therefore did not postpone it in order to help his daughter. The heroine was delighted to hear that Brighton had returned her family name and all the family rights she had been deprived of upon marriage. Moreover, the Duke suddenly looked at the lady and said that he would wait until she started calling him father again. Finally, returning to her room, Rosalina couldn't take it anymore, and due to the emotions overwhelming her, even jumped up and down with joy. But then she suddenly realized that the remaining compensation for the divorce would clearly not be enough for her for a long time. In this world, divorced women were not respected, so the young girl had to come up with a plan. The lady knew that after her first marriage, all of the girl's property from her family remained entirely hers. But if she married a second time, her husband would legally take all her assets, which Rose absolutely did not want to allow. Therefore, the heroine decided to buy herself a title, which would immediately allow her to become independent. But for what purpose would money be needed? Before the lady could figure out what to do next, a faint light suddenly appeared in the air above her. Rosalina was not one to panic easily, so she stood there with interest, trying to understand exactly what was happening around her. To the heroine's great surprise, a panel appeared before her, stating that Rose was being given the status of a summoner. The girl had absolutely not expected that she would be tasked with accumulating the energy of fate and completing quests. Only after a few minutes did she realize that, in addition to a novel, she had also entered a fantasy romance game. The lady clenched her fists, grabbed the blanket, and promised herself that she would definitely use her new powers correctly. The young girl imagined her beautiful future path, which would be completely covered in rose petals and gold. Meanwhile, the heroine recalled the situation in the novel when Rose took the sweet main character to the abandoned mines. She said with a sinister smile that she had been given this mine for her 14th birthday, although it was now abandoned. Rose then gave Daisy a document, confirming the complete transfer of the abandoned mine to her. The daughter of Duke Brighton did not need all these long-abandoned, empty, and unprofitable territories. But the lady asked how she could accept such a precious thing without having done anything in return. Seeing her friend hesitate, Rosalina leaned close to her ear and angrily whispered for her to take it while she was offering. Then, the girl turned away in satisfaction and said that this whole place was actually of great value. Rosalina led Daisy to a lake in the center of the cave and told her that this place was said to be a place imbued with the power of fairies. Completely unsuspecting, the lady went to the water's edge and said that the surface of the water was very beautiful. At this moment, Rosa decided to take advantage of this and began to approach her friend from behind as quietly as possible. Then, without a second thought, she pushed the girl straight into the water, hoping that she would never come back up. In the end, Daisy couldn't even resist such a vile act, so she immediately fell into the cold, deep lake. The Duke's daughter watched closely herself to make sure the lady had sunk to the bottom and did not surface after this fall. And just a few seconds later, air bubbles began to appear on the surface of the water, indicating that Daisy was indeed out of oxygen. This situation brought a wicked smile to the beautiful face of the pink-haired girl who wanted things to happen this way. Leaning over the lake, she whispered that even if Daisy could get out of the water, she would get lost in the caves. It so happened that the lady, due to her credulity, had fallen into a cunning trap of cold water and confusing passages in the mines. But instead of dying, the lady safely sank to the bottom and found many magic stones. Just a few hours later, the hero Calyx came to help and finally saved the poor girl. It was at this point in the story that the young man realized the evil deeds that the daughter of Duke Brighton had done without anyone knowing. The heroine slapped her own cheek, thereby stopping her recollection of the novel's story, as she did not want a similar end. She fully understood that now each of her choices would determine what her future fate would be. And right now, the game had presented a quest in which the lady had to go into that very lake and get money. To calm herself, Rosalina took a deep breath, hoping that in the end it would be enough. Then, the girl pushed herself off the rocks and decisively jumped into the lake, so as not to change her mind in the end. Only at the last moment did the lady think that things might not turn out well in the end, but it was too late. Just a second later, a quiet splash was heard, and the heroine easily sank into the cold water down to the very bottom of the lake. At the same time, in a secret society called Hennet, a young man was desperately clenching his hands, trying not to harm anyone. It was Duke Agenson, who had chained himself up to prevent the possible consequences of another fit of madness. Beside him was an assistant, who could only silently watch the young master, as no one could help the young man. When it was all over, Duke Felston wearily sat down at the table and asked if the research results were known yet. Hearing this, the butler immediately took out papers containing important data on the materials from various mages and shamans. They all said that the handkerchief the young man had provided was completely normal and no different from other handkerchiefs. Hearing this, Jensen became unreasonably angry, ordering his assistant to leave immediately and leave him alone in the office. The young master had to think about what had happened in complete solitude, as he had no idea what had happened in his life. A moment later, he opened a drawer in his desk and took out the very handkerchief that Rosalina had given him for only a short time. The Duke could not understand exactly what the girl had done to this piece of cloth, as it was now so unusual to him. Just by placing the handkerchief on his head, the young man immediately felt much better, as if the madness had never happened. Although before, he had consulted many of the best mages and shamans in the Empire, who were famous for their power. But none of them could help the young master who had to endure this terrible and magical family curse. At a certain point, Jensen felt as if his heart was freezing, and then his body was slowly torn apart. He angrily crumpled the research paper, as he absolutely did not want to believe that it was all true and the cloth was no different. Rather, Duke Felston seemed to think that the lady had clearly used something undetectable. This lady was a real leech and had taken advantage of her husband to gain as much power over people as possible. However, at the moment she handed over the handkerchief, the lady looked like a completely different person, which still left the young man very confused. Because of all this, Jensen even began to doubt how well he understood his wife. Suddenly, Maurice ran into the room and shouted that Rosalina was in the drawing room right now, waiting to see him. Extremely surprised, the Duke quickly put on his mask and left the office to find out why the lady had suddenly come to see him. Imagine his surprise when he saw the lady in the drawing room, who was sitting soaked from head to toe, but appeared completely confident. The girl smiled sweetly when she saw the young master, as she was glad that he had finally come out to see her, since he might not have responded. Then, the Duke's daughter, still smiling, said that she had come to finally get her handkerchief back. Felston was very surprised by the appearance of his wife, who was trying to divorce him. So much so that he awkwardly asked why she had come. Brushing the wet strands of hair from her head, Rose calmly and unhurriedly replied that she was simply laying the foundation for her future. But the lady decided to keep all the details completely secret, smiling slyly, as the plan was not yet ready. The young man did not expect the lady to suddenly talk about this, as she usually never played with riddles. He suddenly recalled a situation that had happened to him about 2 years ago during the war on the Empire's border. At that time, the guards guarding the military camp were very strict and absolutely did not allow anyone to see the master. The Duke was confident that no one would interfere with his operations, so he calmly gave orders to his assistants. Suddenly, through the guards, albeit with great difficulty, a messenger still managed to get through and gave the Duke a letter with a message from the manor. Frowning, Jensen read the information and learned that his wife was suddenly dying for some reason, so he needed to return. The young man at first did not even believe what was written, as Rosalina had been perfectly healthy at the time he left. Due to the anger that flared up in his heart, the Duke immediately burned the letter, realizing that the lady was actually just toying with him. However, Fossen decided to urgently return to the manor to personally find out what was happening there, since the letter had arrived. When a few hours later, the young master arrived home, he immediately noticed a great commotion among the servants. For some reason, all the assistants were running around the manor in a panic, following the instructions of the young duchess. Rosalina stood by herself in the center of everything and screamed that the blue curtains were absolutely not suitable for the illusion of her death. The pitiful servants bowed their heads and said that they couldn't find the time to find black curtains. The girl immediately asked, threateningly, whether they really wanted to convince her that it was impossible to do. Frightened by her threatening appearance, the servants immediately ran around the manor even faster and replied that they would find black curtains. At this moment, Jensen observed his wife intently and saw that she was completely alive and well. The Duke concluded that the letter was some kind of trap, which he had been thinking about the whole way to the manor. Just as the young man turned to leave, he suddenly heard the voice of Rose, who said that she had been waiting for him for quite a long time. He didn't expect the girl could sense his presence from such a distance, so he was visibly surprised. Since there was no other way, the Duke stepped out from the shadow of the building and asked what this whole drama about the lady's death was about. In response, the daughter of Duke Brighton smiled sarcastically and said that she simply wanted her husband to come to her as soon as possible. Approaching him, the lady bowed with a smile and said that this was the only way she could get his attention. Rosalina gave the Duke a flower that she had specially picked for him, but the young man only glanced at the offered gift. But the Duchess was not sad at all, because she then said that they were surely connected by fate. With both hands pressed against her husband, Rosalina begged him not to go to the battlefield, but to stay with her for as long as possible. But instead of reciprocating her affection, Jensen suddenly pushed the girl away rudely, whom he completely disliked. To him, she was a truly selfish and unbearable woman, whom he almost hated, even though he was married. Fossen even thought about killing her and never having to face such cunning and shamelessness again in his life. The young man had imagined that to kill his wife, it would be enough to just tighten his fingers around her delicate neck. But completely unexpectedly, the lady took Jensen's face in both her hands and asked if his insomnia had gotten worse. Without waiting for an answer, the lady brushed her hand across her husband's face, after which she whispered for him to go to sleep quickly, for some reason that he himself did not know. The Duke could not resist this compulsion, and so he obediently closed his eyes. Only the next morning did he wake up in bed and shot up in horror as he remembered what had happened yesterday. Realizing that for some reason he had suddenly fallen asleep unexpectedly, the young man looked suspiciously at his wife lying next to him. Only now did Fossen realize that this woman was extremely dangerous, because he did not know about all of her abilities. The Duke suddenly thought again about killing the lady right now, while absolutely no one was looking. But then Rosalina turned to the other side, revealing her sweet and beautiful face right in front of her husband. This situation made Jensen change his mind, and he abruptly pulled his hand away from the Duchess, who was sleeping peacefully at that moment. Then, to prevent such thoughts from reappearing, the young man quickly got dressed and left the room as fast as possible. As he jumped on his horse in the manor's garden and galloped back to the battlefield, he didn't even realize that he was still being watched from the balcony. It turned out Rosa was no longer asleep at that moment, as she felt sad that her husband, for some reason, had not stayed with her. Then suddenly, the girl waved her hand in front of the young man's face, asking if he was listening to her or daydreaming again. This immediately brought the Duke back to reality, causing him to open his eyes wide, trying to cast the past out of his mind. Only a few seconds later, the head of the secret organization was able to remember that his wife had come to see him and wanted a divorce. He coughed awkwardly, still trying to recover, and remembered that the lady had come to him to get her handkerchief. The heroine confidently confirmed that she needed back the very handkerchief she had lent him recently. Imagine the girl's surprise when the gentleman suddenly said that in fact, he no longer had the handkerchief. And at that moment, the butler was walking down the hallway and even flinched in fear at Rosalina's indignant scream coming from the office. In fact, infiltrating the shady organization of Highness, which was related to owls, was very difficult. To begin with, this required finding the farthest and most inconspicuous shop at the end of a hidden alley. You have to go into one of the doors of this shop and find a chessboard from which you must take any chess piece. If you place the chess piece on the cashier's counter and say that you have come to see the head of the Shadow Guild, you will be let through almost immediately. This is exactly what Rosalina did, knowing all these rules because she had once read about them in a novel. And the heroine was extremely surprised and confused to learn that her handkerchief had actually been lost. The girl shook her head from side to side, as she absolutely did not want to believe what was happening. Then, the lady, with a desperate look, asked if the young man had really thrown it away from the beginning because he didn't need it. She specifically emphasized and said that this was the only gift from her beloved husband. Jensen, who was sitting right in front of his wife under a mask, could not remember when he had given her this handkerchief. Glancing at the box containing the piece of cloth, the young man remembered that it did not have any embroidery. Moreover, the young man wondered about the question of whether, if that handkerchief was so precious to the lady, she would have given it away at that time. To clarify the situation for himself, the Duke asked the lady exactly how and under what circumstances she had received the gift. In response, the Duke's daughter suddenly fell silent, crossing her arms pretentiously, thereby showing her dissatisfaction. Then, Rosalina tilted her head to one side and thoughtfully asked if gathering information was the job of the secret society. Smiling artificially, the heroine approached the gentleman and said that he didn't seem like the head of the best agency. As a result, an extremely tense atmosphere was created between the young man and the girl, which even Maurice could feel from behind the door. Finally, a Jensen yielded first and, sighing, said that he really could not return the handkerchief. However, in return, he offered the lady a seat, as he was allowing her to use any of the society's services. Rose was immediately delighted at this wonderful opportunity, because the shadow organization could indeed do a great many things. However, the heroine tried to appear not too impressed by such compensation for her precious loss. After demurely sitting down in the offered chair, the lady said that she could not refuse since he was being so insistent. Holding her head high proudly, the Duchess closed her eyes and shamelessly declared that this time she would concede to the guild master, but this would not happen again. The Duchess's pretentious behavior caused a barely perceptible smile to appear on her husband Fawson's face, but he tried to hide it. A moment later, after drinking the tea brought by the assistant, Rosalina said that she wanted a title to protect herself after the divorce. Her eyes sparkled strangely as she spoke of wanting to live lavishly under a completely different name. But what made the heroine happiest was that the gentleman completely understood her intentions, and there was no need to say much. The daughter of Duke Brighton had seen this white mask at the auction and immediately understood its meaning. After all, only the head of the best secret organization, who could be trusted in all matters, would wear such a thing. The only difficulty was that these people could refuse to help, even if you offer them a lot of money. So, now Rose was extremely happy because she had finally won the favor of such a difficult and picky gentleman. With wide eyes, the lady snapped out of her thoughts and began to openly observe the young man in front of her. The guild master's appearance was very handsome, and for some reason, the girl felt as if she had met him somewhere before, not just once. Suddenly, the Duke asked if Lady Fawson was listening, and she jumped in alarm, as she had been lost in her dreams. So, the cup fell from the lady's hand, but the guild master had jumped up and pushed the girl aside in time to prevent her from getting hurt. Rosalina didn't even have time to understand what had happened before she turned back and saw the young man was very close to her. At that moment, Maurice burst into the office, causing the flustered pair to jump away from each other. To ease the awkward atmosphere, the Duke gave his assistant the task of creating a list of all available titles. The butler was immediately horrified by this, as it was an extremely laborious and time-consuming task. And the guild master himself turned to the lady and asked how she would pay, as he still thought that was fair. This slightly surprised the lady, who knew that the society's services were not cheap at all, although she was prepared for this. Rosalina smiled happily because she had prepared thoroughly and had money for almost everything. So, the heroine poured the diamonds she had collected from the fairy lake onto the table because she knew their value very well. A moment later, after leaving the society, the heroine thought about why the guild master wore this strange mask. Moreover, nothing was said about this character in the novel, so the girl could hardly judge him. But the lady was interested in the young man's personality, which greatly surprised her as she found herself thinking about it. So, the lady tried to get the guild master out of her head as quickly as possible and finally calmed down. Rosalina knew very well that right now, she needed to think about completely different things, such as money. So, she sat down by the window in her room and thought a lot about what could be done in this situation. What interested the daughter of Duke Brighton the most was the system window that only she could see. This item showed that the lady had unlocked her summoning ability, although at a lower level. To study the status, the Duchess began to try to summon different items, but they were all too difficult for her. But Rose still tried not to despair and begged again and again for a real copper ingot to appear. However, after a few hours, the lady was completely exhausted because she couldn't summon anything, even though she really wanted to. A few minutes later, when the lady had completely calmed down, she went to the cafe and started drinking tea to think more about what to do. The heroine understood that she needed to summon something small, but at the same time useful for herself, but she didn't know what it was. Here, the girl overheard the words of other nobles, who were easily and casually discussing her divorce from the Duke. Those ladies were sure that Rose was simply kicked out, which she was ashamed to say, so she talked about a divorce. After declaring that such a grand title was not suitable for the daughter of Duke Brighton from the beginning, the ladies immediately laughed out loud. Among these ladies was a girl who told everyone that she herself would become the Duke's wife. The heroine wasn't entirely sure if all these nobles knew that she was sitting very close to them. And the lady who was to become the wife, named Hannah Bronze, supposedly out of sadness, laid her head on the shoulder of the person next to her. But the girl had no intention of crying, as she was forcing everyone around her to participate in her cunning plan. Hannah was counting on Rose, who was sitting next to them, to explode upon hearing the conversation and start scolding them. After all, the Duchess's terrible behavior with her violence would completely destroy her already questionable reputation. Therefore, Bronze, believing that Rosalina would behave extremely predictably, had arranged this whole charade. The girl truly wanted to become the wife of Duke Felston so that he would belong only to her and no one else in this world. Therefore, Hannah would not forgive the fact that a Jensen ultimately did not choose her as his wife when he decided to marry. The lady didn't know exactly how long she would have to cry like this, but she was ready for anything just to get results. Suddenly, the nobles looked around and, to their great surprise, noticed the daughter of Duke Brighton standing very close. The heroine heard everything very clearly, but didn't even think of responding, so she reluctantly turned around when her name was called. At the same time, in the eyes of the other girls, she looked cold and suspicious despite being in a good mood. Someone managed to whisper a phrase about Brighton's misfortune, and one of the friends began to defend all the others as if they hadn't said anything bad. Rosalina didn't really understand what all these ladies wanted from her, when suddenly they declared that a divorce was nothing to be proud of. The Duke's daughter didn't understand this statement at all, as she didn't want to hide from everyone and sit at home just because others were saying so. At this moment, Hannah tried to appear to be reassuring the noblewoman, but she was waiting for Rose to start getting angry. But the girl who had started this accusatory conversation simply pointed at Lady Brighton and continued to speak. She said that the poor and unfortunate Duchess was first abandoned by her own family and now was suddenly abandoned by her own husband. Her friends picked up on these words and recalled the old 60-year-old Duke who wanted to get married. Hannah specifically asked the girls, with a pitiful expression, not to talk like that anymore, because no one knew the truth. The response seemed very rude to the heroine, as the noble said that pitying her was an overly foolish act. Rosalina didn't expect that all these words would make her feel a pain in her chest, as if it concerned her. The only thing Lady Felston could assume was that somehow the previous Rose's emotions still remained in this body. So, to ensure no one suspected anything, the girl said loudly that she really just wanted to leave here. Bronze, who had just wanted to anger the Duke's daughter, secretly smiled wickedly because she had achieved her goal. And the Duchess herself suddenly said that it was wrong to discuss simple rumors without checking if they were true. When Lady Felston asked if the noblewoman would take responsibility for her words, the girl's face changed color. Rosalina herself unexpectedly declared that she could take full responsibility for her words and decided to deal with the culprit. She turned to Hannah and asked if it was true that she had intended to be engaged to a Jensen a few years before her. When the heroine noticed Bronze had absolutely nothing to say, she realized that she was simply spreading rumors. Then, very frightened, the lady said that 4 years ago, the Duke had come to her and seriously talked about marriage. This was exactly the false information Rosalina wanted to hear, so she smirked in satisfaction upon hearing the story. The Duke's daughter confidently declared that Hannah had deliberately spread false information, playing the role of an innocent lamb. Bronze realized that she had been completely exposed and immediately began to cry theatrically, but the heroine had no intention of scolding her. Instead, Rose, with a sweet smile, suggested that the girl simply lacked knowledge of proper etiquette. Then, she carefully tucked a strand of the crying lady's hair behind her ear, pitying the lady's sad fate in life. All these kind actions made Hannah extremely angry, and the tears in her blue eyes immediately turned into rage. Overwhelmed by emotion, Bronze completely lost control and raised her hand to strike Rosa. Unexpectedly to herself, at this dangerous moment, the heroine for some reason felt a strange and incomprehensible sensation inside. She felt as if some of the past Rosalina's memories had suddenly, somehow, entered her head. But this only lasted for a few moments, so the Duchess came to her senses and managed to block the arrogant girl's hand in time. Then, without any hesitation in her actions, she slapped her herself because she wanted to teach her a proper lesson. Only a few seconds later did the daughter of Duke Brighton suddenly realize that she had accidentally struck too hard. However, Rose still pretended that this was her intention and ordered the nobles not to bother others in the future. As a result, the girls were so scared that they didn't even think of saying anything to the Duke's daughter after what they saw. And Lady Felston herself quickly ran back to her manor before anyone present suddenly decided to confront her. However, the girl didn't think that this whole fight was now a waste of time for her. It was all because the lady had finally figured out exactly how she could use her item summoning skill. She was joyfully about to reach the manor when suddenly the head of the Dark Guild called out to her. Rosalina was so surprised that she froze on the spot and asked him what he was doing there. The young man explained quite calmly that he had personally brought the prepared contract, although the lady could have come herself. Here, the young lord noticed some commotion in the cafe, and the heroine immediately started pushing him as far away as possible. At the same time, Rose tried her best to make cute eyes, trying to convince her friend to stay away from the noise in the cafe. However, the Duke suddenly became so eager to see what was happening that the girl had to call a carriage and go with him. So, the two of them ended up taking a walk around the city, trying not to talk to anyone in particular since they didn't know them. Rosalina hid almost her entire face behind the report because she was unhappy about only being provided with temporary information. Suddenly, she felt a warmth on her back, and when she looked back, she noticed his lordship had hugged her. The Duchess even thought that the young man might have come here because he liked her, which made her very proud. But in reality, Jensen was trying to understand why the lady's handkerchief had such a strong effect on him, as no magic emanated from it. So, stopping in the middle of the street, the young man and the girl silently looked at each other for a moment and thought about their own things. Finally, Rosalina smiled and returned the report papers to his lordship, allowing him to call her by her first name and not her last. This greatly surprised the Duke, although, because he was wearing a mask, his true emotions were almost impossible to see. However, the young man suggested not getting too close until the very last minute, even though the lady herself had given permission. In the end, the Duke couldn't bear it and said that he was a very cautious person, so he didn't want to say anything too soon. The guildmaster's face darkened, and he said that he would only call the lady by her first name when the divorce was finalized. Although the heroine was very surprised by this, she decided not to show it and calmly agreed to these conditions. But even under these conditions, the lady couldn't understand why the young man was worried about this and decided that he didn't like her. While Rosalina was feeling offended, not knowing what else to do, Jensen secretly glanced at her and thought that this was not normal behavior. At that moment, the heroine decided for herself that she would treat his lordship as a business partner and was distracted by the smell of food. The girl didn't expect her favorite grilled chicken to exist in this world, so she was overjoyed. Noticing the lady's interest in this dish, Jensen immediately took a skewer of meat and asked the vendor how much it cost. But the lady absolutely did not want to be in debt, so she declared that she would pay for everything herself since she was the one who decided to eat. After paying for everything, just a few minutes later, the Duchess discovered fruit juice on the stalls. But most of all, she was impressed by the strange and frightening figures that many masters had created in this world. Excitedly looking around, the lady quickly bought various items that appealed to her. Seeing Rosalina extremely pleased with everything around, the guildmaster also found and showed her a strange, potent fruit. And the Duke's daughter stood there, staring in amazement at her food, trying to figure out what it was. Since the lady didn't dare to buy any of the fruit, Jensen did it for her. The lady saw his action and immediately encouraged the young man for his desire to participate in her shopping. In response, the masked man just smiled as he was pleased that the girl supported the purchase. As a result, when the heroine returned to her room, she had a lot of fruit from her masked acquaintance. The fact that the young man behaved rather strangely made the lady very angry, who didn't know what to think of him now. Finally, Rosalina decided not to think about useless things, but instead to focus on her important matters. She finally decided that she could do it, and that it had to be a rose, which was very common in this world. Moreover, almost all nobles interacted with these flowers in one way or another because of their incredible beauty. Therefore, if an item was at least related to roses, its price would immediately increase by about 2 times. The young lady noticed that even the girls who had recently been gossiping about Rose in the cafe had a rose-shaped ornament with them. So, the Duchess began to summon an unusual flower that did not exist in the Empire. Knowing all this well, the young lady chose the most comfortable position for herself and tried to perform the flower summoning spell. She poured all her strength into her hands and voice, hoping that in the end, everything would work out and one of the most beautiful roses would appear in this world. How happy the girl was when, after her efforts, delicate flowers actually appeared from the spatial gate. But this joy was premature, because for some reason, there was only one artificial flower on the young lady's bed. To the heroine, the situation seemed very insulting, as she had tried so hard, but ended up receiving so little. The young lady couldn't imagine that her summoning ability would be unable to bring a whole real item into this world. That same morning, Duke Brighton, along with his assistant, as usual, was handling various business matters. However, at some point, the man looked up from his papers because he felt it was too quiet around. The butler was of the same opinion, so he smiled and confirmed that nothing had happened today yet. With nothing better to do, the father asked how his daughter was doing, but the old man said that everything was perfectly fine with the girl. Then, someone knocked on the office door, and Rosalina, who had just been mentioned, looked in, a little embarrassed. Lady Felston decided to discuss something with the Duke, and so she told him about it right from the threshold. This behavior from the young lady, who had never come to see her father before, left the assistant in complete shock. The heroine immediately noticed that the Duke and his servant were very surprised about something, but she couldn't understand what it was. Finally, the Duchess decided that the whole issue was that she had forgotten to knock, and she immediately corrected this problem. But before the young lady could knock properly, her father called her back and asked why the girl had suddenly come to see him. Imagine the surprise of the master of the manor when his daughter, completely unexpectedly, started talking about his birthday. The heroine herself was too embarrassed to bring up this topic, but she had no intention of backing down so easily. She admitted that she suddenly realized she had never given her father any gifts before and decided to make amends. So, the girl showed the pen in a beautiful package, which she had been hiding right behind her back all this time. The Duke was visibly surprised as he began to examine this golden object, which was being given to him for the first time. Noticing her father had decided to try writing something, the young lady explained that the pen was made of gold but wasn't real. However, the girl hoped that even in this case, the man would like the gift, which she asked him about enthusiastically. And the master of the manor was truly impressed by this idea, so he wasn't lying at all when he gave a good review. Rose smiled and said that she used to be very childish, but now she decided to show how much she had changed. The father didn't say another word, but was very happy that his daughter had given him something for the first time in his life. But the man wasn't sure that he deserved such gifts from Rosalina, as they didn't communicate well. Mr. Brighton recalled how he kept turning away from the girl, and she herself had never behaved like this before. He thought about it and realized that all his life he had been an unreliable father, which was sad. Suddenly, someone knocked lightly on his office door, pulling the Duke out of his thoughts. Feeling a little guilty for disturbing the Duke from his work, the assistant looked in and said she had news. Duke Brighton had just started to treat Rosalina better when she suddenly started causing another mess. At this moment, the heroine was trying to enter her long-deceased mother's room, but the maids wouldn't let her in. And even the reminder that this manor was also her home had no effect on the servants, who remained standing in their places. And Rose herself couldn't understand why so many people in this place were blocking her way. The girl pretended that she really just wanted to decorate her mother's room with roses, but she was not allowed. The assistants insisted that no one was allowed into Beatrice's room, and with no exceptions, one of them smirked maliciously, believing that the young lady had no power at all, and they just had to wait. She hoped that when the Duke arrived, he would see an incredibly ridiculous situation between the maids and his daughter. Since Rosalina once had a time of breaking quite a few things, she was unlikely to be allowed into her mother's room. Moreover, the assistants didn't understand how angry one must be to ask a servant to go pick a bouquet of roses. Rosalina didn't know that girl was cursed because of roses, so she behaved calmly and asked the servants who they were waiting for. Approaching one of the assistants, the heroine gave a brazen smile and asked if she was really looking for the Duke. Not worried at all, Rosalina suggested they wait together, as she was sure her father wouldn't do anything to her. Noticing the woman was scared, the heroine smiled with satisfaction, because today she hadn't done anything bad. But just then, she heard her father's loud shout and jumped in fear, not knowing what she had done. Turning around, the young lady saw the Duke at the end of the hallway, who was clearly out of breath from running here so fast. Since his face was full of anger, Rosalina confusedly asked what bad thing she had done that she herself didn't know about. Unexpectedly, the man ran to her, not scolding at all, but carefully knocked the bouquet of roses, making it fall from the young lady's hands to the floor. Then, the Duke confusedly asked if she was okay, and if she was hurt anywhere. Lady Felston was extremely surprised by her father's behavior, as she had anticipated everything except his concern. So, for a moment, the girl stood stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do or say next to the man. In fact, the heroine didn't just want to enter her mother's room. She also had the goal of learning more about this world. The thing was, she had read in a novel that one day Rosalina had invited the very girl, Daisy, whom she had pushed into the lake, to visit her estate. At the same time, Duke Brighton's daughter pretended to be extremely happy about the girl's arrival, which visibly frightened the girl. The young lady only came because Rosalina's letter said she urgently needed help at the estate. In response, the villainess said that she simply wanted to show her her house and apologize for the misunderstanding at the mine. A moment later, Daisy worriedly noticed that Rosalina didn't look well and suggested she should rest. Instead, Duke Brighton's daughter talked about the moment she pushed the young lady and said it was an accident. And now, recalling that incident, Rosalina admitted that she had been madly jealous of Daisy, even though she had suffered a lot of pain. The girl said somewhat timidly that everything ended well only because Rosalina eventually found help. Although the young lady hadn't sought any help, she still thanked her for these words and said she wanted to give her friend something. Lady Felston quickly took the girl to her mother's room, which was unguarded at that moment. Standing straight in front of a mirror, Rosalina told the young lady what kind of place this was, a place she truly didn't appreciate at all. Daisy was surprised to hear that Beatrice's room was truly off limits to anyone but the Duke. Unexpectedly, Rosalina turned around and pushed the girl hard, whom she had lured to this place for this very purpose. Daisy was completely unprepared for such a setup, so she didn't even have time to defend herself from a surprise blow. Because Rosalina had pushed hard enough, the young lady couldn't keep her balance and fell straight into the statue, which moved unnoticed. The villainess herself didn't notice this at all, as she was in a hurry to close her mother's room to lock her rival in there. Rosalina's plan was to pin all the blame on her friend, so she called her father to the room. Imagine the young lady's surprise when she realized that Daisy was lucky once again, and everything had gone completely off plan. The fact was that a precious and powerful elven treasure had been hidden in Beatrice's room for a very long time, and Daisy had accidentally opened it, finding it when she moved the statue she had fallen into after being hit by Rosalina. Noticing the door was open, the girl confusedly approached, and an elven mark suddenly flashed on her face. Seeing this scene, the Duke was stunned with amazement, as he believed this mark had disappeared many years ago and had only just been found now. And in the end, this thing had suddenly chosen Daisy as its new owner, whom it would now protect with all its might. According to history, the elven mark was a family heirloom of the Brighton family, which they tried never to lose in their lifetime. And the heroine, who had read the novel, knew that this piece of jewelry was still in Beatrice's room. But to do this, she needed to somehow get in there, which she couldn't do at the moment. Unexpectedly, the man explained that Anthony's assistant had fallen ill from the curse of the rose, which was quite common in the Empire. Rosalina had no idea that for such people, any contact with this flower was almost fatal. The girl was very shocked by the fact that a single touch could pose such a great threat to health. Here, the servants began to whisper that Rosalina not only forced Anthony to touch the flowers, but also brazenly tried to enter her mother's room. The woman said that they only met the young lady at the door today, but she could have come on other days. They reported that items had disappeared from Beatrice's room recently, but was unclear who was responsible. The heroine felt hurt hearing the words that people never change in life, and she couldn't be trusted. But then, the Duke, unexpectedly to everyone, asked the servant what she should really be watching out for first. He declared that everyone must watch out for his daughter's safety, as she also had the rose curse. Since nothing was said about this in the novel, Rosalina didn't even suspect that she had this illness. Meanwhile, the master of the estate said that the servant had been negligent in her duties, which surprised her. So, The Duke ordered this woman to be taken to prison immediately until he decided what to do with her next. Seeing all this, Rosalina thought that she hadn't expected such behavior from her father, but she wasn't bothered. The girl bent down and started picking up the flowers, regretting that her plan to get into her room had ultimately failed. However, the lady did not intend to give up on this, so she picked up the flowers from the floor, which were actually fake flowers. She did this to show Duke Brighton that he didn't need to worry about her because of the curse. The man was very surprised, as he had never seen anything like it before, and only then did he take the rose to examine it more closely. And the girl took the opportunity, blinking sweetly, to ask if she could leave it in her beloved mother's room. To the lady's great surprise, the father suddenly and quietly took a flower from the bouquet, which she could not have expected. Then, Duke Brighton called his daughter to follow him, and the lady immediately guessed where they were going together. The Duchess's joy knew no bounds because her plan had succeeded, so she smiled happily. Entering Beatrice's room, the father and daughter looked at the only painting where a woman was holding baby Rosalina in her arms. Then, the girl began to carefully and beautifully arrange the flowers around the room, creating a beautiful sight. She had to look as carefully as possible behind the statue, where, as was written in the novel, the elven treasure was kept. But before Rosalina could take a few steps toward the statue, the Duke grabbed her by the collar. For the first time in his life, the man decided to talk to the girl about what had happened in the past, revealing his true feelings. And the lady had to listen obediently to the man, as she didn't know when she would get to talk to him like this again. Only at the last moment was Rosalina able to take advantage of the Duke's distraction and take out the treasure. It wasn't easy for her, but the heroine was very happy that she had been able to do everything, and so she locked herself in her room. Then, as the lady was tired of looking at the object, she immediately opened the box and looked inside. The entire contents of this rare family heirloom emitted a faint light that Rosalina really liked. She smiled and placed a fairy egg in her hand, whispering an offer of friendship, hoping that it would work. And indeed, right after these words, a mark appeared on the lady's forehead, indicating that she had become the new master of the treasure. Rosalina was very happy that the mark disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, and now no one knew about it. That same evening, the girl went shopping, but she got caught in very bad weather in the form of a rainstorm. Rosalina hadn't expected anything like this at all, so she hadn't even brought an umbrella and looked up at the sky in confusion. Moreover, the lady was sure there would be an argument at Anthony's estate because she had gone for a walk alone. Deciding to try to get to the carriage, Rosalina stepped forward when she suddenly bumped into the head of the guild. The young man was also surprised by this encounter, as this time he wasn't looking for the lady to discuss their partnership. Rosalina looked at the gentleman and asked what he was doing in this place in such rainy weather. Suddenly, without saying anything to the Duchess, Argenson leaned and almost right up to her face, which clearly embarrassed her. The Duke did this to check how wet the lady was, as he wanted to give her his cloak. As a result, when the flustered heroine closed her eyes, the young man sheltered her from the rain, which greatly surprised the girl. Then, Argenson pointed behind him and said that there was a carriage behind them, and he could give her a ride wherever she needed to go. Rosalina was very happy with this concern, and she did not refuse, asking to be taken to the Felston mansion. When they arrived, the head of the guild suddenly asked the lady to return his clothes, which she had not expected at all. Then, Rosalina directly asked him if he was in a close relationship with any girl, which seemed strange to him. The young man had not expected such a question at all, as people usually don't ask about such things, so he was stunned for a moment. Finally, the Duke admitted that he was not in any relationship, and this clearly pleased Rosalina, making her smile. Then, Duke Brighton's daughter explained that she would return the cloak as soon as she had washed it clean. But the guildmaster was not at all happy with this option, so he snatched the clothes and demanded they be returned right now. Rosalina asked why he was talking about this, and the Duke explained that at that moment, the lady was still a married woman. But this statement didn't embarrass the lady at all, but for some reason, only brought a satisfied smile to her face. Rosalina smiled with absolute confidence, as she believed she knew something that her business partner did not. Only after all this did Duke Brighton's daughter declare that her freedom was actually closer than her friend thought. Hearing this, the young man thought hard, as he did not consider his divorce to be gaining freedom. Literally a few minutes later, when the lady was talking to her husband, he suddenly announced that the divorce was canceled. Moreover, Argenson demanded the return of the check he had paid, but Rosalina had spent it at the auction. The Duke explained that this check served as notarized proof, and without it, a divorce was impossible. But the heroine was not happy with this option, and she reminded him that they had both agreed to the divorce. But to this, Argenson replied that their entire wedding was a lie, so the girl had no right to say such words. The final argument was that the lady could change her mind and not get a divorce due to the absence of that check. All these words made the heroine extremely angry, although she understood that there was some truth in them. Here, the Duchess offered to write a receipt, and the young man pretended to think about this offer. Rosalina was eagerly awaiting an answer from her husband, as she really wanted to finally get a divorce. But the Duke simply showed his wife the door and asked her to come back next time only when she brought the necessary check. As a result, Rosalina couldn't hold back and screamed at the top of her lungs about how much her husband had annoyed her. Suddenly, a sign appeared in front of the girl with a small sound. It appeared with various notifications. And this time, it reported that Rosalina had been penalized for not completing her personal mission to get a divorce. Since the heroine did not want to receive any penalty, she immediately rushed to the guild master. Less than an hour later, Rosalina burst into his office impolitely and shouted from the doorway that she needed his help urgently. Since the young man didn't react at first, Duke Brighton's daughter came closer, after which the gentleman finally noticed her. He asked quite calmly what the purpose of the lady's visit was, since he himself, unlike her, was in no hurry. Rosalina was very happy that the leader got straight to the point, so she smiled before starting the conversation. But quite unexpectedly, the Duchess was overcome by a ravenous hunger, as she had forgotten that she hadn't eaten anything since morning. Without any shame, the girl asked her partner if he had any food before their conversation. Argenson had food there, but he immediately warned that it might not be to the lady's taste. But Rosalina just smirked in response, because in her previous world, she was an ordinary student and ate very simply. She asked the young man to stop talking and at least bring something so they could have a snack. As a result, the Duke brought the lady warm rye bread, which was famous throughout almost the entire empire. He said that according to the rules, this bread should be spread with a delicious layer of butter. To enhance the flavor, honey was also added to all of this, but very few people liked that. Although the young man finally brought out the dish, Rosalina was almost on cloud 9 with happiness, because to her, it was all incredibly delicious. The lady had even thought that the head of the HNE Guild would bring her moldy bread because of his words, but that didn't happen. Moreover, to Rosalina, all this food was very delicious, but she had no intention of admitting it. Since the heroine, out of absent-mindedness, had started eating with her hands, Argenson asked if she wasn't taught manners at home, but to stop the young man from grumbling further, Rosalina quickly stuffed one of the delicious sandwiches into his mouth. Then, the girl with a sweet smile asked if it was delicious, as she herself was enjoying everything very much. But the Duke himself reacted rather coldly, and even refused more of such delicious food. In response to all the insults, Rosalina just laughed and harmlessly and bluntly compared the Duke to an angry cat. Argenson looked at the girl with wide eyes and couldn't understand if she was always this cheerful and charming with everyone. He had thought that upon hearing about such food, the lady would get angry and even overturn the table, but would not eat such dishes. But in the end, this Rosalina acted completely different from the person the Duke had been living with for the past 3 years. The young man couldn't understand if the girl had ever been truly genuine with him, or had been pretending all this time. Suddenly, Rosalina raised her mug of drink to clink with the gentleman's mug and gave a speech. Duke Brighton's daughter smiled and said that from that moment on, the two of them officially began their business. Since the gentleman did not object to drinking to such a matter, he went along with the restless lady's idea. Suddenly, the heroine reached into her pocket and pulled out a rose, which Argenson immediately knocked out of her hand. With extreme anxiety, he took the girl's face in his hands, checking if she was hurt. The Duke knew very well about his wife's rose curse, which was why he was so worried about the consequences. But Rosalina explained to him that the flower was not real, and he, immediately calming down, picked it up from the floor himself. It turned out that the daughter of Duke Brighton had come up with the idea of selling these roses, as they looked real but did not carry the curse. Argenson immediately calculated that the price of this product, if it were made high-end, would be incredibly high. The Duke could not pass up such a deal, so he offered the girl a contract with the Knee Guild. As a result, the next morning the lady was extremely pleased with herself, as she had been able to work very effectively the day before. True, because of this, Rosalina had not gotten enough sleep, so she could barely get out of bed this morning, even though she loved to sleep. Looking out the window, the Duchess discovered that it was almost daytime, but absolutely no one had woken her up. The lady found this very strange, and she went around the estate in her pajamas to find her servant Ansoni. Suddenly, the girl saw other assistants somewhere at the foot of the stairs, saying something unflattering about her. They were trying to figure out which of them would go to Rosalina's room to finally wake the lady from her sleep. Moreover, the young servants were most afraid of waking the Duke's daughter, although they didn't really give any reason for this. Those of higher status said that, except for the young ones, there was no one to go to the lady's room. Rosalina sat down on the steps and began to listen with amusement to the conversation of these assistants who did not notice her. It so happened that, although the head maid was in prison, those who hated Rosalina had not yet completely disbanded. The heroine knew this whole situation very well, but did not deal with it intentionally due to the complexity of this issue. Suddenly, one of the maids looked up and saw the Duke's daughter, who was quietly observing them from the steps. She immediately reported what she had seen to the other assistants, without even trying to hide it from Rosalina's eyes. The girl herself continued to watch with amusement what these wicked maids would do next. Imagine the Duchess's surprise when those servants simply turned their backs on her and ran away as if they had never discussed it before. The lady could not understand this, because the servants did not apologize to her for their bad behavior. The heroine could not understand where these assistants got such strong confidence in their own impunity. She had an unpleasant feeling, as if these servants had some dangerous and powerful support against her. Here, unexpectedly, Ansoni suddenly called the lady, which the lady did not expect, and was therefore somewhat startled by this. The servant immediately grabbed the lady and pulled her back to her room, because walking around the estate in pajamas was not allowed. While getting ready, sitting in front of the mirror, Rosalina admired her appearance, thinking she was beautiful. The servant, seeing all this, asked with a bit of concern if the lady ever got tired of looking at herself like that. In response, the heroine quite sincerely exclaimed how the assistant could even think of such a thing and ask her. She said that she looked new to herself every moment, but Ansoni was not interested in all of this. Suddenly, the Duchess stopped admiring her beauty and said that she wanted to discuss something, which surprised the servant. The girl admitted, somewhat flustered, that for some reason, she had been having constant nightmares recently. This information truly frightened the assistant, so she worriedly asked for more details. That was not difficult for the heroine, because the memories were still fresh. So, after thinking for a moment, she began her story about these terrible dreams. Rosalina reported that each time in her dream, she would open her eyes in a completely unfamiliar place, which for some reason she was seeing for the first time. But the strangest thing was that for some reason she was screaming very loudly and angrily at an unknown man. He answered the girl rather slowly, and with each of his words, her heart broke more, although the lady did not know why. As a result, when Rosalina woke up, she could not remember what the man had called her in the dream. The assistant listened attentively to the lady's entire story and was extremely surprised by the details. But then suddenly, the daughter of Duke Brighton changed her mind about listening to the servant's opinion and said that she needed to go somewhere urgently for her own business. Ansoni looked at Rosalina with surprise, unable to understand why she was leaving so suddenly. The only thing was that the servant managed to ask a question about exports, but the lady immediately refused. Finally, Rosalina shouted to the servant that she would definitely be back for dinner, so she didn't need to worry. The lady smiled sweetly at the servant, as she was confident that she would carry out all her orders perfectly. In fact, the daughter of Duke Brighton had run off to find the head of the guild, which was very easy for her. The young man was busy with his own work at the time, so he was not entirely happy about this meeting, although he did not object. He said that he himself had wanted to talk to the girl a little later, so he held out his hand to help her down. After thinking for a moment, Rosalina accepted the masked gentleman's help, although she could have managed it perfectly on her own. The lady suddenly became cheerful at the thought that her partner would want to talk about their joint business. But Argenson did not share the girl's joy at all, as he still did not like to show his emotions. The young man's coldness and lack of emotion embarrassed the lady greatly, so she immediately fell silent in confusion. However, literally a few seconds later, Rosalina came to her senses and asked to go for a walk with her friend. She said that she couldn't sit within four walls forever, so it would be useful to look at the progress of things from the outside. As they walked, the heroine continued to chat cheerfully about how their business would surely be very successful and profitable. Finally, Duke Felston grew tired of his wife's rambling, so he shoved the papers containing the business reports right in her face. After that, he also forced the hood onto the lady, demanding that she not take it off under any circumstances so that she would not be recognized. Although the girl agreed to all the young man's rules, she still did not stop talking along the way. At this moment, in the Brighton estate, Eliza, in a fit of rage, was smashing various expensive things, throwing them on the floor. The woman held her head in her hands and asked herself over and over again, how could Rosalina have interfered with her plans? The most insulting thing for her was that there was very little time left before the completion of her intentions, but almost everything had been destroyed. As a result, although Leodore did not regain consciousness, the Duchess's right-hand man suddenly had to suffer the master's wrath and ended up in prison. And Eliza blamed Rosalina completely for all of this, believing that she had deliberately ruined everything. The woman bit her fingers and lips nervously in frustration, wondering what exactly she should do next. At the same time, she took out most of her anger on the poor servants, who did not deserve it at all. Lady Brighton was angry with them for being too slow in carrying out all her orders, which also ruined her plans. Because one of the maids fled too slowly in fear, the woman managed to grab her by the hair. Then, screaming that she was useless, the Duchess roughly threw the girl out of her room. Almost immediately, her friend, who had suffered no less, ran to her with regret for what had happened. No one knew that Rosalina was secretly watching all of this from a hidden corner, carefully memorizing everything. She was sure that sooner or later, Elisa would get what she deserved, because the lady would put all her strength into it. The Duchess herself took out the potion she had saved for an emergency, and promised herself that she would deal with the Duke's daughter. The next morning, right on schedule, the lady was happily soaking in a warm bath. Ansoni looked suspiciously at Rosalina, who had recently developed a habit of leaving abruptly. But the heroine herself had no desire to go for a walk now, as she needed to think carefully about the future. She was extremely worried about Elisa Moliette, who was clearly planning something terrible for everyone. The heroine knew that after the death of Beatrice, this woman had received a huge benefit as she had risen in status. And, as the only witness to the death of the Duke's first wife, she had blamed Rosalina for everything that had happened. But the most interesting thing was that the Duke's new wife took care of the sleeping Leodore as if he were her own son. Moreover, she even pretended to worry about her daughter, which often confused Rosalina. However, the heroine could not believe that the actions Elisa had taken yesterday were just a game. The Duke's daughter felt goosebumps from fear and anxiety as she recalled the woman's cruelty. But the lady understood very well that she had to pull herself together, as there was absolutely no way back. The lady's entire life depended on her decisions, so the girl was very serious when thinking about the future. Finally, Rosalina decided to just start with the letter that was on the table next to her, as it had arrived recently. It turned out to be an invitation to tea, and under other circumstances, the Duchess would certainly not have decided to go. When Rosalina arrived, Elisa sadly reported that she had told everyone about her arrival, and everyone immediately changed their minds about coming. At the same time, the woman, barely holding back tears, said that she had been preparing for this tea party all this time. Wiping her face with a handkerchief, she asked Rosalina for forgiveness for not fulfilling her duties as a mother. In response, the heroine smiled cheerfully and said that they could absolutely have a party just for the two of them. The girl added that she liked this tea party anyway, so for her personally, everything was perfectly fine. But then, the Duke's daughter suddenly smiled slyly and said that she had heard something interesting recently. The young lady placed her teacup on the table at this moment and asked her stepmother if she remembered the old incident at the fairy tree. Rosalina's eyes flashed, and she suddenly said that she was very eager to know the details about all of this. To the heroine's great surprise, Elisa suddenly took her hand and asked her not to take it to heart. Moliette bowed her head and said that people were so cruel, and Rosalina herself was still a child at the time. The young lady even clenched her fists angrily, although it was unnoticeable, due to how unpleasant it was to hear the Duchess's words about her mother. But she was able to cope with her emotions and declared that only Elisa could understand her. deliberately throwing herself into her arms. At the same time, the heroine noticed how carefully Moliette hugged her from behind, pretending to at least feel sorry for the girl. Using false empathy, Rosalina asked if she could call the Duchess her mother, as she needed to have one. As soon as Elisa heard this, she immediately agreed, as she knew how this would benefit her. But Moliette had no idea that Rosalina was watching her closely at that moment. The girl did this while looking at the reflection in the vase, where all the evil emotions on her stepmother's face were clearly visible. Suddenly, at that moment, one of the maids ran into the tea party, looking for her master. She announced that the Duke was coming for tea, which greatly surprised Elisa, who had not expected such a thing. And indeed, Sir Brighton soon appeared, who was furious at the empty tables. The man demanded to see the guest list, as he decided to make them pay for not coming to his estate. But the Duchess calmly reminded him that it was impossible to put such pressure on social circles, so it was necessary to calm down. Suddenly, Rosalina smelled a strange scent in the air and realized that for the first time in her life, she was seeing tea in front of her. The Duke drank it quite calmly, so the young lady asked what kind of drink had been poured into his cup. In response, Brighton explained that it was a medicinal tea that his beloved wife always specially brewed for him. Elisa immediately suggested that Rosalina also try at least one cup, but the heroine replied that she did not like medicine. However, a moment later, the girl could not rest easy, as she feared that the tea might actually be poison. Moreover, the young lady suddenly remembered that Moliette personally always gave her brother, who was still asleep, something to drink. This realization made Rosalina even more worried, as she did not know what to do. Elisa seemed to her to be a very terrible and cruel woman, who was almost impossible to defeat. So, the Duke's daughter continued to panic in vain, as no solution came to her. Suddenly, the very fairy egg, whose owner she had recently become, suddenly lit up in front of the girl. Rosalina noticed this, and immediately began to pray that the treasure would not change its mind about activating, and would finally help her in some way. And indeed, the light emanating from the egg grew brighter and brighter, until cracks suddenly appeared on it. This situation both terrified and surprised the heroine, who had not expected this. As the light from the egg became unbearable, the young lady, despite her curiosity, closed her eyes. And she did the right thing, because the light suddenly spread out so powerfully that it even went beyond the room. As a result, from this very egg suddenly hatched a small and cute fairy who was still yawning sleepily. Then, she looked around in surprise and immediately saw the daughter of Duke Brighton in front of her. She immediately flew to the girl and asked why she had only woken her up now and not much sooner. To the heroine's great surprise, the fairy suddenly hugged her nose and said that she had been waiting for their meeting for a very long time. But Rosalina did not understand the statement at all, so she confusedly asked what the little one meant. In response, the fairy creature just smiled sweetly and affectionately nuzzled her master's hand. The whole girl was like a pure cloud in a clear blue sky, something that could always be trusted. But in the novel, for some reason, fairies were constantly described as evil spirits who did not intend to help anyone. It was this little one who had previously given Rosalina bad advice, pushing her into terrible trouble each time. As a result, the poor girl was even sentenced to death for all her evil plans, even if they failed. The fairy herself, watching all of this, laughed maliciously, saying that she had long expected such an end for the unbearable young lady. Afterward, she wished Rosalina a painful death and flew away, having completed her mission perfectly. And right now, this creature was supposedly smiling completely, sweetly, and harmlessly, but the heroine did not believe her. Instead, she desperately searched for something else behind the broken egg, as she thought she would get a secret weapon. When Rosalina laid down to sleep out of exhaustion, she worriedly looked at the fairy beside her, not knowing what to do with her. Unable to think of anything by morning, the daughter of Duke Brighton decided to temporarily ignore her new acquaintance. But the fairy herself really did not like this outcome, so she tried her best to draw attention to herself. However, Rosalina had decided to pretend that the little creature did not exist in this world, so she did not listen to her. Then, the little one flew to the Duke, whom Rosalina had been talking to all this time, as she could surely be seen near him. But even in this case, the heroine just smiled and replied that there were just a few mosquitoes flying around, but there was no need to worry. Then, the father changed the subject, as he had heard that the young lady wanted to host a party. And the young lady was surprised that he supported the idea. She was happy to understand that the man appreciated appreciated her efforts because the girl had really done a lot. She couldn't even hide her smile, which she noticed almost immediately in her reflection in the teacup. Here, the Duke began to drink his tea, and the fairy, suddenly noticing this, began to panic very strongly for some reason. She flew to her master's ear and asked her to stop Brighton because there was poison in his tea. After these words, Rosalina thought hard, because this drink seemed very suspicious to her. However, the heroine did not think she could completely trust the fairy, although she was quite convincing in her worries. Suddenly, the Duke spoke up and said that he wanted to grant any of his daughter's wishes, which greatly surprised her. But Rosalina did not lose her composure and asked her father to share with her the rest of the tea, which Elisa called medicine. The young lady lied that she had been feeling unwell recently, so she wanted to heal herself a little in this way. As soon as he heard that his beloved daughter was actually sick, the Duke's expression immediately changed. He began to worriedly ask the young lady for more details and immediately shared his tea with her so she would feel better. As a result, a few hours later, Rosalina brought a sample of the drink to the Hun Guild for detailed research. The head of the guild acted quite quickly and reported that this tea contained a poison called Acarosa. This plant was very ancient and had dangerous properties as it had a cumulative effect. If you drink it for too long, even a little, it will cause a great burden on the heart and the person will die. Hearing this, Rosalina thought that she herself had suspected something like that. And moreover, this time the spirit had not lied. Since the young lady wanted to know if she could help her father, she asked him if there was an antidote. The little one nearby reported that there was not. Then suddenly, Argenson announced that there was a cure, and Rosalina looked at the spirit with annoyance. Then, the girl deliberately changed the subject and said that she was leaving him a lot of useful things. Argenson thanked the young lady for her generosity, but still tensely asked why she was leaving such a whole pile. In response, Rosalina smiled and said that she simply had nowhere to put all these items, so she shared. The heroine was even careful not to forget the butler Maurice, who was overjoyed with the gifts. The girl herself was very worried about the spirit pretending to help her, but actually lying. The little one tried to explain that she had told the truth and that there was no antidote before, but the young lady no longer listened to her. To stop this creature from hovering in front of her, Rosalina angrily looked at the spirit, and the little one fell silent. And it was the masked boy who said that he did not know if he could use all the items she brought. But what interested him most now was where his ally had found these rare and ancient herbs. In response, the heroine threw more things on the table and said that he didn't need to know her delivery secrets. To the Duke's great surprise, the young lady suddenly shouted loudly that she thanked him for everything he had done for her. Then, Rosalina, with the same sweet smile, admitted that she had a request as she needed a ticket to the matches. Finally, a few days later, and one evening, Rosalina was able to get the necessary ticket and went to the event called Remembering Death. The man at the entrance with a malicious smile wished the girl a good time in this demonic place. It was all because the heroine had come to a casino with gladiators, which was famous for its cruelty. Rosalina had read this novel in her previous life, so she knew very well how today's battles would end. As a result of all the matches, the winner would be a gladiator about whom no one knew anything, except that he was a slave. Meanwhile, a battle was raging in the arena with one of the strongest warriors who had been captured and forced to fight. When the giant defeated another gladiator for the nth time, he let out a loud and terrifying roar throughout the arena. The people around immediately backed away in fear, but Rosalina didn't even flinch because she wasn't afraid of anyone around her. The young lady was eagerly awaiting the debut of the next participant, whose eyes she could already see. This scrawny, unremarkable guy was called Kelly, but no one knew how strong he was. The people around immediately began to whisper that this new warrior looked too weak, so he wouldn't be able to defeat anyone. At this moment, the host interrupted the noble's comments, announcing that he had prepared a gift for the distinguished guests. He said that whoever placed the correct bet would be given a precious artifact called the Healing Shard. This greatly surprised everyone around, because this item could save someone from even a very serious wound and was extremely rare. At this time, Kelly was released into the ring, and the host accepted all bets from everyone who wanted to participate. The man deliberately repeated the information about the Healing Shard several times to attract more people. Rosalina was more certain than ever that she would guess everything correctly, so she happily wrote down her bet. Most people bet on a gladiator named Bun, who had won many matches. But while everyone else was choosing other famous slaves, the girl confidently wrote Kelly's name on the answer slip. As soon as this seemingly scrawny guy entered the ring, the atmosphere around him immediately changed noticeably. As soon as he heard the gong, Kelly rushed towards his enemy with all his strength, realizing that he needed to win as quickly as possible. While they were approaching each other, the host once again loudly asked everyone who would win this unbalanced match. The heroine watched Kelly's movements very carefully and noticed how fast he was. Furthermore, despite his small build, the guy skillfully used the giant's body for his own purposes. This only increased the new gladiator's agility, as he pushed off the enemy's body with lightning speed. The giant clearly didn't expect such a powerful attack from an unremarkable slave, so he punched the air in confusion, while Kelly, taking advantage of the enemy's weakness, jumped high above him to deliver the final blow. As a result, just a few minutes after the round began, the strongest gladiator fell to the floor. This caused such great surprise that all the nobles stood stunned, their mouths agape. While everyone around was applauding the winner, the guy absent-mindedly looked around the crowd, not letting his gaze rest on anyone. But Rosalina suddenly felt as if he was looking straight into her eyes, which ultimately left the girl extremely flustered. As a precaution, the daughter of Duke Brighton quickly pulled her hood down so she wouldn't have to meet anyone's gaze again. The young lady could only hope that she had imagined it, and that Kelly wasn't looking at her at all. This guy's real name was actually Calix Blade, and he was the sole heir of his family, a family that had long since disappeared. At some point, the heroine of this novel, Daisy, came to him and saved him from the gladiator matches. Since this was where the main plot began, Rosalina had thought it was better not to come to the place with these matches. The girl was very afraid that if she did something wrong, the meeting between Daisy and Calix would not happen. However, the young lady was in desperate need of a healing artifact, which she had successfully managed to obtain at the end of all the battles. Suddenly, as the young lady was calmly walking into the mansion, a spirit suddenly flew timidly towards her, clearly worried. The little one warned that some strange and scary people had been following her master for a long time. Rosalina immediately realized that those people were chasing someone, but she didn't know if she was their target. The girl guessed that the host might have sent thugs after her to take back his artifact. And indeed, the thugs suddenly called out to Rosalina, after which she stopped to talk to them. But the Duke's daughter had no intention of communicating with them in any way, so she was in a bad mood. But this didn't bother the thugs at all, as they brazenly asked where the young lady was hurrying off to. Since she didn't answer, the strangers simply demanded that the young lady return the healing shard to them, openly mocking the girl. The thugs asked if she really thought they would let her have such an expensive artifact. The heroine said nothing in reply, as she was still thinking about how to talk to these people. Then, one of the thugs repeated even more brazenly that the young lady should quickly return the healing stone she had received. Actually, Rosalina knew this would happen, so she offered to pay the thugs more money than they had been promised. Moreover, the young lady bravely proposed to the thugs, even triple the amount they had been promised. But in response, the young lady only received a nasty smirk from the leader, who brazenly asked what she was talking about. The thugs declared that they would be loyal to their master, which surprised the Duchess, who had not expected this at all. She understood very well that she couldn't let her guard down now, or she would lose more than just the artifact. And indeed, just as the girl thought about it, one of the thugs suddenly even drew a thin blade. But Rosalina had her own plan for this situation, so she smiled slyly in response to all the mercenaries' actions. The daughter of Duke Brighton took that very artifact out of her pocket and asked if that was what the strangers had been looking for all this time. The young lady deliberately showed the thugs the healing stone, so they would definitely pay attention to it. Then, the young lady clenched the object in her hand and asked the mercenaries what would happen if they returned empty-handed. The trio did not expect such a turn of events, so they stood frozen in place, confused, not daring to attack the young lady. And Rosalina was glad that she had managed to completely control the situation, so she tossed the stone in her hand. Then, because she had an agreement with the spirit, the girl swung her arm hard and threw the artifact forward. At the same time, the heroine tried to put all her strength into the throw so that the stone would surely reach its target. As a result, it flew right past the frightened mercenaries, who didn't even have time to catch it properly even though they had noticed it. In fact, the healing artifact was being carried by the little one at that moment, who was pulling it forward with all her might. Upon reaching the water, the little one only then released the stone from her hand, so the thugs could see that it had fallen. The thugs were immediately horrified by what they saw, as they didn't expect the girl to be so strong. They jumped into the water as quickly as possible, as they had to find this stone at all costs. Rosalina took advantage of this and slipped away unnoticed, as absolutely everything went according to her cunning plan. The healing artifact had indeed fallen into the water. The young lady really hadn't deceived anyone in this matter. The only trick was that a spirit was watching the stone carefully, not letting it sink. When the mercenaries rushed into the water to search for the artifact, the little one picked it up and swam to the surface. This kind of work was very difficult for such a precious creature, but the spirit wanted Rosalina to finally acknowledge her. So, after moving a short distance away, the heroine began to wait until the little one returned to her. If she wasn't deceiving, Rosalina still didn't believe the spirit was on her side, so she was a little worried about whether the little one would come. Then, the Duke's daughter saw the needed stone shining nearby because the little one had brought it. The little one was truly radiant with happiness and boasted to the young lady about her success because she was very pleased with herself. But then, without saying a word to the spirit, the Duchess suddenly grabbed it and hid it in her inner pocket with a swift movement. It turned out the young lady had noticed someone approaching, and it turned out to be her husband, Argenson, who had heard something nearby. The girl stared at him in confusion, and the guy had simply forgotten to wear his mask, so he didn't know what to say. Suddenly, the young lady grabbed the Duke, explaining that they couldn't stay here, but she would tell him more about it later. At this moment, the mercenaries were getting angrier because they couldn't find the artifact, even though they clearly remembered where it fell. Turning around abruptly, the leader suddenly noticed Rosalina, who was quickly running away somewhere, which he didn't like. So, the guy swung his arm and threw his weapon with all his might straight at the girl, confident that he could hit her. The heroine was so focused on escaping that she noticed the object flying straight at her too late. But at the last moment, the Duke jumped in front of his wife and thus took the full force of the attack. A few hours later, Elisa listened with a sly smile to the stories about Rosalina, who had supposedly stabbed her husband. Laughing out loud, the woman declared with satisfaction that it was the funniest story she had ever heard. After calming down for a few minutes, the Duchess sternly asked the maids if this information was actually verified. But none of the assistants could give a clear answer to this, as all the girls were muttering. Incoherently, the Duchess angrily ordered them to be quiet immediately. Elisa said that she didn't really care at all, as the lady had completely different interests. Instead, she picked up the letters from the small table and began to examine them one by one, hoping to find something useful. At the same time at the Felston mansion, the doctor had casually finished bandaging the injured Duke. Finally, the old man specifically advised his master to be quiet and rest, so the wound wouldn't accidentally open. But Argenson was completely uninterested in this advice, so he said the doctor could leave. The heroine remembered that the guy had dealt with the insolent mercenaries himself after being injured, so he might actually be fine. At that moment, seeing the Duke's angry gaze, even the young lady feared for her life, even though she was in no danger. The only thing the heroine couldn't understand was what exactly Argenson was doing in that poor and dangerous area. At this moment, the man turned his head slightly and informed his wife that she could go now, that she was sure he was okay. At the same time, he muttered with dissatisfaction that the young lady would only receive a pitiful hope if she stayed in this mansion. These words greatly surprised Rosalina, as they were the last thing she ever expected to hear. But the girl had other plans, so with a sigh, she approached the Duke and told him to get into bed first. Argenson was so surprised that he didn't even try to resist, and the young lady reminded him that he really needed a proper rest. No matter how the daughter of Duke Brayton treated her husband, she couldn't just leave a man who was injured because of her. The man himself understood that he had faced the attack alone just to protect the girl, so he didn't argue with her. Pouring some fine tea for the slightly ill man, the young lady said that she felt responsible for him, so she would help. Hearing this, the Duke asked with great surprise if his wife was really saying something about responsibility. In response, Rosalina was not offended at all and proudly declared that she also knew this word and its meaning. Then the heroine said that she was no longer the arrogant girl the man had mistakenly married. She explained that she was still trying to improve herself and hoped to receive understanding from those around her, including the Duke. Argenson listened to the young lady's words in silence and looked at the glass of water handed to him in confusion, as he had not expected this. Finally, the man took the glass and asked what he would get if he treated the young lady better. This question flustered Rosalina a bit, so she fell silent for a moment and thought carefully about what to say. But the girl found an answer rather quickly, so she smiled sweetly and said that she would give her husband a quiet and peaceful divorce. A few hours later, the heroine returned to the Brayton mansion as she decided to visit her sleeping younger brother. What struck her most upon seeing him was that the boy was cursed yet still slept completely calmly and peacefully. The heroine herself didn't understand why, but this feeling made her very anxious, as if something was really wrong. Then a cheerful spirit appeared next to the girl, loudly calling out to her master and asking if she believed her now. This time, Rosalina didn't hesitate to hug the little one because she had really helped her a lot with the healing artifact. After thinking for a bit, the daughter of Duke Brayton finally decided to turn to her little assistant for advice. The spirit understood everything with just half a word and thus flew close to Leodore, carefully examining him from head to toe. Then the little one confidently declared that the young master had been blessed, not with a curse, but a blessing. And the family's leaf spirit had been trying so hard to heal the boy all this time that she couldn't even show herself. After finishing a preliminary examination of Rosalina's brother's body, the spirit turned its attention to the medicines he was given. As soon as the young lady asked what exactly Leodore had been given to drink, her assistant immediately said that it was a very dangerous and rare poison. It was because of this remedy that people often died in extreme agony because they couldn't help themselves in any way. The heroine would never have thought that it was actually their family's spirit trying its best to purify the poison inside Leodore. After hearing everything, the girl looked at the healing artifact in her hands as she wasn't sure it would help. Thus, the Duke's daughter was saddened in advance, even though she tried not to surrender to such negative emotions. Not wanting to waste any more time, the young lady stood up and placed the hard-won stone on her brother's body. Her hands trembled from the strain as the artifact was vibrating, but the young lady did not back down and held it firmly in place. The spirit assessed the situation and suddenly reported with alarm that Leodore's strength was just a little short of recovering. So the little one told her master that she would help too and immediately transformed into a ball of magical energy. In this form, the creature touched Rosalina's hand to also create the necessary pressure on the artifact. As a result of such a tense struggle, after a few minutes the boy suddenly opened his clear blue eyes. At this time, Elise's loyal maids, fearing her punishment, reported that Rosalina visited her brother's room every day. The angry woman asked why the girl was doing that, and Antony said it was to impress the Duke. At the same time, the assistant sadly recalled the young lady's words, who had asked her to report any problems. The maid realized that she still couldn't put her own safety first, as Rosalina had advised. At that time, the daughter of Duke Brayton had smiled and explained why her stepmother still held celebrations even though Leodore was asleep. And right now, the maid repeated the words that Elisa wanted to show everyone that the Brayton family still had no heir. After she finished speaking, the assistant looked at Elisa with poorly concealed fear, not knowing what to expect from her. But the Duke's current wife was so enraged by Rosalina's actions that she forgot about the maid, clenching her hands in anger. Elisa's face was distorted with anger, and she promised that she would never allow Rosalina to act as she pleased. Approaching the window, the woman fell into deep thought for a few minutes, and then said it was time to play with the big cards. She informed all the servants in the room of this, and smiled very cunningly, pleased with her new plan. Unexpectedly to herself, Elisa recalled the events of 5 years ago, when she had just become Lady Brayton. At that time, Elisa couldn't have been happier that all of Beatrice's jewelry now belonged entirely to her. But what pleased the Duchess most about her new status was that now Duke Brayton was also hers. On their first night together, she had touched the man, implying that they were more than just husband and wife. But suddenly the Duke recoiled from the woman's touch and jumped out of bed, although he apologized for this. But the man could never return to the bed, even though he understood very well how the lady had waited for him that night. And this was repeated every time the woman tried to get close to her husband again, but he responded with coldness. Elisa could never understand why Duke Brayton constantly rejected her, as she had done nothing wrong to him at that time. And right now, Elisa was once again observing from a distance as Rosalina approached her father to talk about something. The girl had actually decided to disturb the man's privacy in the hope that he would not be too angry with her. When the young lady called out to the Duke, he immediately agreed to listen attentively to everything she wanted to tell him. At this moment, unexpectedly for the master of the mansion, his daughter reminded him very much of his beloved, deceased wife. Elisa watched the dialogue between the two with silent anger because she knew she couldn't stop them right now. So all the woman could do was observe from a distance, but only until her plan began to take effect. Meanwhile, Elisa could only press her lips together in frustration as she watched the girl talk to her father. But in this whole situation, the only consolation for the lady was that the happy smile on Rosalina's face was not destined to last long. Just a few days later, the long-awaited festival day arrived. It turned out to be not far off. As usual, the nobles almost immediately began to whisper about Lady Felston, who was about to divorce her husband. Everyone really wanted to see such an impudent person, as if she were a strange animal and not a living person. Suddenly, among the guests, Baron Moliere was noticed, the brother of the Duchess of Brayton. The man had prepared extremely thoroughly, as he planned to conquer Rosalina's fiery heart today. His friend, upon hearing this, immediately sighed heavily and advised him to abandon this foolish idea as soon as possible. He recalled that the daughter of the Duke of Brayton was known as a devil incarnate, so no one was surprised that Argenson was divorcing her. But the Baron was much more purposeful than his friend could imagine, as he shook his head in response to the advice. He explained that he was doing this not out of great love, but for cold calculation and the attraction to the girl's huge amount of money. Elisa had calculated correctly that if he married Rosalina, then her entire dowry would immediately become his private property. And as for the rest, holding a glass in his hand, the man would deal with things as events unfolded, as he didn't care about the young lady. The brother of Lady Brayton was more than certain that he could easily handle the hot-tempered and explosive personality of the foolish daughter of the Duke. But as soon as he had finished speaking, the wine from one of the glasses suddenly flew at the Baron. The man's outer clothes were instantly ruined, and he angrily shouted, asking who dared to do this to him. Suddenly, everyone around heard the sweet voice of Rosalina, who didn't even intend to hide her empty wine glass. At first, the young lady acted calmly, but upon hearing the demands for an apology, she immediately flashed her crimson eyes in anger. Then, the young lady, proudly holding her head high, declared that it was the Baron who should be apologizing here, not her. The man could not stand such incredible insolence, and his entire face was distorted with unbelievable anger and humiliation. But at that moment, the girl didn't even think of listening to the shouts of the wicked Baron, as she had a completely different plan in mind. The whole point was that the heroine had been changing her fate with her actions all this time, thereby accumulating in-game currency. So now, when she called up a window to request information, the game immediately and obediently displayed it in exchange for the girl's power. But this was perfectly fine with the young lady, as she could easily accumulate these powers in slightly larger quantities later. And right now, the daughter of Duke Brighton had asked her ability to tell her everything about Baron Moliere. As soon as the heroine sensed such a request, the search window thought for a moment and then provided complete information about this person. As a result, the girl learned a lot of new information, enough for several incriminating pieces of evidence at once, which greatly confused the young lady. But what surprised the young lady the most was that this man wanted to get engaged to her, even though they were related through her stepmother. After thoroughly studying the Baron's entire biography, Rosalina concluded that she would never look his way in her life. At this moment, Elisa's brother had come to his senses and said that he agreed to accompany Rosalina if she first gave him her hand. In response, the Duke's daughter immediately reminded him that she was the host of this event, so she did not need an escort. Moreover, the young lady reminded him that, as the head of this celebration, she absolutely did not need a dance partner, which the Baron did not agree with. Realizing that Elisa's brother was not listening to her at all, Rosalina took a different approach and asked the guards to escort him out of the ballroom. In response, the man began to shout all sorts of unpleasant things about the girl, as he could not resist the guards who were taking him away. At the end of his angry speech, the Baron declared that no one would agree to be the dance partner of this fallen woman. But, to his great surprise, for some reason, the man received no response to his words from the other nobles. He realized with alarm that everyone was looking somewhere behind him, which greatly frightened the quick-witted Baron. Slowly turning around, Elisa's brother discovered Duke Felston, who was feared by many for his cold personality, was behind him. The young man had appeared unexpectedly and silently, asking if the Baron had just been scolding him, Lady Felston's dance partner. Upon hearing this, the nobles immediately began to whisper in surprise that this couple was supposed to have divorced long ago. The only one unhappy about the Duke's appearance was Rosalina, as she was sure she had not sent him an invitation. However, no matter how much the young lady tried to prevent this internally, the young man approached her and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. Then he asked the Baron about a marriage proposal, which greatly surprised the heroine, as she considered it a joke. And even Elise's brother himself immediately declared that he was not at all serious when he said all this and had no such intentions in reality. In response, Argenson, with an ice-cold face, asked if many people really put their lives on the line, which truly frightened the Baron. Rosalina knew very well that her husband would create such scenes, so now she tried to calm down by breathing. Initially, she intended to deal with her stepmother's annoying brother herself, and so she summoned her power again, since no one but the heroine saw them. The Duke continued to pressure the poor man as if nothing was happening. Realizing that he could not get out of it, Elise's brother began to apologize to Rosalina for his behavior, hoping that at least this way they would let him go. But it was too late for the daughter of Duke Brighton, so she shook her husband's hand off her shoulder and declared that he should have apologized sooner. Gradually getting to the point she wanted to make, the young lady asked about the Baron's brewing business, which he had recently opened. The man was shocked that the young lady had somehow found out that he had spent all his money to pay his huge taxes. But the heroine did not stop there, as she was furious, because Elise's brother had been involved in human trafficking, which she then said out loud. Hearing all the accusations against him, which also involved kidnapping people, the Baron grew more and more horrified. Rosalina asked how a man could dare to do all these things, because with such actions, he had tarnished the honor of his own sister. The girl's eyes flashed with anger, and she declared that, as a representative of the Brighton family, she would make a decision right here and now. Then, without a hint of doubt in her decision, the young lady waited a few seconds and declared that the Baron was definitely guilty. All this time, Argenson watched in amazement at his wife's confident words and actions, as he did not recognize her at all. The Duke's daughter herself, at the end of her fiery speech, ordered a search for the kidnapped children in the Molière mansion, which would serve as evidence. But then the Baron joined the conversation, reminding everyone that Rosalina had been expelled from her family, so she had no right to represent them. To everyone's surprise, Duke Brighton suddenly spoke up, confirming that he had granted this authority to his daughter for just one day. He publicly declared that if anyone disagreed with Rosalina's sentence, they were perfectly free to try and argue with him. But upon hearing all this, the nobles immediately fell silent, as no one wanted to argue with Duke Brighton himself. Even Baron Molière suddenly realized that he had absolutely nothing to say against this turn of events today. And the master of the mansion himself, as if nothing had happened, smiled cheerfully and said that he considered today a very wonderful and good day. The girl immediately noticed her father's positive mood and thus supported him with her own cheerful smile, because for her, the party was a success. The truth was, just one day before the party, the young lady had approached the Duke and said that something terrible was going to happen at the celebration. The young lady understood very well that it was difficult to believe her words without proof, but she still asked the man to listen. Imagine the heroine's surprise when Brighton suddenly said that he could not refuse her, as she had helped him so much all this time. Rosalina had not only developed the family business well, but had also found a tea that was good for her father's health, which she had never thought of before. So now, no matter what his daughter said, the Duke said with a smile that he would believe her every word, because she had proven to him that she had changed. So, when the long-awaited party took place the next day, Duke Brighton stood by Rosalina's side and supported her. When the proceedings with the Baron were over, the man came up to give a long speech to those who had gathered. He had prepared in advance, as he knew how many wary eyes would be on him from all sides that day. However, the Duke had seen how bravely his daughter had defended her point of view, so he tried to keep up with her with a smile. The heroine did not even expect that her father would say something nice about her, among other things, so she was very pleased. And Duke Brighton, at the end of his speech, asked everyone to enjoy the party that his daughter had prepared, and everyone around smiled. Rosalina noticed all of this very clearly, but before she could react, she heard someone gently call her name, so she turned around. To the young lady's great surprise, Duke Felston suddenly bowed to her and asked if she would honor him with a first dance. The Duke's daughter blushed involuntarily at the courtesy shown to her, even though she did not want it all. Since rumors spread very quickly throughout the mansion, by this time, the maids had already told Elisa what had happened to her brother. The woman was furious at this news and accused her assistants of simply standing by and watching it all. The maids immediately knelt before their mistress, hoping that at least this way she would spare them for their inaction. But these expectations were not met, as Elisa, in a fit of rage, immediately took action and began to use force. But after just a few minutes, the Duchess was exhausted as it was not easy, and she told herself that she needed to calm down. Then, the lady turned to her favorite jewelry, as she already knew that her brother would be caught sooner or later. When Brighton's current wife ordered the maids to leave, one of them fell to the floor, begging to be heard just this once. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asked Elisa to allow her, at least for now, to see her younger brother, who was locked up. But before the assistant could finish speaking, a heavy box flew at her head, thrown accurately by Elisa. Then, the lady herself pounced on the maid and began to beat her, while everyone else could do nothing to help their friend. Only after she had fully vented her anger did the Duchess repeat her command that everyone should finally leave her completely alone. It was at this moment that a completely different atmosphere reigned at the party, because Argenson himself wanted to dance with his wife. But Rosalina, contrary to her former self, was not at all eager to dance with the Duke right now, especially in front of everyone. So, the young lady gave him a graceful curtsy in return and declared that she had already promised her first dance to her father. But Argenson was not so easily placated. For gently taking the young lady's elbow, he asked if the order of the dance was important. Such insolent actions from her husband immediately angered Rosalina, who had hoped for a completely different outcome after her words. She wanted to refuse again, but suddenly, the young man pulled the girl along with him right into the center of the ballroom. Rosalina was so surprised that she could not even resist and ended up in a hopeless situation in front of everyone, which embarrassed her. Seeing the young lady continue to stand still, the Duke asked if she had forgotten exactly how to dance on such occasions. The heroine tried to justify herself, but Argenson suddenly did not even listen to her, and instead began to dance first. Meanwhile, the young man skillfully reminded the young lady of all the rules of the ceremonial dance without putting any pressure on her in the process. Smiling slyly, the Duke suddenly asked if the girl remembered, and she replied with a similar smile that she had not forgotten anything. So, whether the daughter of Duke Brighton wanted to or not, she had to twirl in a beautiful dance with her satisfied husband. Suddenly, near the end of the musical accompaniment, the Duke called the girl's name as if hesitant, which greatly surprised her. And the guy leaned in as close as possible, asking what the young lady would do if he wanted to get to know her a little better. This shocked the heroine so much that she abruptly pulled back from her husband, pretending to perform a normal spin. Then, after finally returning to her normal position, the young lady asked Argenson not to speak such nonsense since they were about to get a divorce. The girl absolutely did not believe in the sincerity of the Duke's words, so she said that there was no need to remind him of the divorce in that way. But Rosalina didn't finish her words there, as she asked if the Duke wanted to get back together, which immediately surprised him. He nervously tightened his hand a little more on the girl's slender waist and then swallowed, because he didn't even know what to say to her about this. But Rose interpreted the guy's behavior in her own way and decided that he absolutely did not want to save the marriage with her. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, Eliza arrived at the event. She was very late because it took her too long to get ready. The woman diligently searched for her husband in this crowd and was very happy when she finally succeeded. At this time, Rosalina had finished the dance and began to give a speech thanking everyone present. The girl once again reminded the nobles that it was she who represented this celebration and the Brighton family that evening. Unlike her father, the young lady did not speak for too long. So, after a few minutes, she invited everyone to raise their glasses in honor of the party. Before drinking, the Duke smiled and thanked his daughter for returning home, because for him, everything had become much better. The man, along with everyone else, raised his glass after her touching, albeit brief, speech because he was very happy that the celebration ended this way. Then, without any suspicion, Mr. Brighton drank his glass of wine at the same time as the rest of the guests at the event. Only Eliza was watching him intently at that moment, because she had come to this party not without reason. The woman knew very well what would happen next, and had been waiting for this opportunity to take revenge for a very long time, before she could carry it out. The whole issue was that as soon as Duke Brighton finished his glass of wine, blood immediately began to pour from his mouth, and he felt a sharp pain throughout his body. Without another word, the man suddenly fell to the floor, spilling the rest of the wine that no one needed anymore. Upon seeing the master of the mansion, who was lying in a pool of blood on the parquet floor, everyone around immediately screamed in fear, not knowing what to do. And the one who screamed the loudest was Eliza, who pushed the crowd aside, rushing to her husband as fast as she could, playing her role perfectly. The woman at that moment behaved completely shamelessly, exactly like a loving wife trying to save her husband. Not caring about her appearance, Eliza tried to make her mouth sob so that everyone could see her tears. But after a few minutes, she suddenly stopped and turned sharply to Rosalina, starting to blame her for everything. At the same time, Eliza also did not forget that she had to continue to lament the Duke's fainting. So, after having squeezed out as many tears as possible, the Duchess again turned to her stepdaughter, demanding an explanation for this situation. The fact that she was once again called the Scourge of Brighton was not easy for the heroine, but she still endured this name-calling. And suddenly, in tears, the young lady declared that no matter how many people condemned her, she had trusted her evil stepdaughter until the very last moment. The woman even gave an example of a situation when, allegedly due to Rosalina's behavior, an exemplary senior maid was fired. After that, Eliza declared that until now, she had convinced herself that there was a good reason for everything. At this moment, all the nobles looked at Rose unpleasantly, who felt the sharp hostility in their gazes behind her back. And Eliza suddenly admitted that she had ignored all the complaints of the assistants about the terrible behavior and evil plans of the Duke's daughter. According to the woman, each time she scolded the maids for their inappropriate behavior, which she now deeply regretted. The lady carefully steered all her words towards the fact that Rosalina was the cause of Duke Brighton's condition. In the end, Eliza couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly, asking Rose why she could be so cruel when everyone around was so good to her. The heroine said nothing in response, not even changing her expression despite the venomous whispers from the surrounding nobles. Argenson also did not intervene in this situation because he was curious to see what his wife would do in such a case. Imagine the guy's surprise when he realized that the girl was not doing anything at all, but just standing there as if waiting for something. And indeed, at that moment, a confident smile appeared on Rosalina's face as if she was not being accused by everyone in a row. The guy didn't understand how it would all end, but he was glad he came today because if things got really bad, he could help. Just a few minutes later, the Duke's daughter suddenly spoke up cheerfully, reminding everyone that evil nobles needed to be struck from a list. The young lady then asked if a mother who kidnapped children would be ostracized by society like her. Hearing about this, Eliza was immediately horrified, but tried not to show it because this was not in her plans. But none of the people around believed Rose because they decided that she was talking nonsense just to divert suspicion from herself. The boldest among the nobles stepped forward to order Rosalina to stop tormenting her stepmother. At that moment, it was Eliza who carefully hid her face in her hands and pretended that she was still sobbing over her husband. But in reality, the lady was nervously thinking about how the girl could have known about her dark deeds that she and her brother had carried out. At this time, despite the attacks from outside, Rose asked if her stepmother was still worried about her husband and if a doctor was necessary. Remembering that she still had to play a role, the woman immediately called for a doctor, and at that very moment, he appeared from the crowd. This turn of events frightened Eliza because to her, it all looked as if this guy had somehow been invited to the party in advance. At that moment, unexpectedly for everyone, the doors of the main hall suddenly flew open and the Duke's guards appeared on the threshold. One of them, who was in charge of the entire squad, greeted the young lady and reported that they had carried out all her instructions. Then, the knight informed everyone that they had freed all the children from captivity in the dungeons of the Molly's mansion. As soon as the children appeared at the event, one of the maids jumped out of the crowd and immediately ran to them excitedly. It was the same girl who had recently asked to see her brother, and now he was suddenly free. As soon as she hugged him, the boy seemed to come to life and burst into tears in response because he had not seen his beloved sister for a very long time. As a result, in just a few seconds, almost all the assistants had surrounded the children, as each one found their relative. The Duchess watched in horror as everything unfolded and declared that she had absolutely nothing to do with all of this. But the woman had not taken into account that now that the children were free, the maids could calmly speak out against her. At this moment, Rosalina suddenly spoke up, declaring that even this was not all, and everyone should listen further. The girl moved closer to her stepmother and pronounced her sentence, as she had done with her brother Moles, for she felt no remorse. In response, the woman put her hand to her head as if she were very tired and said that she had absolutely no idea what was being discussed. Then, she suddenly jumped up and painfully grabbed her stepdaughter's shoulders, demanding that she admit her guilt in everything that was happening. But then, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by one of the maids, who, to everyone's surprise, knelt right in front of Eliza and Rosalina. In tears, the girl confessed that the Duke had been poisoned by the Akaroja plant, which she had brought into the mansion not long ago on the Duchess's orders. The lady could not have expected that her assistants would suddenly start testifying against her, so she was frozen in shock. Everyone knew that a rare poison like Akaroja had a cumulative effect, only becoming effective with prolonged use. And as a result, for the Duke, it would all end with just one drop, which would stop his heart instantly. Furthermore, the heroine had found out that her brother's medicine also contained this herb, which only made him worse every day. Realizing that she had completely failed, Eliza tried to appeal to pity and shouted that the maid could not be trusted under any circumstances. Running to her assistant, the woman raised her hand to strike her in order to beat out the words that everything said about her was untrue. But then, to the lady's great surprise, her hand was blocked by Duke Brighton himself, who had risen from the floor, although he shouldn't have been able to. This shocked Eliza so much that she froze on the spot and couldn't even ask how he was able to do it. Then, the man himself explained everything and said that he had known about the poisoning plot, so he had prepared for it with all his strength beforehand. Without turning to face his wife, Mr. Brighton quietly said that he was incredibly disappointed in her after everything. For Eliza, this was a real failure, so she obediently knelt down, no longer blaming Rose for anything. However, the Duke's daughter still kept an eye on her stepmother, and she was absolutely right not to let her guard down. And at that moment, Eliza, loudly and with a crazed smile, confessed to all her crimes, except for the murder of the Duke's previous wife named Beatrice. She declared that the girl had killed her own mother with her own hands, to which Rosalina stepped closer and said that there was a witness to show this was not true. At that moment, all the nobles were astonished because it was Leodore who had suddenly appeared at the celebration, now completely healthy. Inside the Brighton mansion, there was a garden where only all members of the ducal family could freely and peacefully enter. And in the very center of this garden, there was a fairy tree, which for many years had protected the Brighton family from trouble. 5 years ago, the Duke himself came to this place, gently stepping down from his carriage steps onto his native land. The man was looking around for his family members, as they were supposed to be nearby, when suddenly something truly caught his attention. For some reason, crows flew out of the forest in all directions, cawing loudly, which was a bad omen for everyone. Horrified by what he saw, Sir Brighton even dropped the basket of strawberries he had carefully brought for his family all this time. But at that moment, due to his inner worries, the man paid no attention to the scattered berries, accidentally stepping on them. What worried him most now was what had happened to his wife and children, so he ran as fast as he could deep into the forest towards the fairy tree. But before the Duke could reach the right place, Eliza, Beatrice's friend, suddenly ran out to meet him with Leodore in her arms. Sir Brighton immediately rushed to the panting woman, trying to find out what had suddenly happened in this forest. In response, a horrified Eliza recounted that Rose had broken a branch, which had angered the fairies, and Beatrice had ordered her to flee with Leodore in her arms. This information sent the Duke into a panic, but he tried to calm himself because his wife and daughter needed help. After quickly arriving at the right place, the Duke saw the lifeless body of his wife and a confused Rosalina, who didn't understand what had happened. A few hours later, it was learned that the girl had completely lost her memory of what had happened and couldn't recount anything. And since then, the fairy tree has sealed all entrances to its forest and now does not allow even the Brighton family to approach. As a result of this incident, Eliza gained a good reputation for saving Leodore, so she quickly became the new Duchess. However, now, many years later, the words of the awakened heir of the Brighton family have completely destroyed the wicked woman's entire reputation. Standing before a large number of surrounding people, the boy suddenly declared loudly that Lady Eliza did not save him, at all that day. Furthermore, Leodore revealed that it was this woman who caused his mother's death and his own curse. No matter how difficult it was to recall the difficult past, the young man understood that it was necessary to clear his sister's name. So, he told her that on that day, Eliza had grabbed him and dragged him under the fairy tree in the mansion's garden without any explanation. Then, the woman cunningly calculated that threatening the life of the eldest son would allow her to open a path to the legendary ancient fairy tree in the forest. Eliza had been preparing her plan for a very long time, as she was going to eliminate her good friend Beatrice once and for all. The wife of Duke Brighton only now realized that all this time, a cunning and powerful enemy had been walking right beside her. Because even in this situation, Lady Brighton did not give in and did not bow her head, which angered Eliza even more. She grabbed the woman's hair very cruelly and almost screamed that she must fear her and want to obey, not be insolent. Pressing close to her old friend's ear, Eliza whispered that she would kill her entire family and take her husband for herself. Then, she threw Beatrice straight onto the grass, even though she was pregnant and more sensitive to pain at the moment. However, Lady Brighton was able to push herself up on her elbows and asked mournfully why the woman had suddenly betrayed her so unexpectedly. In response, Eliza smiled and declared that she had always wanted to trample on the ideal picture of the Brighton family's happiness. In fact, Eliza had long been fed up with pretending to be a good and obedient friend, as she was burning with jealousy. So, right now, she wanted the Duke's wife to experience all the despair that had been gnawing at her from within all this time. From a secret pocket in her clothes, Eliza suddenly pulled out the cursed scroll that she had specially awakened to life just now. Beatrice realized that she would not be able to survive, so she began to beg her old friend to kill her, but to leave the children alone. In response, Eliza nodded in agreement and said that she intended to put the boy to sleep to later turn him into her puppet. Then, the wicked woman saw little Rosalina nearby, who was trembling with fear and wondered what to do next. When the plan in Eliza's head was completely ready, she tore the seal, activating it, despite all of Beatrice's desperate cries. This is exactly what Leodore remembered very clearly about that terrible day, as he had only recently regained consciousness and saw everything as if it were yesterday. But even in this situation, Eliza did not give up and desperately began to scream that it was all a lie and that she was simply being framed for some reason. But Leodore didn't even listen to his stepmother, and instead he asked Rose for forgiveness because she had had to deal with everything alone all this time. Then, hugging his beloved sister, the young man sincerely thanked her for fighting and for the salvation he had long awaited. To everyone's surprise, Eliza suddenly jumped up and took out another cursed scroll that she had hidden in the same way as the first one. The woman screamed that she would never forgive Rosalina in her life, preparing to activate the powerful curse once again. With a malicious smile, Eliza tore the paper and screamed that right now, the Duke's daughter would get to meet her mother. But then, to everyone's surprise, a Jensen stepped forward to face the cursed magic with a sword, as he knew how to fight against such things. The young man calmly explained that as long as Rose remained his wife, he would protect her unconditionally in any situation. The young lady reminded her husband of the moment he was recently injured, saying that the Duke was not omnipotent. But then, Sir Brighton ordered the guards to arrest his current wife, and the knights quickly began to act. So in just a few seconds, Eliza was captured and pinned to the cold, hard floor. But even in such a situation, the woman continued to curse Rosalina with all her might, whom she promised to deal with. However, the heroine was able to read the order, which stated that Eliza was sentenced to death. This shocked the lady so much that she slammed her head on the floor just to block out the whispers of the surrounding nobles. And suddenly, a game sign appeared in front of Rose, announcing that she had just saved the Brighton family through her own efforts. But what surprised the young lady the most was that the game suddenly announced that her fate had just changed significantly for some reason. The next morning, everything was completely quiet at the Brighton mansion, as if nothing terrible had happened the day before. Anthony was as happy as the other maids that Eliza had been taken away, but she tried to act calm when she went to see her lady. Imagine the assistant's surprise when, as soon as she opened the door, a huge stream of artificial roses poured out of Rosalina's room. Amidst all this floral madness, the young lady herself suddenly appeared and declared that the maid had arrived at just the right time. She handed her assistant a card with an address and asked her to send all these flowers there as soon as possible. Then, after thanking the maid again for not refusing, the young lady waved and very quickly disappeared behind the door. Anthony's shout echoed after her, reminding her that she shouldn't be running around the mansion in her pajamas, but Rose was already gone. Hiding in one of the rooms of the huge mansion, the girl couldn't understand why she could only summon roses. The heroine once again held the summoned flower in her hand and thought about trying to raise her summoning level. This was Rosalina's only hope of making a living without any husband, so she did not intend to give up. Only now, the girl suddenly stopped and discovered that the little assistant had not been bothering her all this time. The girl looked at the little fairy who was still sleeping and thought with fear that she could be feeling so bad. Hearing the heroine's call, the little one suddenly flew to her and said that she needed to recover by the fairy tree in the forest. Rosalina nodded in understanding and apologized to the little one for not trusting her all this time. But the little fairy was not at all angry with her master, so before temporarily parting, they said a very sweet goodbye to each other. Then, there was a loud knock on the room door, which made Rose look around with interest and automatically hide the little fairy, who was invisible to others. It turned out that the servants, whose relatives were found in the dark section of the Molly's mansion, had come to see her with gratitude. The assistants, with tears in their eyes, confessed to the young lady that they were able to see their families again, only thanks to her. But they came not only to express their gratitude, but also brought papers with collective resignation letters. As Rosalina listened, the maid said that they were extremely ashamed of serving Eliza, even if it was forced. One of them even stood up after a deep bow and said that they were ready to accept any punishment for their actions. Imagine the girl's surprise when the young lady suddenly, with a smile, tore all their applications to pieces. Then, Rosalina greeted the children and reminded them that the maids were supposed to be feeding them, not resigning. The assistants were overjoyed at such acceptance and support, as they had never expected anything like this. Even the little boy was suddenly able to thank the Duke's daughter, although he addressed her without the proper respectful form. This surprised the heroine a little, and his sister explained that the boy was simply too young to know the rules. However, the young lady had no intention of getting angry, but was just distractedly happy for the servants, for whom everything was now fine. For some reason, at that very moment, the image of the gladiator Calix Black, left behind in the arena, appeared in the girl's mind. She knew very well that he had suffered a lot of pain since childhood, but for some reason, she had stubbornly turned a blind eye. Rose knew that the boy should wait a little longer, until Daisy finally came to find and save him. The girl remembered very clearly that in this book, she was just a villain, so she didn't pretend to play any other role. No matter how much older she got, the main character kept repeating to herself that she had to follow the original story, which had limited her. However, only now did the young lady realize that in reality, this world was completely real, and the people in it were crying and sad sincerely. And at that very moment, Calix was in pain again, as he was being whipped for trying to escape once more. The slave master reminded the boy that he had invested too much in him to lose him so foolishly. In response, the heir of the Black family once again said nothing, only wiping the blood from his face, which was running into his eyes. Then, choosing the right moment, the young man suddenly accelerated and rushed with all his might straight at his offender. But at the last second, he was held back by his leg shackles, which ultimately saved the red-haired man, who had fallen to the floor. The slave master had not expected such agility from him at all, so he covered his face with his hands in fear of a possible powerful blow. But just a moment later, he realized that he had regained control of the situation, and so he began to swing his whip once again. A few hours after this situation, a man slowly descended into this very dark dungeon with the slaves. It was Rosalina, who had put on an animal mask just in case, so that no one present would recognize her. But the master decided that the girl was just joking when she asked for permission to see all the gladiators. Then, the main character placed a jingling bag of money with a decent amount of coins on the table in front of the man. Seeing such a generous gift, he even personally showed the rich girl exactly how to find the right Calix among all the slaves in the dungeon. As soon as she went down, the young lady immediately noticed the terrible conditions in which the slaves were kept. Behind some bars, there were even stinking skeletons that had been lying there for quite some time, which no one had bothered to think about clearing away. The young lady approached the dungeon she needed, but apart from fresh bloodstains on the floor, she couldn't find anything inside the darkness behind the bars. To see if she had come to the right place, the young lady squatted down and looked inside, slowly turning her head. Just a few seconds later, someone's extremely crazed purple eyes flashed in the darkness behind the bars. A young man quietly approached the edge of the bars, and Rosa, to introduce herself, immediately took off her mask, saying that she knew his real name was Calix. The boy said nothing in response, but instead, he tensed the muscles in his arms and suddenly destroyed the iron bars of the chain that was partially restraining him. The young lady was engrossed in watching Calix's incredible cuteness when suddenly, with a lightning-fast move, he swung his hand forward, trying to grab the young lady. This time, only her own reflexes and incredible luck separated the main character from falling into Calix's grasp. Rosalina looked at the hand that had slammed onto the floor in confusion, as she hadn't expected the young man to suddenly attack her. And the gladiator's eyes continued to glow crazily in the dark, which eventually even frightened the daughter of Duke Brighton. The girl had the impression that Calix was not a man, but a real wild beast, which was impossible. However, Duchess Felston was prepared for it not to happen, so she just sighed sadly at what had just occurred. Suddenly, the young lady recalled her own past from that world when there was a heavy rain flooding her room. Back then, she had barely managed to get home to prevent her rented apartment from being completely flooded, as she hadn't closed the window before leaving. When everything was done, the girl was still ankle-deep in water, which led her to conclude that she hated rain. The thing was, on every day that something very bad unexpectedly happened to her, it would be raining outside. However, the main character, even when facing difficulties time and time again, never allowed herself to relax and give up. She understood very well that complaining alone would change nothing. So she took some pots and started collecting the leaking water in them. At the same time, as heavy thoughts stubbornly crept into her head, the main character tried to simply not think about anything around her. And so, the young lady lived day by day, moving from one lonely moment to another, as she had no one. She was very sad. She wanted to eat and drink, and also wanted to be held by someone close. But all of this was constantly unavailable for various reasons. Only now, Rosalina decided for herself that this was not the right time to be sad again. With a confident look in her eyes, the Duke's daughter told herself that she shouldn't easily submit to that stupid principle again. Looking at the young man, Rosalina remembered that his body would not be able to withstand such torture, and he would not be able to escape on his own. Although the young lady knew that Daisy was supposed to come, there wasn't a single uninjured spot on Calix's body, which caused her mental anguish. But what bothered Rose the most was that, due to some kind of poison, Calix was behaving like a real wild beast who had abandoned his humanity. However, for this case, the main character had saved a remedy, although she didn't particularly want to waste it even in such difficult situations. Just a few hours earlier, the girl had said goodbye to her little fairy for a while, who had sent her to rest by the tree. But the little one couldn't leave her master with nothing, so she blessed the flower, saying it would help if she were suddenly injured. So, now in Lady Felston's hands was the very healing plant that the little fairy had given her. Rose understood very well that at that moment, this flower was more necessary for someone else than for herself, so she didn't regret anything. Focusing all her available magical power, the girl asked the flower to heal Calix at least a little. As a result, the boy's entire dungeon was flooded with brilliant light, as the blessed medicinal plant had just been activated. Black covered his eyes with his hands in surprise, as the sudden change in light began to hurt his eyes. When a few moments later, the young man opened his eyes again, their color had become completely normal, as had his actions. Moreover, the young lady, who was watching Calix closely, seemed to see a lively intellect and great intelligence appear in his eyes. The young lady decided to approach the gladiator and carefully ask him how he felt after everything that had happened. Just in case, the daughter of Duke Brighton even reintroduced herself with a smile to win the trust of the heir of the Black family. In response, the young man, somewhat hesitantly, as if for the first time in a long while, repeated the name of the girl who had come to save him, syllable by syllable. Rosalina was overjoyed even with such success, and asked if the boy remembered his name, and he immediately nodded in affirmation. The heir of the Black family remembered very well that he was often called a beast and a monster for no reason. But then Rose said that his name was Calix, and he confusedly repeated his real name, not understanding how he could have forgotten it. At that moment, a Jensen was informed that his wife had gone to the gambling house again, which made him even spill his tea on the table. Maurice repeated that the young lady did indeed go there from time to time, and the Duke asked why he was only telling him about it now. In response, the butler apologized and said that he would not make such a mistake again, as he had been too busy this time. But when the young man opened his eyes to see the gentleman's reaction, there was no one in the room but himself. At this time, the young lady gave the young Calix a potion, which was meant to protect him from accidentally turning into a beast. When the young lady gave the young man something to eat, he very impatiently snatched the food from her hands, as he was very hungry. But all the food seemed tasteless to the gladiator because of the previous medicine, for which Rose apologized. When he looked at the Duke's daughter with a displeased expression, she sadly explained that this had to be done for Calix's own good. Since the heir of the Black family had done a great job of fulfilling Rosalina's request, she gave him a piece of candy, which immediately made the boy very happy. Since the main character was only now getting close to Calix, she was surprised by the sudden changes in his appearance. But what impressed the young lady the most was that his eyes suddenly changed color from purple to a deep blue. Extremely fascinated by this, the young lady forgot herself and reached her hand forward, asking for permission to look into the young man's eyes more closely. But then, to the girl's great surprise, Calix suddenly gently took her hand, although he didn't cause her any pain. Then, he quickly, yet still carefully, pressed the young lady's warm hand to his cold face and smiled with satisfaction. From this position, the young man opened his eyes and looked slyly at the bewildered girl, even smiling with his eyes. And what surprised the main character even more, Calix suddenly said that she could look at him as much as she liked. But then the gladiator's eyes narrowed sharply, looking to the side as he noticed something hostile from a direction he didn't like. As it turned out, the Duke had suddenly appeared in the dungeon and pulled the young lady away from the cage, which Rosalina had not expected. Overcome by surprise, the young lady couldn't immediately ask her companion what exactly he was doing in this wretched place. In response, the Duke declared that Rosalina needed to stay away, as the young man in front of her was very dangerous and extremely strong. From behind the bars, Calix was also worried for Rosa, as he was seeing a Jensen for the first time and didn't know that he had no intention of harming her. With his mind fully recovered, Calix focused all his strength into his hands to break the sturdy shackles. When he managed to at least weaken them, he immediately lunged forward to save the Duke's daughter from the stranger who had appeared. The chains, which were firmly attached to the wall, immediately tightened, even though Calix was using all his strength to pull them out of the corner. The Duke himself had managed to draw his sword, and was not at all opposed to fighting one of the gladiators, as he considered himself stronger. But then Rosalina couldn't take it anymore and shouted for the men to stop, jumping right between the two of them for this purpose. She scolded each of them in turn for nearly starting a fight, and Calix was particularly dejected by it all. Seeing the sweet face of the heir of the Black House, Rose still couldn't bear it, and her anger turned to compassion, because he didn't know much about this world. Noticing this, Alençon's expression immediately changed, as he guessed that the gladiator was simply taking advantage of the girl's pity. At this point, the lady remembered that there was a business partner next to her, so she turned to him as she wanted to talk. Since it was a more personal conversation, the lady led the masked man out of Calix's dungeon, which he was not happy about. But then the Duke couldn't bear it, and loudly asked again if the lady truly wanted to release that gladiator. To Alençon, this man was like an untamed beast, so he wanted nothing to do with him, and Calix felt the same way about the Duke. But Rosalina did not share her husband's fears at all, so she enthusiastically declared that Calix absolutely had to be helped. Suddenly, the gentleman froze and asked if this man was truly the lost heir of the Black family, which the girl confirmed. But then she realized that she herself hadn't spoken of such things, which meant the Duke himself had found out everything from somewhere. In response, the gentleman asked rather rudely whether Rosalina intended to do a favor for the Black family, or was simply being altruistic. He then clarified that perhaps the daughter of Duke Brighton intended to save all the gladiator slaves in the region. Rose listened to the man in silence, fully understanding that he was just being sarcastic and needed to be given the chance to speak his mind. When he finished, the heroine confidently declared that she would eventually eliminate this vile facility with slaves. But even the girl herself understood that right now, it would be extremely difficult for her, so she wanted to start by freeing at least one person. She confessed to her friend that she felt guilty, as she hadn't been able to help Calix in time, who had been suffering all this while. So now, even though the heroine understood she was a while late, she still truly wanted to finally correct her mistake. So, Putting on a cute act, the girl asked her colleague if he would help her this time, and completely for free. Alinson had no plans to do anything of the sort, but he knew he couldn't refuse this lady's request. Hearing the man sigh and still agree to help, Rosa was overjoyed, and even Calix suddenly cheered up. The heroine immediately took out a prepared map and started to talk about what she had come up with when she came down here alone. But now the lady abandoned the plan, saying that since they now had such a team, it was no longer needed. Just then, one of the slave guards, carrying a huge bag of awful food, announced that he was going to feed the gladiators. His partner at the guard post was fast asleep, so he didn't react at all, not even waking up. Suddenly, the first guard burst back into the hall with a loud noise, which immediately woke the second assistant. Turning around, he saw a group of 3 demanding that no one make a sound if they wanted to remain safe and sound. At this point, Alinson had found a secret passage. He had known of its existence for a long time and suggested they go that way. Since he had never personally gone through this place, he threw Calix down to check how dangerous it was. In the end, Calix landed safely and began to glare up from below at the Duke, who had thrown him down so rudely. Next, the masked gentleman asked Rosalina to come down, and she almost did so when she suddenly remembered something. And so, looking at the tied-up guard, the lady demanded he return her money pouch. Only then did the heroine calmly and leisurely start to descend, for she had done everything she wanted. Suddenly, at the last moment, the lady accidentally slipped and nearly fell when Calix unexpectedly caught her. And following the girl, clearly jealous of the boy, Alinson supposedly accidentally dropped his boot on him, for which he didn't even apologize. As they were walking along the passage, the gentleman asked if they were going straight to the Black Mansion, but Rose wanted to go to the Hennis Guild first. The heroine explained that something about Calix's appearance, specifically his eyes, had been greatly confusing her, so she wanted to find out everything about them first. Although the Duke's daughter continued to stare intently into Calix's clear blue eyes, she still couldn't figure out what they reminded her of. Suddenly, Rose and Alinson looked at each other, exclaiming that such a color was proof of royal lineage. But looking at the boy who had no noble air about him and had just been a gladiator, they couldn't even entertain the thought that they were right. The Duke wondered aloud if he had any kind of potion that could temporarily change eye color, and the heroine immediately jumped for joy. She rummaged through her clothes and pulled out from a pocket a bottle of a drink that she had personally given to Calix earlier. Rosalina handed this vial to her partner, so that he would now be responsible for administering the medicine to the heir of the Black family. Alinson didn't expect the girl to act so brazenly, as she had essentially pushed all the responsibility onto him. Rose herself smiled and explained that it was time for her to return home to the mansion to her beloved father and younger brother. The heroine promised that when Calix recovered, they would send him to the Blake Mansion, so the Duke had to be a little patient. Then, to everyone's surprise, the former gladiator spoke up and asked if he could go with Rosalina right now. The man and the girl who heard this were stunned into silence, because all this time, Calix hadn't spoken a single normal word. Calix himself didn't understand what was happening at all, but from his friend's reaction, he realized they had had time to think. A moment later, they all safely climbed out of the cellar door, which was where this not-so-long secret passage led. The group found themselves in the middle of a beautiful and decorated city square, one of its central ones. Thanks to this, the Duke was able to hail a carriage for the lady quickly enough so she could return home as fast as possible. Calix had no intention of being left alone with the Duke, who was incomprehensible to him, so he jumped into the carriage after the girl. But before Calix could even settle in, he was thoughtfully grabbed by the collar by Al Jensen, and the former gladiator had no time to do anything, as he was pulled out of Rosalina's carriage, forbidden from going with her. Holding the bewildered Calix firmly, the Duke apologized to Rose for not being able to personally escort her to the mansion. But the heroine wasn't offended by this at all, so she cheerfully waved goodbye to the sad Calix and the serious gentleman. Finally, the lady managed to explain to the heir of the Blake family that she had a family at home who was not allowed to see him. The boy walked a few steps after the carriage in confusion, then froze on the spot, completely saddened as it departed. But at this point, Calix had become much calmer, partly because the Duke demanded he stop playing the cunning role of helplessness. Al Jensen threw another bottle of medicine to his new ally, and the boy deftly caught it with just one hand. He then stared at Felston, whom he disliked completely, unlike the sweet and beautiful Rosalina. A few days later, the butler was hurrying to the mansion's great hall as fast as he could, as a meeting with the Duke's daughter was scheduled there. The heroine herself had been there for a long time, as she tried never to be late for such important events. Maurice greeted the girl politely and said that he had brought the very book she had been searching so hard for all this time. It recounted the entire history of the royal family, which immediately pleased Rosalina, who wanted to study the document. The thing was, ever since her first meeting with Calix, she had been obsessed with the color of his eyes, which for some reason were azure blue. The lady couldn't remember if there was any mention of this in the original story, or if she had truly missed something important. Rosalina was so engrossed in her book that she was startled when the door to the room suddenly burst open and Calix ran in. The boy himself, very rudely, grabbed the bewildered Rose's hand and immediately pulled her off somewhere behind him. After a few questions, the lady was able to learn that Calix had decided to show her some baby birds in a treetop. But the daughter of Duke Brighton immediately reminded the boy in fright that she would never be able to climb to the top of a tree. Calix thought for only a few seconds, then got down on one knee and offered to lift the lady so she could see. Suddenly, the Duke appeared from somewhere behind him and dropped a pile of books on Calix, implying that it was time for him to urgently read them all. At the same time, Al Jensen, barely able to contain his anger, declared that becoming part of the aristocracy was not as easy as the boy thought. Rose cheerfully greeted her partner and asked if he could arrange an audience at the Blake mansion. The man said that he found the Duke's reaction strange, as he didn't seem happy about it all. Moreover, rumors had even reached the gentleman that the return of the supposed son had added to the toxicity of the family relationships. A little later, when Calix finally sat down to study the documents, the boy showed with his entire demeanor how bored he was. Eventually, even Rosalina felt sorry for the young man who was trying his best, but found studying very difficult. But despite everything, Calix didn't give up and continued to study the necessary information, as he had set himself a difficult goal. The heroine watched the former gladiator's efforts in surprise, unable to understand the reason for it. But the crux of the matter was that Calix hoped he would be able to play with Rose if he studied hard and did well. Over his boring history books, the boy anxiously watched the dialogue between the Duchess and the masked gentleman. And in Calix's imagination, these two weren't just seriously talking about business, but were also chatting with each other with sweet smiles. This situation made the boy extremely angry, and he couldn't even really focus on his studies, which he wanted to finish early. But then, unexpectedly, Rosalina smiled and asked if her friend wanted to see the newborn foal in the stable. After this question, Calix immediately forgot all his negative feelings, as he instantly wanted that very much. So, the Duke allowed his student to take a break so he could admire the new baby. At one point, the boy even wanted to get a closer look at them, but the lady explained in time that the horses would be afraid of him in that case. After a few minutes of walking, the master approached the girl and said that the eye color-changing item had recently been delivered to him. The heroine immediately recalled the information she had read in Morris's book and was able to learn almost everything about the royal family. It turned out that the current prince was the sole heir to the throne and was eagerly awaiting the moment he could ascend. But even the information from the book couldn't explain to Rosalina where Calix got such bright blue eyes. For the first time during her entire stay in the novel, Rose couldn't find answers to her own questions, which were becoming more and more numerous. After a few days of preparation by Calix, the familiar group of 3 arrived at the Blake mansion. Just before the family representatives appeared, the lady noticed that the boy's bow tie was crooked and quickly straightened it. The girl tried not to worry, as she hoped that this whole meeting would eventually turn out well for everyone. Looking at the grown and changed Calix, the lady happily noted that he had become a truly handsome young man. The lady knew that if they were in the original story now, the boy would still be fighting for his life with all his might until he was completely exhausted. The girl shuddered as she recalled the moment Calix was thrown away like something unnecessary, like a consumable. It was at this moment that the protagonist of the novel was supposed to have completely accidentally discovered Calix in the middle of a forest road. And all these events would eventually lead to the original story, but it so happened that the heroine had violated it. As a result, Rosalina felt a little ashamed in front of Daisy, who had been left without such a good friend, but she couldn't help here. The Duke's daughter recalled that without anyone, it would have been much harder for her to cope, so she thanked her partner for his help. After that, the trio, with varying degrees of excitement, began to await the arrival of the Blake family representative and Calix's relative. As soon as he appeared, the old man immediately said that he was afraid he wouldn't even recognize his son, whom he had lost more than 10 years ago. However, he admitted that he could still recognize in Calix the very child who had been accidentally kidnapped from him so long ago. Upon seeing the black-haired young man, the Duke immediately rushed to hug and warmly welcome him. At the same time, he even cried a little, apologizing for being a bad father and not being able to find his son sooner. So as not to interrupt such a touching reunion, Rosalina smiled and said that, with this, she and the gentleman would be heading home. But then the Duke stopped the young man and the girl and said that he couldn't let them go empty-handed, as they had returned his son to him. First of all, he ordered the servants to set the table as quickly as possible to treat such esteemed guests. After that, the old man invited the lady to choose from among the decorations of his mansion any item she truly liked. Suddenly, Alinson crossed his arms with a look of displeasure, declaring that the girl was too busy to try things on. Lady Felston sensed how angry her business partner was at that moment, so she didn't dare to object to him. However, the old man apologized for his persistence and explained that if the guests didn't accept anything, he would lose face. Rosalina smiled sweetly and replied that she didn't expect to receive anything in return, although secretly she wouldn't mind a few things. Suddenly, Duke Blake remembered a very expensive item that had been passed down from generation to generation in their family. And soon after, the servants very carefully brought into the room a huge vase, which the old man decided to give to his guests. Rosalina was immediately delighted to see such a gift, as she couldn't even imagine how much it was worth. Only after all this did the master of the mansion finally let the young man and the girl go, saying some parting words. Rosalina had a completely good impression of this trip, so she smiled and said goodbye to everyone. To everyone's surprise, Calix rushed forward and shouted that he also wanted to go right now with the Duke's daughter. Hearing this, all the residents of the Blake mansion immediately changed their expressions, as they were ultimately very sad. Before leaving, the heroine turned to Calix and asked him to try not to cause trouble for his father. As they parted, Rosalina waved goodbye to the boy one last time, while Calix stared at her sadly. She cheerfully promised that they would definitely meet again very soon, so the boy didn't need to worry at all. As a result, Blake's son was left to once again watch his friend leave without him. He followed her carriage with his eyes until the very last moment, and only when it disappeared over the horizon did he turn back to the old man. At that moment, the Duke roughly grabbed the boy's face, as he didn't really have any pleasant feelings for him. He came closer and noticed that the boy's eye color had not yet fully returned, although there had been enough time for this to happen. Since he had absolutely no need for the boy, the Duke ordered him to be taken into the mansion, and he himself began to think. It remained a great mystery to the old man why Lady Felston had suddenly decided, out of the blue, to help Calix. He approached the rose bushes and picked a flower, turning it over in his hands thoughtfully, as he could not find an answer. Then, the Duke mercilessly crushed the flower and said that he hated the foolish, lucky ones of fate the most. At this time, Rosalina was already some way home, but was still anxiously reading the documents that Maurice had found for her. For some reason, she had a feeling that she had missed something very important, but the lady couldn't find it. What worried the lady most was that they didn't try to find such a noble child with the help of shadow guilds, but instead filed an official case. In the end, the girl even came to the conclusion that they shouldn't have left Calix at all. Then the Duke couldn't stand it and interrupted her. He asked in bewilderment why Rosalina was so upset about such a strange trifle. Sitting in his seat in the carriage, the young man sternly declared that he would not read anything more for the lady today, so as not to worry. The heroine was slightly offended by the tone the Duke used with her, so she turned away and looked out the window. Suddenly, Arsène leaned toward the girl and asked why Calix got to call her Rose, while he was forced to call her Rosalina. In response to this, the Duchess excitedly recalled that she had once offered the young man to call her by a shorter name, but he had refused. But this weak excuse had no effect, and the masked gentleman remained dissatisfied with the girl who divided friends so strangely. To the heroine's surprise, the young man suddenly let out a long sigh and said that all of this was completely unimportant, so they could forget about this conversation. But the lady sitting right across from him still felt that the atmosphere in the carriage had changed strangely. The lady could never have imagined that her partner could be so upset over such a silly situation. Rosalina sat in the carriage in silence for a while, as she tried to give him time to calm down. Only when they were almost there did the lady smile and decide to call out to the head of the guild to talk to him. She admitted that she had been quite cold to him all this time, but she never touched the body of her silent friend. However, Rose didn't stop there, as she decided to say what she thought, so she thanked her partner for everything. She remembered that the Duke had rushed after her into the dungeon, even though he himself could have been hurt, and the lady appreciated this. And even at the Blake mansion, the gentleman had constantly supported the girl and protected her from the old man's constant questions. At this moment, as they were driving to the lady's mansion, Arsène was still silently accompanying her, not demanding anything. So, the heroine said that the gentleman could call her whatever he wanted, as she wouldn't object at all. To her great surprise, the lady suddenly noticed that the gentleman's ears had turned red, and he himself asked her not to get too worked up. Realizing that after such a fiery speech, she had been forgiven, Rose laughed out loud at the whole situation. Arsène watched the lady's laughter for a moment, then finally decided to ask the question that was bothering him. The young man couldn't understand why the person who was previously colder than ice had suddenly become so lively and pleasant. The heroine froze in fear when the Duke suddenly announced that she had been replaced so that no one would notice. Since the daughter of Duke Brighton wouldn't give any answers, the gentleman had to think about everything himself. But Rosalina was still afraid that the young man would suddenly ask her an even more personal question, so she jumped up in fear. Then, the girl pressed herself against the window and said that they had arrived at her mansion, which meant they would soon be parting. Not being silent for a second, Rose said, with a smile, that her father was already starting to worry about her absence, so it was time for her to go to him. The Duke finally asked the lady if too few people knew the real her, just as he was helping her down the steps of the carriage. When he suddenly mentioned the Duchess's husband, she shuddered with anxiety, as she still very much wanted a divorce. Suddenly, the gentleman lifted the girl up and asked if perhaps she should give Duke Felston, whom she disliked so much, another chance? But at this moment, the lady asked her friend to be silent and explained that she didn't believe her husband would ever stop hating her with all his might. So, the heroine had no intention of even trying to talk to Arsène, and with that, she said goodbye to her partner. But in the end, Rosalina suddenly turned back and with a cheerful smile announced that she had new ideas for the business. When the girl could no longer see the young man's actions, he took out her handkerchief with a slight smile on his lips to feel better. At this moment, Anthony loudly opened the door to the young lady's room, as she had missed her very much. The Duchess herself was also very happy to see her closest and best maid, so she smiled happily in response. In fact, the assistant had not been sitting idly in the mansion, but had been walking around the city, which she told the young lady about with delight. Anthony pressed her hands to her chest in silent joy and announced that she had finally been able to visit the best perfume shop in the Empire. Furthermore, when she met a wonderful master perfumer and demonstrated her skills, he offered to take her on as a student. The maid warmly thanked the young lady, saying that it was to her credit, but it was Rose who replied that Anthony had achieved this success personally. Then, the assistant suddenly remembered that the rose perfume the young lady had asked about did not contain any rose extract at all. Then, the maid gave the box with the perfume bottle to the Duke's daughter and said that she had tried to recreate that pleasant scent. The maid was not sure if Rosalina would accept her gift, so she squeezed her eyes shut in fear and excitement. Imagine Anthony's surprise when, opening her eyes, she immediately saw the young lady had already applied her perfume. The maid was speechless with shock, as she was very pleased with such a respectful gesture from a noble. And at that moment, the main character was inhaling a pleasant scent, very similar to the one she needed. So, with a grateful smile, the daughter of Duke Brighton said that the assistant was simply an angel to her, as she had been able to do such a thing. Suddenly, the door to the young lady's room flew open, and a servant ran in, clearly out of breath from running. The butler carefully carried in his hands a letter from the imperial palace itself, which he immediately reported from the threshold. Rose immediately became serious and took the letter, looking closely to see exactly who had sent it. And on the sender's line, the name of none other than the Empress herself was clearly written, who wanted to meet the girl. The main character immediately wondered what all this could mean, as there was nothing like this in the original story. Moreover, what surprised the young lady the most was that the Empress had only invited her to one of the tea parties held periodically in the palace. Rosalina did not like that she had to handle even the envelope for the reply letter with care. Meanwhile, the girl was thinking about her business, so she came up with the idea of sending another letter through Anthony. That evening, almost before going to bed, the Duchess decided to once again study the various documents on her desk. Suddenly, Rose noticed an unusual sound coming from the window, and thus left off studying the information. Just then, a young man in a blue raincoat jumped on her balcony. He had come to visit his business partner, not wanting to reveal his identity. He held onto his mask while jumping so it wouldn't fall off. As soon as Allinson landed, Rosalina opened the window in surprise to talk to him. But she was in a great hurry, so before the Duke could ask a word, the young lady grabbed him by the collar and pulled him along. Only after inviting the guest into her room did Rose ask why he had suddenly appeared before her so late and in such an unexpected way. What worried the main character the most was that if anyone saw the gentleman, a huge scandal would immediately break out. In response, the young man pulled out a letter that the young lady had sent him via Anthony and said that it specified a meeting at 11 o'clock. With a heavy sigh, the daughter of Duke Brighton asked her friend to read the letter again, as she had meant 11 in the morning. The Duchess might have continued to scold her partner for a long time, but suddenly she noticed a certain scent emanating from him and immediately took a sniff. At this, Lady Felston recoiled in displeasure, as she detected the smell of alcohol in the fragrance, which she did not like. The Duke had to admit that he had indeed been drinking, but that it had nothing to do with his mistake about the time. He became a little emotional, and thus admitted that he usually did not try to drink, but today was an exception. Allinson had been tormented by his thoughts today, so he decided to drink a little, although the young lady would not say that he had only drunk a little. Still not revealing his face to the young lady, the young man suddenly asked if he could ask her a slightly personal question. When Rose gave her permission, the Duke looked back and asked who she was thinking of choosing as her partner for the upcoming festival. The girl could not even imagine that the masked gentleman would be interested in such non-work-related questions. But she did not want to reveal all her plans, so she smiled slyly and said that it was her little secret. Then, Allinson clarified his question about himself, asking about the girl's husband, with whom she had not spoken for quite a long time. But Rosalina declared with absolute certainty that this person was not even one of her candidates, and never would be. This deeply hurt the Duke, although he tried not to show it. As for the young lady, it was about a completely different person. Here, Rose suddenly remembered why exactly she had decided to invite her partner to a joint business meeting tomorrow. The Duchess revealed that she had a new idea for their business and was eager to discuss it with the masked gentleman. The daughter of Duke Brighton admitted that she had thought a lot in this direction, and she seemed to feel that something more was missing. So, the young lady showed off that she had turned flowers into decorative items that could be worn among items of clothing. Lady Felston calculated that if she could sell these to the aristocracy, they themselves would become good advertisements for the product. It was at the next festival that Rosalina planned to show everyone the latest items in her collection of decorations. Allinson could not help but be impressed by this idea, as the girl had linked a person's status to the status of an accessory. The Duke was more than confident that such products would sell extremely well, and the first batch would quickly sell out. As a result, this fashion would soon spread to even the lower nobility, who would try to keep up with the upper class. The young man suggested that ordinary families would also buy the jewelry if they could find something that suited their price. But he feared that all this could lead to the attitude towards Rose, who was trying to monopolize beauty, becoming worse. But the master did not have time to finish this thought in his head as the young lady called him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Rosalina declared that neither status nor honor mattered before money, so she was not afraid of anything at all. The main character was sure that in the world of this novel, everything in life came down to money, so she was less concerned about other values. The Duke was surprised to hear the young lady's wise thought that there was no point in worrying about trivial matters. At this, Rose completely lost her composure and loudly declared that the day would come when everything would depend only on money. Listening to the girl's fiery speeches, which seemed unrealistic to him, the Duke smiled slightly in response. Then, he picked up Rosalina's sheer robe from the floor to gently drape it over the girl again. Having done this, the young man asked if there was a place for him in the wonderful and rich world that Rose had devised. Suddenly, he began to lean towards her very slowly, whispering that he would accept her gratitude if the young lady wished to give it. Suddenly, the father knocked on the door of the Duke's daughter's room and noticed that the light was still on. Then, the man looked at his daughter and worriedly asked why she had not yet gone to bed, as it was already late. In response, Rosalina, as if nothing had happened, said that she simply had a lot of work to do, although the young lady had only just had time to sit down at her desk. While the father and daughter were talking to each other, Alanson listened to them from the balcony, as he had managed to hide there. However, the young man did not stay in this place for too long, so as not to be discovered, and so he went home. The next morning, very early, the butler of the Felston mansion was no longer asleep, so he went to see his master with documents. Imagine the boy's surprise when, for the first time in his life, he discovered that the Duke's office was not at all empty at that hour. Alanson could not sleep that night, so he decided to start work early to keep himself busy. Maurice noticed that the gentleman had become much more lively and less aggressive, and he immediately ordered his assistant to start work. At the same time, Alanson only now realized that he had completely forgotten about the bouts of madness that had not plagued him for a long time. And all of this was thanks to Rosalina's handkerchief, which the Duke had no intention of returning, as it was the only thing that helped him. Only after learning of this object's ability did the young man order a full study of all other similar materials. But for some reason, no matter what Alanson did, the only thing that helped him was the handkerchief that the young lady had once lent him for a time. But the Duke was not sure that the girl was his soulmate, as communicating with her before had not helped at all. The madness was an ancient curse that was only passed down to the male members of the Felston family. But there were people who were soulmates, as they could save the Dukes and their children from the curse. For this reason, all Felstons searched for such a soul their entire lives, and then fell in love at first sight. However, Alanson recalled the prophecy that the sorcerer had told him, which was supposedly about the boy not having a soulmate. Because of such terrible news, the boy's parents quickly fell into complete despair, as they were very afraid of the curse. As a result, at one point, they abandoned the boy alone because they did not want to be responsible for him. The mother and father, with fake smiles, told the child that they were going north to find a cure and would be back soon. But since then, he had not seen them again, and now suddenly, he had personally met the sweet and smiling daughter of the Duke named Rosalina. However, the Duke pushed the thought from his mind that she could be his soulmate, as the madness could subside on its own for a time. Looking at the handkerchief on the table, the Duke decided there must be another reason he was experiencing such feelings. Meanwhile, the heroine herself happily walked with her recovered brother and was delighted that he looked so cool. The young man had prepared thoroughly for the festival, as he was his sister's dance partner, so he had asked her to dress him. In response, Leodore noted that the girl was shining just as brightly as he was, so they were both very beautiful. After such a dialogue, the young man offered his arm to the lady, as the doors to the main hall suddenly opened, inviting them in. In the main hall, there were already quite a few people, who immediately turned to look at the newly appeared Leo and Rose. Suddenly, the heroine noticed that her brooch with an artificial rose had unexpectedly come loose and fallen to the floor. She immediately asked her brother to slow down, as she wanted to pick up the ornament and put it back in its place. Imagine the Duke's daughter's surprise when the young man said that he would pick up the brooch himself, and she just had to wait. Leodore explained that he was finally accompanying his beloved sister for the first time in his life, and wanted to help her as much as possible. It was for this very reason that the young man could not allow the girl to do such small, unnecessary things herself. The heroine was very pleased with her brother's care, so she smiled happily in return as she could enjoy life. The surrounding nobles also saw such a handsome young man for the first time, so they admired his appearance with all their eyes at that moment. Alanson also came to the festival, hoping that his wife would choose him, but in the end, she went with her own brother. Therefore, the Duke now felt uncomfortable at this celebration of life, as his dreams and fantasies had not come true. To not torment his soul further, the man drank a few glasses of wine, after which he left as quickly as possible. A few days later, the nobles discussed with great interest everything that had happened at the recent festival. What surprised them most was that Rosalina, who was under the curse of the rose, had somehow been able to pin them on herself. Suddenly, another lady approached the ladies who were chatting about everything and anything and wanted to join their conversation. It turned out to be Duchess Roman, who was smiling cheerfully, although she herself was also wearing a rose as an ornament. Seeing the panic in the girl's eyes, the lady explained that she was not cursed, as she was wearing a beautiful artificial rose. Mary loved flowers, so now she was incredibly happy to be able to touch them, even in this form. The girl shared with the others that she had always been on the sidelines during Rose events, but now she could participate, So, clasping her hands, the Duchess happily announced that at this moment, she was no longer worried about anything, as she was not afraid of the curse. After such an inspiring story, the nobles immediately became interested in where they could buy similar roses. That night, one of the guards, as usual, lazily went down to the dungeon to feed all the prisoners in the dungeon. The man was very tired, as it was late, so he walked slowly and hardly looked around the whole time. Here, he opened the bars of Elisa's cell to feed the lady, and suddenly froze in horror at what he saw inside. It turned out that this woman had somehow escaped, which the guard immediately ran to report to the Duke. The next morning, Duke Brighton showed everyone his new brooch, which he proudly displayed with great pride. The man shared that he had been able to touch a rose for the first time in his life, only thanks to his daughter's efforts. Therefore, the gentleman was extremely proud of the lady and told everyone that she was just like him, as she had started a profitable business of growing roses. The nobles, who had heard this before, realized that the Duke just needed a reason to be proud. And the man himself was completely unaware that he had long gone too far and was quite content discussing Rosalina's successes. Suddenly, one of his assistants ran up and said that he had urgent information about the dungeons. Hearing that Elisa had somehow escaped, the Duke was horrified and could not even contain his negative emotions. He went to the dungeon as quickly as possible and went down with his servants to check everything as best as he could. For Mr. Brighton, time passed extremely slowly at that moment, and the key in the lock turned as if it were an eternity. Finally, the guard opened the prison bars and the man stepped inside, asking how long the woman had been escaped. The assistant reported that they had only just found out when, very recently, they delivered food to all the prisoners again. And at that moment, at the Black residence, Calix was working very hard solving complex mathematical equations and wanted to go play. When Rosalina noticed the boy was completely exhausted, she still suggested that he should rest for a bit. When Black started to complain that studying was too hard, the girl laughed and advised him to be patient. After that, the heroine began to think about the things that had been happening around her all this time. What worried her most was the behavior of Duke Black, because she had completed all the procedures and officially went to see him. However, that old man almost immediately said he had urgent business and disappeared as quickly as possible, so she never saw him again. In addition, Rosalina was also worried that Calix was ready for events, but he had not yet been introduced to the public. The girl couldn't understand what the Duke was thinking when suddenly his son jumped up, slamming his hand on the table. He did so because he couldn't take it anymore and smiled, suggesting that Rose go somewhere to play with him during their break. Calix reported that not far from them was a beautiful little lake that everyone should go see. But then suddenly, the Duke appeared next to the two friends and placed a book right between them to push them apart. Arsène said that Black only thought about playing with someone instead of studying properly. Then, the masked gentleman declared with complete confidence that now was not the best time to have fun. He suddenly looked straight into Rosalina's eyes and said that they needed to go to Henna to see him as soon as possible. The heroine asked in surprise about the urgency of this event, as she was in no hurry. To everyone's surprise, a maid burst into the room, bringing some not-so-good news. The assistant was trembling with fear, so she asked the lady to read everything in the newspaper herself. The Duke's daughter had no idea what had happened this time, when she suddenly found herself being called a villain. The newspaper wrote that the girl's artificial roses did not protect against the rose curse, as she had claimed. What surprised the lady most was that Daisy's condition had worsened when she touched one of the roses produced by the business. She had thought she would encounter matters related to the original protagonist much later, but it was happening right now. At the same time, at the Roman residence, everything on the surface was bright and pleasant, but inside was a different atmosphere. Mary couldn't believe what was written in the papers, because the roses had worked so well for her. Therefore, the woman even jumped up in emotion and concluded that someone had orchestrated a huge conspiracy against Rosalina. Since she was very grateful to the Duke's daughter, she decided to personally resolve all the misunderstandings related to the flowers. But as soon as the woman stepped outside, she immediately ran into a whole crowd of malicious people protesting against Rosa. However, Roman did not give in easily and began to call for everyone to listen to her, resulting in her being pushed quite roughly. As a result, Mary fell right into the arms of a man who was hiding his face under a large, dark cloak. The woman only had time to look under the hood at the moment the man asked if she was okay after the fall. And by the color of the eyes and hair, Roman immediately recognized that this stranger in the cloak was the famous Rosalina. Realizing she had been exposed, the girl raised a finger to her lips, asking Mary not to reveal her current location to anyone. Then, the heroine shouted loudly, and Lady Felston ran to the right, pointing in that direction for everyone. Only when all the disgruntled people had run in the indicated direction did the Duchess stand up and extend her hand towards Mary, asking for her name. The woman had never thought she would get to shake hands with the person who invented the artificial roses to fight the curse. To Roman's surprise, Duke Brighton's daughter immediately asked if she could ask her new acquaintance for a favor. Since Mary was only too happy for such a thing, she smiled happily and immediately agreed to everything. To not stand in one place for too long, the girls headed to the Brighton residence, although the woman did not know how she could help. Rosalina did not say right away what exactly she needed, but instead suggested discussing all matters inside. At the residence, the girl was immediately greeted by her brother and father, who had learned everything from their assistants with worried expressions. The Duke even ran to his daughter's side and gently put his hands on her shoulders, asking if she was sure everything was okay. Following the man, a young man ran to the lady's side and also promised to protect her from all the foolish attackers. Duchess Roman did not expect to receive such strong support from Rose's relatives, so she was very surprised. And the heroine herself suddenly showed her family that she had even received a summons to court because of everything that was happening in the region. But Leodore and Sir Brighton immediately declared that they would never let Rosalina go to that place, as she did not deserve it. However, to the great surprise of everyone present, the girl suddenly declared that she was very happy with such an invitation. The whole point was that someone had set her up, and she knew that this person would definitely appear at the trial to deal with her. And the Duke's daughter would take advantage of this to personally defeat her incomprehensible and cunning enemy. Sir Brighton now looked proudly at his daughter, whose eyes burned with a desire for revenge. Since he had no intention of interfering in the girl's affairs, he said that he would support his daughter's decision to join the fight if she decided to do so. But the heroine completely ignored her father, as communicating with her guest was now much more important. Since the plan of action was already prepared, the young lady led her guest away without hearing the end of the Duke's speech. Only a few minutes after Rose and Mary had left, Leodore turned to the man to stop him from speaking further. It turned out that Sir Brighton had been so engrossed that he hadn't even noticed his daughter had left. At this point, the heroine invited Roman to the dining room, as that was where part of her plan lay. Lady Felston even brought the tea tray herself, so that no servants could interrupt their important conversation. She was a little embarrassed because this prevented her from treating her friend normally, so she apologized. But Mary was happy with everything as it was, so she immediately reminded her that she had not come on an official visit. At this moment, the woman looked around and was surprised to notice the strangely shaped vase that Duke Black had given her. Rosalina mentioned this, and then drew the Duchess's attention to the papers placed on the table. Mary almost immediately thought they were going to conduct a secret correspondence, while continuing to talk loudly with each other. But Rosa suddenly showed a piece of paper, on which she had just written that the guest should respond only by agreeing with all her words. After that, the heroine specifically called Duchess Roman Bronze and asked her to commit perjury in court. At the same time, the Duke's daughter herself smiled cheerfully, showing with her whole appearance that they were playing a very fun game. Mary even blushed, as this was the first time she had to deliberately lie, but she admitted to everything Rose asked. At the end of her speech, Roman couldn't help but add that the young lady was her benefactor, so she couldn't refuse to help. In response, Rosalina laughed heartily and asked the fake bronze to restrain herself and speak more slowly. At that moment, as the heroine had predicted, a complex and very rare type of magic was hovering around the vase. It transmitted almost word for word to the mages at a great distance, the entire essence of the conversation between the two friends in the room. As soon as the men recorded the words with which Rosalina had persuaded someone to commit perjury, they were overjoyed. The mages did not miss such an extremely important moment and immediately recorded it on a specially created film. Then, one of them informed Duke Black that they had recorded the young lady's request to help her at all costs. The old man chuckled with joy, glad to have outsmarted a clever girl who had asked for a lie to be told for her. The next morning, Rose decided to take care of all her other affairs, so she went to the royal palace. The guards at the entrance stopped her almost immediately and asked her to state the purpose of her unexpected visit to the Empress herself. In response, the heroine calmly showed the letter and said that she had personally received an invitation to a tea party and she had come. At that moment, the Empress was distractedly looking out the window at her domain as she was not expecting any visitors. Suddenly, Rosalina was allowed to approach her, and she politely introduced herself to the woman, as she had long since learned royal etiquette. Following the young lady, the lady introduced herself and said that she could be called Agnes, so as not to be too formal. Then, the mistress of the empire invited her guest to taste any of the sweets on the table. But Rose could not allow herself to relax, so she kept her hands pressed tightly to her legs the whole time. After just a few minutes of conversation, the young lady finally asked Agnes why she had invited her for tea. This question made the woman smile, and she said that for some reason young people were always in a hurry. She suggested they start by having a cup of the tea on the table, and the heroine immediately recognized it as poisonous acarosad. Only after realizing this, the heroine couldn't even believe her own assumptions, although she could now recognize this scent anywhere. So, Rosalina realized to herself that she was not mistaken at all, which had become quite boring for the girl, as there had been too many poisonings. And the Empress smiled slyly, asking why her guest was behaving so disrespectfully and not drinking the offered tea. However, Rose was not going to drink the beverage before she could understand what Edna's true intentions were. But unexpectedly to herself, she suddenly changed her plan and thought that sometimes being deceived wasn't so bad after all. So, while the mistress of the empire smiled at the girl, she obediently drank a cup of tea despite the danger. And exactly 1 second later, blood began to pour from the young lady's throat, quickly flooding almost the entire space around her. Upon seeing this, Edna immediately fell into a state of horror, as she was completely incapable of providing first aid to others. So, the heroine fell dead on the floor and did not move at all, while the woman who had invited her panicked. With poorly concealed horror on her face, the Empress whispered that she had no idea about the poison in the tea. Then, she screamed at the servants to call a doctor immediately as soon as possible to save the guest. Realizing that the assistance would take a long time to run, Edna still approached the body of the girl lying on the floor. Not knowing exactly what to do, the Empress called out to Rosalina with great hesitation, although she knew that she was unlikely to answer. At this moment, the woman noticed something strange, so she bent down and brushed the hair from the young lady's face, revealing a smile for some reason. This shocked Edna so much that she immediately covered her mouth with her hand and took a few steps back. And Rose, as if nothing had happened, stood up and with a sly smile suggested they finally have a real talk. In response, the mistress apologized for her test and said that she heard she had recently saved Calix. She admitted that she was just a puppet, but in reality, she could control neither power nor property. So, despite Rosalina's protests, the woman knelt before her and begged the girl for help. To the heroine's great surprise, Edna suddenly, with tears in her eyes, declared that Calix was in great danger. But Lady Felston did not immediately understand why the lady said that, as the boy was at the Blake mansion. However, the woman shook her head in response to this, as such information did not reassure her at all. Just a few seconds later, after calming down, she admitted that this only made things much worse for Calix. Then Rose cautiously asked how the Empress could say such a thing about a nephew she didn't know, and the lady remained silent. But the heroine really wanted to know the truth, so she asked if Calix was actually Edna's son. The woman did not expect that someone could even guess this terrible secret of hers, so she stood frozen in place with surprise. The whole problem was that behind all the power all this time was Duke Blake, who was responsible for the Empire's affairs. But the old man did not solve all business matters himself, but consulted with wise nobles from different families. These people had long since become his confidants, as they completely shared his views on management. Edna had tried to suggest that they develop more gradually, but the Duke flew into a rage and reminded her that it was he who had put her in the position of head. No matter how much pain the Empress was in, the old man only mocked her, as he knew he was much stronger than the woman. Even the assistants, although they were very loyal to Edna, did not dare to oppose the hot-tempered old man, and he took advantage of this freely, as he continued to scream and constantly restrict his sister's freedom. The woman had admitted that her biological son had been replaced long ago, and she needed to obey so that he would be completely fine. So, she believed that the boy was living well at the Blake mansion and did not even suspect how much he had suffered all this time. While Ednis could not stop crying with worry for Calix, Rosa suddenly promised to keep an eye on him. Furthermore, the heroine asked the woman to trust her and ask for help if anything difficult happened. But then there was a knock on the door, and Rosalina's expression immediately changed, which slightly frightened the Empress. The Duke's daughter openly asked if poisoning was really the style of the famous royal family. She turned away decisively and promised that her family would never forget such a terrible stab in the back. As a result, the heroine did not even receive any medical assistance, although the servants had managed to call the best doctors. Instead of helping the girl, the maids lifted their Empress up, surprised at how the meeting ended. As for Rosalina's own business, she quickly discovered a listening device in the vase given by the Duke. The masked gentleman tried his best to suggest that the young lady simply throw away this strange and completely unnecessary gift from the enemy. But the heroine suddenly thought of a completely different use for the vase, so she asked the Duke to help her take the item away. Even in front of her partner, the Duchess did not reveal all her cards, but only smiled mysteriously and asked him to trust her. Finally, after a few days, the day of the trial arrived, the day the Duke's daughter had been waiting for with great impatience all this time. Even the witnesses called to the trial suspected that it was not just about the roses, but they still couldn't change anything. Duke Blake listened intently from behind a curtain to the shouts of the crowd, some demanding Rose's punishment, while others still pitied her. In any case, the old man was extremely pleased with the effect achieved, but had no intention of stopping there. While no one was paying attention, the secret master of the Empire quietly laughed sinisterly, already anticipating his quick, easy victory over the young lady. When the trial finally began, the Duke was more than confident that society had chosen the side he needed. At this moment, one of the representatives of the royal servants called for silence. Then, he introduced everyone to the Emperor himself, who had come to preside over the trial. But the representative of the Blake family could not have expected such a turn of events, so he was utterly surprised. Rosalina had created this effect unexpectedly, only at the very last moment, which she was very pleased with. And the ruler suddenly announced that he had decided to personally judge the Duke's daughter, as she had some connection to the saints. Then, the man reported that Rose was accused of distributing artificial roses that carried an ancient curse. But what angered His Majesty the most was the accusation that she had received a lot of money for this. The daughter of Duke Brighton stood before the Emperor with her back as straight as possible, as she understood that things would not be easy for her. However, the girl quickly found the strength to begin denying all the accusations against her, as they were impossible. The lady had prepared thoroughly, so she had asked Duchess Roman to testify and confirm Rosalina's words. And Mary immediately reported that, from the moment she started wearing the rose jewelry, she had never been attacked by the curse. The woman had prepared her speech very well, as she desperately wanted to help her friend, Lady Felston. But then, without listening to Roman at all, Duke Blake slammed his cane on the floor and declared that she was lying at the most sacred trial. So that no one would think he was slandering, the old man immediately took out a scroll with a recording, using it as evidence for his words. At the end of his speech, he even looked down sadly and said that he was very disappointed in the girl who had saved his son. The Emperor listened attentively to all the arguments presented, but it was impossible to guess from his face what he was thinking. As he was not very patient, he asked for the recording in question to be played quickly. Duke Blake obeyed immediately, and the words that poured out of the scroll said that the lady was asking Bronze to take her side at the trial. Upon hearing this, the surrounding nobles immediately began to whisper as they realized the importance of this recording. And the old man himself joyfully shouted that after making sure that everyone was looking at her, Rosalina declared that Duchess Roman was by her side and there was no Bronze at all. The Duke clearly could not have expected such a turn of events, because with a surprised look on his face, he suddenly stood frozen in place for a long time. At this moment, to the old man's surprise, the Emperor announced that the entire Bronze family had recently gone to the southern lands. Since Duke Blake had relied solely on this defense, he began to panic and scream that some mistake had been made. But before the old man could object, Ednis and Calix, who had been completely cured by the medicines, suddenly appeared before everyone. Upon seeing the two newcomers, His Majesty even jumped up in surprise, forgetting his composure. The man looked at Calix's face with incomprehension which, by all indications, belonged to the imperial family. Then the Empress spoke up, apologizing for being late, as she wanted to resolve all her mistakes. She said that Duke Blake wanted to put his son on the throne, so he had swapped the real heir in Blake. But the old man did not let the woman finish, shouting that eye and hair color could easily be faked with special potions. At this point, Rosalina joined the conversation, sarcastically noting that Duke Blake was very well informed on this topic. But the ruler demanded silence from everyone and announced that he would examine the boy to see if he belonged to his family. However, the emperor wanted to show mercy, so he promised not to touch the Duke's family if he immediately confessed everything. The old man immediately recalled his sad past when he did not understand why he was not fortunate enough to be born with the right to inherit the throne. He understood that he would never be able to take the emperor's place in his lifetime, but he decided to secure such an opportunity for his son. The Duke needed this so that the boy could raise his family to the highest position from which his father could rule. However, even after coming up with such a plan, the Duke was never able to fully execute it. This made him very sad. To the heroine's great surprise, the old man suddenly admitted his guilt, and the game showed her a window with the end of this quest. But the lady did not expect that she would even receive the title of hero of the empire, so she blushed a little in embarrassment at this. However, the Duchess did not have a chance to be distracted by the game for too long, because someone suddenly called her. It turned out to be Calix, who had missed her so much that he eagerly rushed into her arms. The Emperor suddenly stepped down from the dais, declared the trial over, and said that he was indebted to her. The Duke's daughter could never have imagined that His Majesty himself would offer to let her ask him for anything. But the heroine would not miss such a wonderful opportunity of her own. That same evening, the girl sent her husband a letter in which she enclosed all the necessary documents. The young man eagerly opened it because he was curious about what Rose had written to him so unexpectedly. But in the end, the Duke only felt disappointed because the lady once again insisted on divorcing him. Azinson himself had changed his mind, so he was thinking about what he could do to refuse to dissolve the marriage. A few weeks after the incident at court, the grand imperial holiday finally arrived and everyone gathered for it. His Majesty did not hesitate to order the indefinite arrest of Duke Blake in order to later press charges against him. The news that Calix was the true heir to the empire left everyone, except for Rosalina, in complete shock. The heroine herself was most interested in the question of what changes the hero title she had just received in the game would bring her. At this moment, she heard the nobles whispering that the villainess had saved the crown prince, which shocked everyone. But what confused people the most was that Rose had ultimately even become a hero of the empire, as this was a very rare occurrence. But at that moment, all the rumors and chatter ceased because the emperor slowly and majestically entered the throne room. All those present immediately and gracefully bowed to the respectable man who ruled the entire empire. While the man was walking, he did not respond to anyone or anything because he was obliged to maintain a solemn face. Then he announced that Duke Blake had been sentenced to death for treason to intimidate everyone. Lady Felston knew very well that this was to be expected, while the nobles were horrified by it. Suddenly, she heard people talking about how Calix should also be sentenced to death, which surprised her. The girl knew that the boy would not end up suffering any punishment because everything that happened had been against his will. Rose was curious whether the boy's eyes would change color without the use of potions, so she would be sure to pay attention to this a little later. At this moment, the Emperor announced that Calix had undergone many bloodline tests, all of which had come back positive. That is why, right now, the ruler introduced the boy as the true and only heir to the empire. When the former Blake was given the floor, he smiled sweetly at everyone around and announced that his name was Calix. At the same time, the young man tried to look only at Rosalina because he needed her support more than anything in the world. The prince himself was thinking about how beautiful the girl was today, and she sincerely thought he was very cool. At this moment, Rose suddenly heard the emperor continue his speech, and for saving his son, he officially bestowed upon her the title of hero of the empire. All the nobles immediately began to approach Felston one by one to personally express their respect instead of their previous hostility. And His Majesty suddenly called the girl to come closer to him, which she did not resist at all, as she herself had asked to be rewarded in this way. When she was in the right place, the ruler announced that he would also grant her the personal title of Duchess, as well as a lot of money. But the daughter of Duke Brighton could not have anticipated this, so she was very surprised by the freedom she had just received. This gift caused a great stir among the nobility because never before had a title been bestowed upon a woman. Because of this, some young men even had a big argument with each other, as some argued that this was completely wrong. But there were also those who did not waste time and instead invited the girl to visit them, hoping for her kindness. Rosalina remembered very well that it was these same people who would have left no trace of her at the trial, so she was secretly very angry. While the girl was fuming at the surrounding nobles, she did not even realize that the crown prince had suddenly appeared behind her. A confused Rosa asked him what had happened, and Calix happily said that he also really wanted to give her a small gift. Suddenly, she heard the nobles start talking about how close she was to the heir, and she did not like that. But the lady herself was completely unconcerned with all these rumors. So in the end, she decided to simply pay no attention to it. The girl asked what the gift was, and Calix responded by pulling a rose from under his jacket and asking her to dance in front of everyone. As this was a great honor for Rosalina, she smiled happily and immediately agreed to this request. But the Duchess did this not for her friend's sake, but because she once again wanted to successfully advertise her flowers. Suddenly, completely to her own surprise, the Duke's daughter heard from the side some very insolent and blunt words directed at her. It turned out that Count Monzigard had decided to express his not-so-modest opinion, and for some reason had slandered the artificial flowers. But to the lady's surprise, Duchess Roman suddenly stood up for her, shouting so loudly that the man had to step back. Mary said that each of these roses was beautiful not only because they had finally freed the person from the curse, but also in their very essence. The heroine was very happy to see her friend, so she immediately approached her to greet her and talk. But Duchess Roman did not end her indignation at the Count's insolence, as she began to argue with him openly. Only the man suddenly and confidently declared that Mary was simply speaking utter nonsense for siding with Felston. Realizing how brazen he had become, Rosalina stood up to defend her friend and asked if the Count would take responsibility for his words. Then Duke Roman suddenly came to the lady's aid, angrily asking if Monzigard was really attacking his wife. This man was a famous guardian of the Magic Tower, so usually no one dared to argue with him. The Count tried to correct his words, but from his speech, the keeper of the tower only understood that he had called Mary insensitive. After a few minutes, the Duke had grown tired of listening to these pathetic excuses, so he turned away in disappointment. As the keeper of the tower was a very busy man, this time he had come to the imperial palace not for his wife, but for work. The Count was horrified when he suddenly heard from the emperor that he would be punished for having inadvertently insulted the Roman family. Rosalina only had a fleeting smile upon hearing all this news, as she was curious to know what business the head of the mages had come for. The emperor was also impatient with curiosity, so he asked to be quickly told about Duke Roman's urgent news. In response, the man did not delay and directly declared that he had found a way to cure the ancient curse of the rose forever. Because of such unexpected news, His Majesty even forgot his composure and jumped up from his seat in great surprise. The Guardian said that Rosalina's roses contained energy that could at least temporarily soothe the curse. Rose knew very well that the words of the tower's representative could be trusted, so she stood frozen in place, astonished. The girl couldn't believe such a wonderful coincidence, which would now lead to the prosperity of her business. The leader of the tower then reported that he had contacted the Hennis Merchant Guild to obtain materials for further research. Suddenly, he turned to the Duke's daughter and said that he would also need the lady's permission to conduct the experiments. The heroine couldn't help but be delighted by this when suddenly, behind Roman's husband, she noticed the familiar face of Duke Azensin. Upon seeing him, Rosalina immediately recalled with indignation that the man had sent a check with money, but in the end, he hadn't said a single word about the divorce. Furthermore, the lady was very confused because her husband was standing there with such a sullen face, as if he were about to cry. Suddenly, the thought came to her that the man didn't want to divorce her at all, and that was why he was behaving so strangely. But this was too hard for Rosalina to believe, so much so that she decided he was simply sad about losing the money. So, the girl slapped her cheeks to come to her senses and stop thinking about something completely impossible. Looking around, she noticed the nobles were talking about her again, but this didn't frighten the lady at all. Therefore, Rose declared as loudly as possible that she would be only too happy to help remove the curse that was troubling the entire empire. Noticing Count Montsegat approaching her, the lady quickly said that he personally would not face any consequences for his recent bad behavior. Since it was in the Emperor's interest for Rose to cooperate, he promised to grant all her requests. A moment later, the Count still tried to appeal to the lady's heart and reported that his son was now in a serious condition. But all these words only made Rosalina angrier, as she no longer trusted Montsegat since he had berated her. Besides, the heroine knew very well how terrible his son was, so she asked why she should help. The Count was terrified because he had carefully hidden all this information about his son's bad deeds. Realizing that he would not be able to achieve anything, the man declared that he would not forget this insult, after which he fled. In response, the heroine just sighed and once again thanked the game system for providing her with various information. Afterwards, Calix approached the girl again and asked if everything was all right, as she looked tense. Lady Felston was very happy that her friend was so concerned and thoughtful towards her. To change the subject, she suddenly suggested that the prince dance with her and not think about the sad past at this fine moment. She admitted that she had been thinking about it ever since the man gave her flowers, and Calix was very happy to hear about it. So, not at all flustered by his feelings, the heir blushed slightly, feeling a warmth spread throughout his body. Then, he took the lady's hand and promised that he would never disappoint the beautiful friend who trusted him. Rosalina was quite pleased with this promise, so she smiled and quickly called the man to the middle of the dance floor. As the lady and the prince danced in front of everyone, the emperor and empress remarked that they looked very good together. The ruler even admitted that he wouldn't mind if Rosalina eventually became a part of the royal family. The next day, at the Hennis Guild, the duke's daughter was happily talking about how well the business was doing. The girl even allowed herself to dream that by the time of the divorce, she would be able to earn a lot of money and not need anything. The gentleman heard the lady giggling for some reason and asked what was the matter, but she never told him. Anyway, what was important to Argentin was that she was in a good mood, which he admitted to her. Afterwards, the two began their usual checks on their business, as this tedious work would not complete itself. Rose's first order of business was to help the citizens with the most severe symptoms of the Rose curse. Then, the Duke suggested sending the remaining raw materials to the Magic Tower so they could improve their research. At this, the daughter of Duke Brighton suddenly jumped up and asked her partner if he would start another new business with her. Since the man was deep in thought and silent for a moment, she was even afraid that he would refuse. However, a few minutes later, the gentleman delighted Rose with his agreement, so the girl immediately broke into another smile. The lady then announced that she had prepared a piece of jewelry called rose gold for the autumn hunting competition. The man was clearly surprised that she had managed to process gold, and even somehow in the form of a rose. Then, Argentin thought about the idea of capturing the value and honor of the hunt in such a small but expensive piece of jewelry. The girl admitted that this was all she had been able to invent so far, and she didn't even know how to achieve the same color again. In response, the Duke promised that he would personally select all the necessary proportions to help create the same pink color. When her companion asked if Rosalina would participate in the hunt herself, she thought hard because she hadn't considered it. But the Duke's daughter assumed Calix would win anyway, so she didn't want to interfere with him in any way. When the gentleman was surprised by this assumption, she reminded him of how strong the former gladiator was. These words made the man clench his fists in extreme displeasure, as he didn't want to admit that the crown prince was inferior in any way. But to avoid an argument, the Duke finally changed the subject and said that he would definitely research the new segment in their business. Unexpectedly, before leaving, Rose suddenly remembered some recent rumors that she wanted to share with her friend. The masked gentleman immediately announced that he was listening attentively to the lady, as he was genuinely interested. Then, the girl continued the conversation and sadly said that her friend had sent a letter to someone, but received no reply. The girl really wanted to know her companion's opinion on why a man would ignore her like that. Then, the lady still hinted that the Duke had promised a meeting only if the girl met all his conditions. Argentin could barely contain his emotions out of anger and just clench his fists because he guessed they were talking about him. But in the end, the man couldn't hold back and asked if the girl happened to bring a certain amount of money to the meeting. Noticing Rose's surprise, the gentleman explained that this wasn't the first time he had heard such a thing and called the other guy a real fool. From these words of his, the Duchess guessed that her companion somehow knew very well about her conversation with her husband. So, the daughter of Duke Brighton still admitted that the entire conversation was actually about her and not about some anonymous friend. She then added that she simply had to divorce Duke Felston because he had promised her a lot of money to do it. In Argenton's mind, the smug image of Calix, who had a good relationship with Rose, unlike him, immediately appeared. Only now did the man realize how many foolish things he had done, even though he had initially considered the crown prince a real fool. What bothered the Duke the most was that he had openly ignored the girl's request, and she ended up talking about money. Meanwhile, the girl was still trying to find out from Argenton how to finally get an answer to the question that was troubling her. A few days later, the girl became angry because her husband had not answered her, but had instead registered for the hunt. The heroine didn't understand how one could behave so brazenly and ignore someone important. Suddenly, the lady shot up as the thought entered her mind that the Duke had decided to take back the money promised for the divorce. The girl was afraid that Argenton might win the hunt and give her a gift, after which it would be difficult for her to divorce him. Meanwhile, the soldiers and nobles were busy preparing to participate in the annual autumn hunting competitions. But it came as a surprise to all of them when a carriage from the Duke of Brighton's residence suddenly appeared in the distance. The fact was that Rosalina herself had personally decided to come to the hunting grounds to be informed of all events as quickly as possible. The Duchess knew she had to be prepared for any surprises, because according to the plot, the hunt was supposed to end badly. Today, Calix would have to fight a large number of monsters that would appear out of nowhere during the competition, and Daisy, who came to help those who were suffering, would suddenly show all her power and, as a result, would become a saint. Because of all this, the heroine, with the help of a servant, stepped out of the carriage but still didn't know what to do next. The girl also planned to catch her husband for a conversation, so she looked around but couldn't find him anywhere. This somewhat annoyed the girl, as she had planned to convince Argenton not to participate in the competition even before it took place. Suddenly, the Duchess was distracted from her thoughts by Calix, who had quietly bounded over to her as soon as he could see her with his own eyes. Rosalina was genuinely happy to see a friend who was always ready to help her with everything, no matter what. Moreover, the girl couldn't help but tell herself that this royal attire suited the young man very well. Out of habit, Rose began to address Calix formally, but he immediately showed his displeasure and asked his friend to speak informally again. In response, the girl laughed and said that such a thing could only happen when there were special relationships between people. But the young man suddenly said that they had that because the daughter of Duke Brighton was his mistress, not just an ordinary person. Hearing this, Rosalina fearfully covered the crown prince's mouth, as it was impossible to let anyone find out about this. After explaining the rules of conduct to her friend once again, the girl tiredly backed away, as this was not the first time she had told him about this. The heroine truly couldn't understand why such an independent and mature Calix considered her his mistress. Suddenly, the young man asked again when she, as his mistress, would come to the royal palace to play. Noticing the emperor and empress whispering about this, the Duchess was horrified because they could be misunderstood. So, the girl nudged the crown prince in the ribs with her elbow and pretended that he was just joking and teasing when he said such words. The lady hinted to the heir that neither he nor she were yet masters of the palace, as they had not yet claimed the throne. At the same time, the heroine carefully observed the ruler's reaction in the hope that she could deceive them. And His Majesty indeed finally concluded that the young man and the girl were simply flirting with each other. When the adults had moved away, Rosalina sighed and asked her friend why he kept calling her his mistress. She then asked not to be called that in public, which clearly upset Calix, who believed he was telling the truth. So, the young man apologized and promised that he would say this at another time. The girl had to come up with the idea that if anyone heard about the mistress affair, they would not see each other for a week, and it worked. The heir fearfully hugged the girl tightly and asked how she could talk about such a thing. But Rosalina reassured the young man, saying that if he listened to her, they would just go for walks more often. In response, the crown prince took advantage of the moment and contentedly hugged his friend, who had not yet escaped his arms. But then the lady heard the gong, signaling the start of the hunting competition, so she called for Calix to go ahead. The young man immediately became excited and promised that he would definitely win and dedicate his victory to the daughter of Brighton. Rosalina did not respond to such loud words. She just waved after her friend to cheer him on. Note number 2. The start time of subtitle 57 has been adjusted to be continuous with subtitle 56. As soon as Calix was out of her sight, the girl immediately became serious as she focused on her task. Suddenly, she heard a strange rustling in the bushes and turned around to find out what was happening. Imagine the lady's surprise when she discovered that Duke Felston was looking at her with a sad expression from behind the trees. The lady even froze on the spot in surprise, as she didn't think the young man would be following her so obviously all this time. Even the Duke himself understood that he was behaving like a madman, as he had been paying too much attention to his wife. Argenson couldn't find an answer to the question of why he suddenly liked this pink-haired girl so much, since he hated her. The young man was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice Rosalina suddenly approaching him with a surprisingly quick stride. But what scared him the most was when the daughter of Duke Brighton suddenly suggested they talk, which the Duke absolutely did not want. Since it was not in Felston's plans to discuss the divorce, he quickly and skillfully jumped onto his horse. And before Rose could come to her senses, the young man had galloped his horse towards the forest to get lost among the other trees. The heroine could not have expected such a turn of events, as until now, no one had ever run away from her without reason. However, the girl didn't think of being sad, but instead, she rolled up her sleeves, preparing for her battle. She ran to one of the nobles and quite brazenly asked to borrow his horse, just for a moment. The young man tried to stop the Duchess by saying that it was impossible, but she didn't even think of listening to him. The girl pulled the reins as quickly as she could to gallop after Argenson, who she absolutely did not want to lose sight of. Only after a few minutes did Rose realize that she had gone too deep into the forest, so she didn't know exactly where she was. But the only thing that annoyed the daughter of Duke Brighton was that no matter how much she searched for her husband, he was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the girl heard from somewhere in the depths of the trees a very loud and terrible sound, the source of which she could not identify. The lady looked around in fear, hoping it wasn't one of the monsters about to appear. But for now, there was only silence and peace around, and no more strange sounds were heard in the middle of the forest. However, just as the heroine had completely relaxed, to her horror, a terrible monster appeared from somewhere behind the trees. The girl knew it wasn't very strong, and she just needed to stay calm when suddenly the horse jumped up in fear. As a result, Rosalina lost her balance and fell off the animal, as she had completely forgotten to think about it. Suddenly, right at her feet, the lady noticed a strange green liquid that did not belong in the forest. Only then did she think to raise her head and discover that the monster was now right in front of her. This monster was clearly very hungry, so it didn't intend to wait any longer, and with a loud roar, it opened its mouth. Rose was not prepared for this, so she didn't know what to do, when suddenly she heard the sounds of quick and skillful sword swings. The heroine froze on the spot, as she didn't even have time to realize exactly what was happening right in front of her. And the dead monster fell to the ground like a heavy corpse right in front of her, as it had been defeated easily and simply. But it didn't end there, because the Duke who had killed the monster shouted that there was poison in its blood. To save the girl, the young man rushed forward and hugged her tightly, pulling her as far away as possible from the monster's lying corpse. The Duke was a little tired from all these quick actions, so he stopped for a moment to catch his breath. Imagine his surprise when the girl suddenly said that she had finally caught her runaway husband. The girl tightly gripped Argenson's hand so that he would no longer dare to run away from her in this dangerous forest. The heroine was both happy that her plan had succeeded and annoyed that her husband was avoiding an answer. The fact is, about 3 minutes ago, the girl had completely given up as she still couldn't find the Duke anywhere. But she had no intention of giving up, despite the fact that this world didn't have any navigation systems. Instead, the Duchess decided to cheat and use her gaming abilities, as they could be helpful to her. Rose carefully studied all the conditions available to her now, trying to find something similar to a search tool for other people. After a few minutes of searching, the daughter of Duke Brighton finally achieved her goal, which made her very happy. So, it turned out that the Duke was actually quite close to her, although he was hiding so they wouldn't have to talk. Rosalina didn't expect the young man to be so worried that he started following her even in the forest. Suddenly, a crazy thought flashed through the lady's mind that Argenson might want to settle things with her without a divorce. Moreover, the girl even thought that the young man might try to kill her just to maintain his status. So, Rose decided to urgently save herself by any means necessary, and first looked for an escape in the game program. The girl decided that she could use a small weapon, which still had a rather powerful attack. But summoning this item cost too much in-game currency, but the heroine still had no other choice. So, she paid anyway, and a slingshot appeared in front of her, which looked just useless and flimsy. After trying it for a moment, the girl was satisfied and moved on to the next stage of her plan, which was to catch her husband. Suddenly, one of the monsters attacked the Duchess right at this moment, as it had no intention of waiting for the Duke to appear. Rosalina didn't expect this, but she was able to quickly calm down instead of running away in a panic, as she would have without her weapon. Instead, she tested the power of the slingshot on a living creature and immediately dispatched the insolent monster. So in fact, there was no danger to Rose, and she had used the monster as bait for her faithful husband. The Duke was completely unaware of this, but was still unhappy that he couldn't escape when suddenly a heavy rain began to fall. The heroine was no less pleased about this than Argenson, as getting wet and sick was not part of her plans. She decided to find a place to shelter from the rain, and again took the young man's hand so he wouldn't run away. As a result, when the two had finally found shelter, the girl didn't really know where to start the conversation. But what annoyed her the most was that she had accidentally fallen into the most classic cliché of all romance novels. The girl periodically glanced at Argenson out of the corner of her eye, but he behaved completely calmly and did not arouse suspicion. At some point, Rose couldn't stand the silence and invited the Duke to sit down next to her so he wouldn't have to stand any longer. When the young man refused, the Duke's daughter became visibly angry, as she was quite fed up with this whole situation. She said that she had absolutely no intention of eating her husband, and the young man, hearing this, blushed for some reason. And although the lady immediately explained that it was a joke, an awkward silence still arose between the husband and wife. Once again, Rosalina was the first to break it, and, shivering, admitted that it was cold in the rainy forest. Suddenly, she felt the Duke carefully drape his warm cloak over her, as he wanted the girl to warm up. Having done this, Argenson abruptly turned away and moved away again, ordering his wife to sit still and get warm. The young man said that he was hot, and the girl noticed that his face was very red, which was visible even from behind. Rose accidentally said aloud that the plot of this novel was extremely simple, which surprised the Duke, and he looked at her questioningly. The lady immediately realized that this was not something she should have said, so she said that she had just said something unimportant. To change the subject, the girl suddenly said that she wanted to talk to the young man about something, if he didn't mind right now. But the Duke suddenly interrupted the girl, as he remembered that she had just received payment for her services to the Emperor. The heroine immediately understood why the young man had even started talking to her about this, and she felt a little awkward. She looked at the pensive Argenson's back and saw that he was sad, because now the girl had the money to divorce them. The only thing Rosalina didn't like was that her husband had accidentally fallen into one of the classic cliches of almost every novel. The heroine in her world had read a lot of books, and often when girls got lost in another world, handsome young men would fall in love with them. And now Felston was under such a spell from the cliché of novel history, although he himself was completely unaware of it. The thing was, Rose, who had annoyed him, had suddenly changed for the better, and the young man could no longer treat her badly. And, as luck would have it, it was at that very moment that the Duchess found herself trapped in the wilderness with her husband, who didn't really want to listen to her. However, Rosalina herself had no intention of falling in love with anyone, as for her love was equated with death. Suddenly, Argenson said that the girl could come to him for a divorce in exactly 3 days, which she had never expected from him. This made the daughter of Duke Brighton very happy, so the lady really wanted to get this over with as soon as possible and become freer. Suddenly, a system sign appeared in front of the girl, announcing that the chance of her fate's failure was increasing. Rose didn't understand at all what the game wanted from her, as she was getting a divorce from her husband, which she considered the right decision. But the girl didn't have time to think about it, because Calix wanted to contact her, and the lady did not object to talking to him in this situation. Rosalina explained to the heir that she had gotten lost in the forest, eventually getting accidentally stuck there due to the rain, along with Argenson. But to the Duke's daughter's surprise, just a few dozen minutes later, the young man had somehow found her in the middle of the area. The crown prince apologized to the girl for being so engrossed in the hunt that he had completely forgotten about her, even though he was supposed to help. But the heroine immediately reassured her friend, saying that he was not at fault at all, as it was she who had gone for a walk in the forest without saying anything. Since everything was completely fine with her in the end, the girl offered her hand to the heir and suggested they return as soon as possible. Calix was incredibly happy to be able to hold the Duke's daughter's hand as he had always wanted, as he liked the girl very much. But before leaving, Rose turned back and looked at her husband, as she was still a little worried about his current state. The young man was so pensive at that moment that he didn't even notice Rosalina had been looking at his face for quite a long time. However, Calix was in a hurry to get back, so he called his friend and asked if she was coming with him, since he had finally found her. Therefore, the heroine decided that she would not bother Argenson, because in 3 days, they would be strangers to each other, so she turned away. When the young man and the girl arrived at the camp, a very sad sight appeared before them, as monsters had attacked. Seeing all this, Rose became pensive, because in the original story, it was she who had brought all these monsters to kill Daisy. Because of this, the daughter of Duke Brighton couldn't even imagine who exactly had summoned the monsters in her place and showed them the way to the camp. Then, the girl turned around and saw that very Daisy appear behind her to start healing another wounded guard. Resting from her work for a few moments, the girl looked up and suddenly met Rosalina's gaze. Because of this, the heroine of the original story immediately jumped up to talk to the Duke's daughter, who had just arrived. But at the same time, Rose herself couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, as a sense of anxiety wouldn't leave her. Meanwhile, Daisy suddenly approached the heroine and said that she was very happy to see her, as she had wanted to meet her for a long time. No matter how frightened she was by everything happening around her, Rosalina didn't want to ruin her relationship with the girl, so she smiled and was about to answer her. But suddenly, the brunette brazenly interrupted the daughter of Duke Brighton, as she spoke to the heir instead of listening to her. Rose stared in surprise at the saint, who was practically clinging to Calix, who was trying to be polite to her in return. However, even he suddenly no longer liked this girl, who only talked about herself and how scared she was without the heir. After Daisy's speech, suddenly there was a murmur from the people around, as they were angry that Rose had run off somewhere while they were suffering. Duchess Felston sighed heavily, as only now did she realize what this supposedly kind girl was trying to achieve. And she suddenly hugged Calix tightly and with a sad look asked everyone around not to say such unpleasant things about the Duchess. Then, smiling sweetly, she declared that she was sure that Rosalina had also suffered enough during this time in the dark forest. The people around immediately began to whisper in surprise, encouraging the saint's kindness, as they would never have thought of such a thing. The only one who did not approve of such childish behavior was Rose, as she understood what it was for. Suddenly, the girl felt someone's warm hand gently and supportively placed on her shoulder, which surprised the girl very much. The Duke openly declared that he and his wife had been attacked by monsters, so it was time for everyone around to stop their stupid speculations. Only after these words did the insolent nobles finally have to keep quiet, as it would be impolite to continue spreading rumors. Daisy unexpectedly apologized to Rose because Duke Blake had used her name in a recent trial to win. The saint cried out that when she had just started working with him, she didn't know how terrible this man was. Listening intently to all the girl's statements, the heroine didn't know how much she and her emotions could be trusted at this moment. As she quickly grew tired of all these meaningless apologies, the lady said that she understood everything and would leave it at that. Although the brunette tried to call out to Rosalina, she declared that she had important things to do, so she couldn't talk now. However, Daisy continued the dialogue and once again asked the daughter of Duke Brighton to forgive her for everything. As a result, Rose couldn't take it anymore and turned to the persistent saint and said that she could apologize as much as she wanted. Then, the heroine pointed her finger at the surprised girl's face and said that she needed to apologize to the heir, not her. After these words, the girl grabbed Calix's elbow even tighter and asked with excitement what Rosalina meant. But from such actions, the young man visibly flinched and looked at the saint almost with hatred, as her hugs were unpleasant to him. Hearing the words that she, as an unmarried woman, should not get so close to the crown prince, Daisy bowed her head and lowered her eyes. She was still trying her best to pretend that she was a sweet and harmless person, as she had been building this image for a long time. Suddenly, Calix abruptly pulled his hand away from the girl because she had lied that they could heal people if they were together. The saint had nothing left to say to this, and Rosalina came closer and demanded that she show the manners of a lady, not their complete absence. The heroine herself at that moment was thinking that she would not believe the lady who had built such a false reputation around herself. Instead, Rosalina changed the subject and said that she had brought with her a golden rose that would be given to the winner. This special flower was made with the technology of her business partner, so it was much better than the first model. But then Daisy, seeing this prize, loudly asked how the Duke's daughter could think about anything else in such a situation. In response, Duchess Felston explained that this gold could grant small wishes, which greatly surprised the meddling saint. At that moment, Rosalina herself made a wish upon the prize, so that all the injured could be safely healed. After her words, a brilliant light immediately began to spread throughout the entire hunting encampment as the girl's wish was granted. As a result, in just a few moments, all the soldiers' wounds were easily healed, which was noticed by one of the youngest soldiers. Following him, the others checked themselves, realizing that even all the pain was completely gone and they could calmly continue to fight. Daisy watched in complete astonishment, not believing that this was possible, and Rose decided that she could finally go home. Calix immediately ran after the Duke's daughter, quickly passing the saint as if she wasn't next to him at all. The heroine heard her friend calling her, so she turned around to find out what exactly he wanted from her now, since he was following her. Imagine the girl's surprise when she discovered that Argenson was also following the heir, although this was not planned at all. As a result, the Duchess got the impression that she was completely unintentionally leading two giant dogs behind her. Exactly 3 days later, fully prepared, the girl arrived at the appointed place because Argenson had promised that they would finally divorce. She had imagined that after this meeting, she would go to meet her business partner, who would surely be very happy to see her. The heroine had seen in her mind that she and her husband were about to sign all the papers and everything would be completely over. After that, the girl would surely go to the head of the guild to share this good news with him. Rosalina was sure that the guy had feelings for her, so she would receive a confession from him because she would be free. It even got to the point that in her imagination, he said that he had never even thought about anything like that, so he didn't understand what we were talking about. After that, the girl came to her senses and decided that it was best to focus on finalizing the divorce now. To her surprise, the lady remembered that it was at this very restaurant that she and her husband had once started talking about divorce. Suddenly, she went down the steps and discovered that the restaurant where they were supposed to get divorced was no longer there. This horrified Rosalina, as she couldn't even imagine that the Duke would suddenly trap her so despicably by destroying an entire building. Suddenly, from the left, as if nothing had happened, Argenson arrived and smiled upon seeing his wife, who had arrived even before him. Rose slowly turned to him, trying not to show her anger, and asked why the place where their restaurant used to be was now empty. And from the guy's reaction, she immediately realized that he had indeed made an effort and ensured that the building was demolished quickly. And the Duke suddenly declared with a smile that since the necessary place didn't exist, they couldn't divorce the daughter of Duke Brighton. But until the very end, the lady couldn't believe what she was hearing, as she had imagined the prospect of finally being free. Suddenly, a game dialogue box appeared near Rose, announcing that she had failed the divorce mission. But the most horrifying thing for the heroine was that she was now forced to follow her fate for a while. Because of all this, the Duchess suddenly jumped to the side as she realized that she would now have to argue with her cunning husband. Rosalina was not at all happy with the fact that just because the meeting place had disappeared, they could no longer officially divorce. In complete astonishment, Rose screamed that this couldn't be happening and asked why the guy was treating her so cruelly and wickedly. In response, Argenson looked at the girl silently for a moment, trying to guess how truly angry she was. It was all because the guy had actually fallen in love with the girl and didn't want to divorce her at all, so he became visibly sad towards the end. About an hour later, when the heroine returned to the Brighton residence, she walked around and thought about what she should do next. Rosalind didn't want the sad ending with revenge against her, which was in the original plot of the novel. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a light appear at her side for some reason, which meant some information from the game. The tablet, which the girl immediately began to study, said that she could now completely tame any creature. But the girl was more interested in the information that some magical power had been sealed inside her. All of this helped the lady calm down and stop thinking about the failed divorce, as there were also matters with the magic tower. to deliver another batch of flowers to Duke Roman. Rosalina summoned a rose, but noticed that its appearance had changed. Imagine the Duchess's surprise when she learned that she could now summon a whole bouquet of roses, which even had a greater healing effect. Rosalina gently pressed the flowers to her cheek, as she was incredibly happy that her skills, though gradually, had increased. This progress greatly inspired Rosalind, so she became noticeably more cheerful and decided to work as hard as she could that night. The next morning, the heroine went to the Roman residence, which made Mary herself extremely happy, although she hadn't been warned about anything at all. Rose took the girl's hand and apologized for such an unexpected visit, but the Duke's wife was not at all against such a guest. Here, Duchess Felston remembered why she had come and gave her friend a bouquet of roses that she had created just yesterday. However, the girl explained that it was a new product, as it had better healing properties, which surprised Lady Roman. She immediately guessed that Rosa had raised her level again, so she praised the girl for such diligence and determination. Suddenly, the keeper of the magic tower entered the room and apologized for being a little late due to his work. Mary immediately ran to hug him and said that her husband had been busy with research recently, which was why he was so late. Then, the woman showed her husband the bouquet she had just been given, which Rose took advantage of and told him about its properties. The tower keeper examined the bouquet with unconcealed surprise and noted that it truly contained magic, which he hadn't seen in a long time. He concluded that the effectiveness of the flowers was enhanced by the increased purity of the magical power constantly used to create it. But what pleased Rosalind the most was that the Duke was interested in her, so she suddenly proposed a partnership with him at the same time. Because of this funny and unexpected coincidence, the future partners froze on the spot, looking at each other in confusion. Mary, who also heard this, remarked that they thought alike, and the group laughed cheerfully and good-naturedly. Rosalina really couldn't miss such a beneficial partnership for her, and the tower keeper thought the exact same way as he studied magic. The head of the tower even nodded in approval and said that he would be very happy to take the Duke's daughter as a student so that she could develop better in magic. To talk in more detail about their plans together, the guy held out his hand to the girl and asked her to follow him. He invited the girl into his office and told her where the science library was and where he conducted his research. Rose listened to everything attentively, as she was genuinely interested in it, and she sat down on a chair as they decided to have tea. Once they were seated, Duke Roman said that he wanted the lady to answer a question of his before they began the training process. He shared his thoughts that Rose was definitely not an ordinary alchemist, but she couldn't be called a mage either. Although the heroine laughed cheerfully in response, the girl immediately began to worry about whether the Duke could guess that she had transmigrated. For some reason, the keeper of the magic tower himself took a very long time to ask the girl a question, trying to choose his words as delicately as possible. Then he suddenly asked seriously whether the girl happened to be a great being, one that is rarely encountered. The heroine had expected anything but such a question, so she froze in confusion, not knowing how to answer Duke Roman. Rosalina even thought that it would be much more logical to compare her power to the abilities of a magic dragon. A few seconds later, the lady came to her senses and said that she was an ordinary person, and the tower keeper politely asked to check this. Without any doubt about the result, the daughter of Duke Brighton gave him her hand to find out what the guy would finally say. The head of the tower studied the girl's hand for a moment, and then suddenly declared that he had never encountered such pure magical power. He immediately apologized for his earlier words, but the girl was not offended, as she knew she was indeed capable. And the tower keeper at that moment shook his head, as he was surprised that such a power had not been discovered by anyone before for a long time. A moment later, Rosalina was extremely happy that she would now be able to study with someone so talented and knowledgeable about magic. The girl recalled the words of her new teacher, who had said that any object could be controlled unconsciously. So, now the lady wanted to practice summoning the same item to try to finally strengthen it. To do this, Rose chose her favorite and most powerful weapon in the form of Slingshot, whose power actually began to increase due to the summoning. Duchess Felston looked at the result of her work in amazement and concluded that magic was indeed a useful thing. Another day passed. The Duchess sighed tiredly, but was satisfied that she had been able to work normally in the office. When she arrived at the main hall, she noticed that although the maids were very cheerful, they were also very nervous. This situation greatly confused Duchess Felston, as nothing bad was supposed to happen in the residence this time. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice from the drawing room, where there shouldn't have been anyone, as no one had been called. As it turned out, Argenson had come to the Duke of Brighton's residence, and didn't intend to leave until he was sure that everything was all right with his wife. Last night, he had worked late, as usual, organizing papers so the butler would have less work. Suddenly, the handkerchief that Rosalina had once lent him for a while fell from his desk, and the guy immediately reached out to pick it up. Unexpectedly, a terrible madness overcame Duke Felston, so much so that he couldn't control himself and screamed loudly throughout the room, as he could no longer control himself. And in that state, the young man clearly saw the woman for some reason fall from his own hands and sword, and he couldn't stop. What surprised Lord Felston the most about this illusion was that at some point, the lady had completely stopped resisting. Her face, stained red with blood, showed complete resignation to fate. This terrified Argenson, who didn't want this to happen at all. So, now it was extremely important for the guy to find out what condition Rosalina was in, as he was very worried about her. Sitting in the hall, the guy suddenly heard his wife's voice, who was asking behind the door where her father was now, which helped him calm down a little. Unexpectedly, despite desperately wanting to see the girl, Argenson felt the madness take over him again at such an inopportune moment. So, when Leodore once again asked him to leave, the Duke jumped up and said that he would indeed go right now. The speed at which Lord Felston fled the room even startled the son of Duke Brighton, as he didn't think the guest would actually leave. But as soon as the young man opened the door, he saw Rose in front of him, asking the servants what her husband was doing in their mansion. Because the madness was still gradually taking hold of him, Argenson decided to leave before the girl could notice him. At this moment, the heir of the Brighton house ran out into the hallway in agitation, as he was trying, out of courtesy, to find the guest who had just escaped from him. But as a result, the young man only ran into his sister, who hadn't even noticed the Duke had run past her. Both of them began to talk about the situation with surprise, and Argenson heard them very clearly, as he was very close. The young master now sadly thought about what he would do if Rosalina were to actually die, as he absolutely did not want this to happen to her. Countless sad thoughts flooded the young man's mind, so he sadly sank to his knees, not knowing what to do next. That night, when the heroine went to sleep, she opened her eyes and realized that for some reason, she couldn't see anything around her. Then, she heard familiar voices behind her. They were indignant for having missed something incredibly important despite their status. Rosalina turned around and recognized the two figures as her butler and her father. They were clearly worried about something she didn't know yet. If at first the dialogue between them was calm, then by the end, the Duke could not bear it anymore and shouted out of emotion. His daughter, who was observing from the side, was very frightened by this outburst, but she understood that she could not help in any way. Suddenly, the woman overheard that the third child of the Brighton family, who was thought to be dead, had actually passed away recently. This shocked her. Before the girl could think it over carefully, she suddenly noticed that in her dream, she was moving to another place. She found herself right next to her brother, who was in tears and begging their father, who was lying in front of him, to marry his mother. But the Duke blamed himself terribly for having made a mistake that caused his youngest child to die, without him even knowing. As a result, Rosalina was so frightened by what was happening that she suddenly shot up in bed, waking up unexpectedly. Sitting on the bed, she gradually calmed down and couldn't believe that it was just an ordinary dream. At this moment, the heroine recalled that the keeper had told her that the stronger the magic, the higher the chance of seeing prophetic dreams. Rose was frightened by the fact that somewhere there might really be only one of her young relatives left, so she urgently tried to find him. But for some reason, the search bar insisted on telling the girl that the desired subject could not be found and to set a specific target. Looking closer, the Duke's daughter discovered that at the bottom of the search panel, it was written that she needed to know the target's name. This angered the Duchess, as she had absolutely no idea what the name of the child was, whom she had never seen in her life and had only just heard about now. Suddenly, Rose thought that Eliza most likely knew about this child, so she set a goal to search for her malicious and evil stepmother. But this time, the system reported that the specified request could not be fulfilled, which greatly disappointed the woman. But this situation was completely unacceptable to the girl, so she vowed to try searching until she got the desired result. At that moment, Madame Moliere was escaping, walking along dark alleys and looking around to make sure no one was following her. The woman understood very well that this was her last chance to carry out her plan, as she could be caught again and locked up permanently. So, Eliza, while heading to her goal, thought that in any case choice. She had to achieve success as soon as possible and must not fail. She soon arrived at a shelter named Hope, which was so desolate that very few people in high society knew about it. Inside, although it was already dark, a young boy continued to work with all his might, even though it was very difficult for him. However, he had no intention of giving up, as he understood that the better he followed the instructions, the more pleased they would be with him. Just now, he had brought food to two scary creatures and called them to eat, not at all afraid, as they had never touched him. So, even though these monstrous creatures were opening their terrible mouths right in front of him, the child smiled completely calmly. He wished them a good meal, and the monsters immediately began to eat, as they were indeed very hungry. When these creatures were finally full, the boy got up from the ground, as his work was not yet done and there was still more to do. The boy knew that if he didn't finish everything he was assigned before dawn, he would be locked up in prison again, which no one wanted. The man who kept him and gave him food along with tasks cursed each time that he should be grateful to be alive. And the child obediently nodded and didn't even complain about the difficulty of the tasks, only praying that he would be able to finish everything. Suddenly, he heard someone's footsteps and, turning around, saw Eliza in front of him, who hadn't come for a long time. The boy immediately became cheerful and jumped towards her, saying that he had missed her very much all this time, as she hadn't come for a long time. But Moliere did not share this joy at all, so she angrily pushed the child away from her, yelling for him to get away from her. The boy immediately fell to the ground, avoiding the blow, but still apologized for his emotions, even though he himself now felt hurt. He was very happy to see her each time, because the madam had promised to take him away from here when he was a little older and stronger. Meanwhile, Eliza went to talk to the owner and discontentedly told the boy to sit in the attic as quietly as possible and not to bother anyone. These words made the boy visibly sad, but he sadly lowered his head to the floor, only nodding obediently, as he never talked back to anyone. The truth was that he really disliked this dark and gloomy place in the attic, but he tried to be obedient. Suddenly, the boy noticed some kind of light appearing from the floor, and it immediately headed straight for him. The boy had seen such a beautiful light more than once before, so he was not afraid at all, but was just happy to see his friend. And that faint ray of light was also happy to meet the boy, so it gently pressed against his head to caress him. Suddenly, the boy immediately became interested in what the adults were talking about so secretly, so he began to listen intently. Moliere at this time said that the day had come and ordered the man to calm down, as he had immediately become anxious about this. With a frightening change on her face, the madam declared that the prepared victim would soon be taken away, and they would have no more problems. The master of this poorhouse, hearing those words, was overjoyed and said that finally the true grace they had long awaited had descended upon them. But Eliza immediately reminded him of his place, as she always acted alone and had no intention of cooperating with anyone. The man realized his mistake and apologized, which immediately calmed Moliere down, as she was glad that everything would soon be over. The woman smiled widely and said that they were almost done with that nameless, foolish boy from their orphanage. Hearing this, the child immediately guessed that they were talking about him, as he was the only one without a name in this unfortunate place. But the boy could hardly believe that they were going to kill him so soon, even though the adults said he had committed many sins. However, the boy absolutely did not want to die, so he began to pray intensely, promising that he would do even better in all the tasks he was given. The child prayed so fervently that he didn't even notice a strange and loud sound echoing not far from him. To everyone's surprise, a part of the wall in this wooden building collapsed, and rubble immediately fell on Eliza and the man beside her. Then, just a few seconds later, a proud female figure appeared at the room's threshold, one who feared nothing. It turned out that Rosalina had arrived, testing her slingshot on the terrible poorhouse to find out its true power. The boy had never in his life thought he would hear something like this, so he stood there, bewildered, not knowing what to do now. He couldn't see what was happening on the first floor, so he was very frightened, and even fell to the floor when he heard approaching footsteps. All the child's thoughts now were only to beg for forgiveness, and with it, his small and insignificant life. So, the child begged with all his might not to be killed, and hearing no answer, still decided to raise his head to see who had come to him. The The silhouette of the girl he saw frightened the child so much that he even thought that death itself had come. So he cried even louder, begging them not to kill him. But Rose explained that she had no intention of doing so, as she had come to save him. The girl knelt before the child and explained that she was a sister, so she would never do anything bad to him. Then, the woman, with teary eyes, even apologized for not being able to come to the boy sooner, as he had suffered here. But what surprised the boy the most was that the lady said he had his own home, as well as his father and his brother, who were really waiting for him. The child couldn't help but cry upon hearing that he was the precious child of the Brighton family, something he hadn't even known all this time. So, he suddenly completely lost control of his emotions and burst into tears as he was so overjoyed that he was finally no longer alone. Rose noticed how fragile her younger brother was, even though he must have been about 14 years old, so she promised to protect him. Suddenly, the child calmed down and, stepping back a little, asked if he had a name. The boy sadly explained that in this place, he had never been called by any name, but only by rude and insulting nicknames. Rosalina felt so much pity and empathy for the child as she asked if she could give him a name, which made the boy immediately become cheerful. So, after gently patting the child's cheek, the woman thought carefully for a moment, then asked if he would like the name Leonhardt. She explained that little Leon had endured too many hardships, so a name meaning stronger than a lion would suit him. As soon as the boy said he really liked that name, Rosalina smiled happily and hugged her brother. They both suddenly heard Eliza's angry scream as she crawled out from the rubble. She appeared right next to the siblings, although she was panting and managed to stand without falling. The woman was quite bruised, but she still found the strength to get up and scream at the woman who had once again stood in her way. In her madness, Moliere promised that she would kill Rose right now in front of her brother and then the boy. But the heroine was not at all afraid of such threats, as she knew very well that her slingshot alone would not be enough to defeat all the villains. The mocking gaze of Duke Brighton's daughter only further angered the woman, who was already extremely furious and hot-tempered. Gritting her teeth, she declared that the woman was mistaken if she thought she was the only one with a weapon, and snapped her fingers to summon her own. Then, chimera beasts immediately flew to Eliza, and Moliere laughed, saying that pathetic slingshot would not allow her to deal with them. In response, Rosalina laughed and asked her opponent why she would need a slingshot against such powerful magical creatures. The Duke's daughter was not afraid of what was happening, as she had recently become a beast tamer and could tame anyone. After these words, the heroine activated her skill, and the chimera beasts immediately turned towards Eliza, which she did not expect. Rosalina herself found that these creatures were quite funny because they behaved like cats, which Leonhardt also noticed with amusement. The Duke's ex-wife could not have expected such a turn of events, so she once again gritted her teeth in anger, realizing that she had finally lost. Finally, she could not take it anymore and completely let go of her emotions, screaming that she would kill Rosalina, and to do this, she pulled out a sharp dagger from under her clothes. But even in this situation, as an enraged Eliza was rushing towards her, Rose did not move and was not even a bit scared. This was because Rose truly had everything under control, so she just sighed with a smile at this attempt to kill her. The girl said that she had no intention of coming alone, and Moliere turned around in fear upon hearing a voice from the door. It turned out that the daughter of Duke Brighton had brought him with her, as she had told him what was happening and had called him to save their youngest son. Therefore, the man was now even angrier with his ex-wife, who not only killed Beatrice but also deliberately took Leonhardt away from him. With a confident and skilled move, he drew his sword and declared that it was now Eliza's turn to pay for her crimes. The former Duchess could not have expected such a turn of events, so she was terrified of everything that was happening around her. The woman honestly believed she was about to be killed, so she screamed loudly and begged to be spared, no matter what. But although the Duke swung his sword, his plan was only to scare Eliza, not to harm her, even though she had caused so much suffering. So at the last moment, he stopped the sword right in front of the terrified woman, who had fallen to the floor in surprise. The man declared that for her actions, Eliza would be stripped of all her titles and sentenced to death. Moliere felt a shiver run down her body when the Duke said that he would have killed her on the spot if the children weren't there, since Sir Brighton had brought a guard with him. He lowered his sword and ordered his aide to take the woman to a more secure dungeon. As Eliza was being led away, she continued to scream that the real demon was Rosalina, which only made the Duke angrier. so he stopped listening. The heroine decided to distract her father, so she called him over to show him the youngest child, and Brighton immediately turned to them with interest. Leon still didn't know how to react to such drastic changes, but he was open to communicating with his supposed father. The man sat down in front of the child in amazement, because until the very last moment, he couldn't believe that his youngest son had miraculously survived. Rose noticed that the boy wasn't reacting to the man, so she leaned down and whispered that he could talk to him. At this moment, the Duke introduced himself to Leon, as he was very interested to know how his long-lost son had grown up. Realizing that they were treating him well, and for some reason loved him, the boy couldn't hold it in anymore, and sobbing tears appeared in his eyes. As the girl had prompted him, Leon Hart rushed into his father's arms, something he had dreamed of since childhood, as he didn't know he had a family. Rosalina herself also wanted to cry because she had finally managed to truly help at least one person in this world, which she had finally done. A little later, they all returned to the Brighton estate together, as it was necessary to bathe and feed the youngest son. Continuing to care for him, Rose sat down beside Leon's bed and began to read him a bedtime story so the child could sleep better. When the woman finished reading, the boy was still awake, so he asked her to read him another story as he liked it very much. Rosalina looked up thoughtfully and asked her brother what he wanted to hear a story about, and he replied that he wanted to hear about the moon spirit. The heroine did not expect the boy to ask such a thing, so she smiled and asked if he really liked stories about different spirits. Imagine the lady's surprise when Leon Hart reported that before their meeting, there was always someone small and glowing beside him. Since Rose asked for more details, the boy thought about it, recalling exactly when he first met the spirit. After hearing the child's story, the girl realized that he had indeed seen a spirit, which surprised her immensely, as she had never heard of anything like this before. The woman knew that an ordinary person is not granted the ability to see these things, but Leon obviously didn't know about this, as he was still too young. However, Rosalina did not hide the fact that her brother might be a natural-born spirit summoner, which greatly surprised him. Since Duke Brighton's daughter wasn't sure about anything, she suggested they observe for a while later, and for now continue reading fairy tales. This time, the girl only pretended to read a book, but she herself made up a beautiful story about her brother and his friend in the form of a moon spirit. This finally had an effect on the youngest son of Duke Brighton, so he gradually began to close his eyes, even though he tried to listen. The heroine continued to speak until she realized that this time the boy had truly fallen into a deep and sound sleep. Only then did Lady Felston put the book aside, which had long since served no purpose, carefully placing it on the bedside table. Before returning to her room, the lady checked on the child and tucked him in carefully so that he wouldn't accidentally get cold on his first night in the mansion. Then, although the child was asleep and wouldn't know, the girl gently kissed his forehead and quietly wished him a good night. She herself walked down the hall to her room and began to think about everything, about the conversation that had just taken place between her and her new little brother. Suddenly, a thought appeared in her head, completely unconsciously, that if she called the spirit's name, it would immediately return. But Rose couldn't remember exactly where she had heard this, so she stood frozen in astonishment, trying to understand at least something for herself. Suddenly, the woman recalled the dialogue with her assistant in the form of a fairy, who had said that he would appear when the lady called her. But Rose had absolutely no idea how to find out the spirit's name in order to summon it. The next morning, waking up especially early, Leon Hart quickly ran to the beautiful garden of the Brighton estate. The boy really wanted to find a fairy tree that his sister had told him so much about, and was overjoyed when he finally succeeded. Running up to it, the boy hugged the tree and greeted it, as he felt that this would be the right thing to do, even though the tree did not respond. As Leon closed his eyes in bliss, he didn't notice a strange light that suddenly appeared at the top of the tree. After just a few seconds, the boy seemed to sense something, and so he looked up with interest, trying to see something. Imagine the surprise of the youngest Brighton son when he met the very fairy who had once come to him in the attic. The child gently and tenderly placed her in his hands to thank her for everything the magical creature had done for him. Unexpectedly, Leon admitted that he used to think he was abandoned because he was terrible and useless, not even having a name. However, the little fairy had constantly visited the boy, and his sister had come for him, so he realized that he had been completely wrong. Leon Hart happily announced that when he grew up, he planned to help children like himself, which would require him to become much stronger. Suddenly, the fairy spoke up and asked if the boy wanted to receive a rare power worthy of a true king. But the child didn't understand at all what his friend was talking about, so he continued to smile calmly and happily at her. Finally, he scratched his head in confusion and admitted that he wouldn't refuse the power, as it could help his sister, who had saved him. After these words, the fairy immediately flew up, much to Leon's surprise, because for some reason, she suddenly called him her king. She said that she was returning to the boy the power she had protected all this time, even with her own life, although Leon understood very little of these words. Suddenly, he noticed a very pleasant warmth begin to spread throughout his body, something the Duke's son had never felt before in his life. The child even closed his eyes in bliss to fully enjoy the warm moments that were incomprehensible to him. When Leonhardt finally opened his eyes, for some reason, all the fairies had flown away somewhere, which made him feel a little sad. However, unexpectedly, the child heard his sister's voice nearby. This finally distracted him from his sad experiences. The boy immediately almost forgot everything that had just happened to him, as he immediately ran towards Rosalina. At this moment, the heroine was sternly interrogating the Chimera beasts, as she understood their language very well and wanted to know who Eliza Moles was working with. Leon had just run up and appeared beside the girl so unexpectedly that the woman even had to interrupt her conversation with these creatures for a moment. But Rose didn't mind this at all, as in such a short time, she had grown to deeply love her sweet little brother. She asked the boy what he was doing there, though she explained that he was welcome to come and see the fairy tree in the estate garden anytime. Suddenly, the Chimera beasts bowed before Leon, calling him the Lord of all spirits and saying that they bowed before him in recognition. Lady Phyllis did not know that the fairy had granted the boy power, so she watched the strange actions of the Chimera beasts with surprise. If the Duchess looked at her brother with surprise, he was just as confused as she was, as he didn't understand anything at all. The girl bluntly asked her brother if he knew anything about his status, but the boy, with an embarrassed smile, admitted that he did not. This made Lady Phyllis think a lot, as she felt something was amiss in all of this, but she didn't know how to find out the information. In the end, the lady decided that learning about their enemy was much more important now, so she asked the Chimera beasts to tell her everything they knew about Eliza. Even if these creatures could tell something about Moles, they knew absolutely nothing about her accomplice, which confused the girl. The only thing the monsters remembered was that the man always lit a candle when he came to the poorhouse, and they remembered its scent. Rosalina knew very well that candles were used extremely rarely in this world, and this significantly increased the chances of finding her enemy. A moment later, the woman arrived at the Shadow Guild, and to her great surprise, saw a long-tortured and sleep-deprived Maurice in the guild master's position. The lady asked the manager in confusion where the guild master had gone and why the assistant was now sitting so calmly in his position and handling affairs. Hearing that her business partner had disappeared, the heroine panicked, as there was very little time left before the main presentation of their product. In response, the young man raised his hands in a conciliatory manner and explained that this would certainly not happen, so Rosalina didn't even need to worry. Since Maurice didn't want to say where the guild master had gone, the woman slammed her hand on the table and demanded that he not force her to use violence. Thus, the manager had no choice but to admit that the guild master had a hideout that he used. So, the heroine went to a place that closely resembled where the assistant had told her, and in her head, she continued to grumble about the masked man. She was so lost in thought that when she finally opened her eyes and looked around, she was very surprised. It turned out that, for some reason, the girl saw Jensen up ahead, who was doing something incomprehensible to her in this place. As a result, the lady wondered whether she should chase after her husband right now or try to find the guild master, as settling business matters was important. However, in the end, the lady decided that divorce was much more important to her than money, so she turned around and went to meet her husband. At this moment, Duke Felston didn't even suspect that Rose was heading towards him, so he walked calmly and relaxed among the crowd. The young man had fled the estate because the madness had not yet completely left him, so he wanted to wait for it to pass alone in his shelter. He felt so bad that Jensen didn't even realize his wife was gradually getting closer to him at that moment. Suddenly, Felston still felt like someone was watching him, so he quickly turned and looked behind him. But in the crowd of commoners, he couldn't find anyone familiar or suspicious, as everyone was busy with their own affairs. Therefore, the Duke concluded that his senses had been significantly dulled by the approaching madness, and continued on his way. In fact, Jensen had been right, as Rosalina was indeed following him, and only at the last minute did she manage to hide behind a commoner. The young man whom she had used so brazenly blushed deeply, but the girl didn't care at all. Suddenly, the young man said that he liked her too, and the woman even reflexively slapped him in the face so he wouldn't say such silly things. Afterwards, even though this commoner started screaming from slight pain on his face, the lady ran after the Duke. And at that moment, Rose's husband was only getting worse and worse, as he couldn't overcome the gradually increasing aggression within him. Therefore, the young man tried to speed up to get to his shelter as quickly as possible, where no one would surely touch him. However, the Duchess, no matter how difficult it was to run after Felston, had no intention of letting him go this time. The girl didn't know exactly where he was going, but the longer they walked, the more interested she became in finding out. After finally arriving at the place he had been trying to get to all this time, the Duke looked around one last time as a precaution and then went inside. All of this was clearly noticed by the daughter of Duke Brighton, who carefully peeked out from the corner of a wall as she knew how to act so as not to be discovered. She waited a few minutes before running to the very building where a Jensen had just hastily disappeared for some reason. The heroine was in such a place for the first time, so she looked at it carefully and suddenly realized that the Duke had come to the guild master's hideout. This led the woman to a terrible thought that a Jensen and the guild master had suddenly, for some reason, started collaborating behind her back. At this moment, the young man was completely relaxed in his secret place, as he was sure that no one could find him here. His family curse was growing stronger, and the Duke could do absolutely nothing about it this time, so he simply endured it. He sadly thought about Rosalind, and that if they were to accidentally meet now, something irreparable and terrible would happen. Therefore, a Jensen leaned back in his chair, concluding that he should definitely not meet his wife for a few days. Imagine the Duke's surprise when he suddenly heard Rose's voice right behind him, which he was not at all happy about. He jumped up in a panic and asked how the girl had found him, but she had no intention of answering anything of the sort. Instead, the woman asked her husband what he was doing in the secret hideout of Guild Master Hennis, and the young man immediately looked away in confusion. The heroine immediately noticed how frightened the young man was by her words, so she drew her own conclusions about the situation. Jensen was actually extremely afraid that the lady would now realize that he was the head of the Hennis Shadow Guild. However, instead of this question, Rosalina suddenly asked what exactly the two of them had suddenly planned that they even decided to meet behind her back. She recalled her husband's recent words, that if the meeting place had disappeared, then they could no longer get divorced according to the rules. And now the heroine was 100% sure that to arrange all of this, the Duke had enlisted the help of the guild master. Jensen could not have expected such a turn of events, so at first, he couldn't even believe his luck and his salvation at the same time. At this moment, the daughter of Duke Brighton loudly declared that she had figured out her husband's plan and that he didn't really want to divorce her. The woman, in a fit of emotion, had unintentionally gotten as close to the young man as possible and demanded that he dare to refute her words. Jensen was silent for a moment after that, as he tried to gather his thoughts and get enough air into his lungs. As a result, he confessed to something that hadn't actually happened and said that he had asked the guild master to help him find a way not to divorce Rose. Hearing this, Rosalina crossed her arms in satisfaction, as she had finally heard the confession she so desperately needed. Then, she looked around and asked where the leader was, to which the Duke replied that he should have arrived long ago, but he still wasn't there. Then, the girl suddenly exploded and, grabbing Jensen by the collar, angrily asked what he was trying to achieve if he was the one who first proposed the divorce. The woman even raised her fist, as she really wanted to know the answer to her question, since she had even prepared the necessary check for that amount. The lady yelled at her husband, as she was extremely dissatisfied with him at that moment, because he continued to remain silent to all her questions. All of Brighton's daughter's thoughts became so jumbled that she no longer paid any attention to the young man's condition, which was getting worse and worse. And Jensen himself could now only think about what exactly he should do so as not to hurt the screaming girl. So he jerked out of her grasp, trying not to bump in her too hard so as not to cause any unnecessary pain to Rosalina in the process. But the heroine had no intention of letting her husband go so easily and simply again. So she grabbed his collar once more, pulling him towards her. But, unexpectedly for herself, the woman had gone too far, and as a result, the Duke fell onto her, accidentally kissing her, which the young man himself had not expected. At the same time, the young man thought that he was violating his own rule and needed to pull back, but now he couldn't. So, instead of taking a step back, Jensen pressed his lips against the surprised Rosalina's even more strongly. This stunned the lady, as she realized that they were now kissing not by accident, but at her husband's behest. The Duke himself couldn't understand why he couldn't resist Rose, as he was so strongly drawn to her, no matter what he did. Only a few seconds later, the heroine finally broke free from the young man's arms and immediately ran away, embarrassed. Through the first door she came across, Rosalina knew very well that the two of them couldn't do this because of the divorce, but they had stopped too late. Not want to talk to her husband now, the woman ran off to get to her estate as quickly as possible, where she could think. The young man watched the fleeing lady intently, and he himself thought that this time, things had turned out miraculously, and the madness had retreated once again. He understood very well that if he wanted to continue being with his wife, he would have to urgently solve the problem of his family's curse. At that moment, the girl ran through the city streets in complete confusion, thinking that she had kissed the man she was divorcing. What worried her most now was that a successful divorce would be even more difficult than before. To her own surprise, Rosa looked around and suddenly discovered that she was standing in front of a small organization that specialized in handling divorces. She immediately went inside and was greeted right at the threshold by a middle-aged man who introduced himself as a lawyer named Joseph. He smiled slyly and asked what he could do for such a young and beautiful person who had come to him at such a late hour. In response, the lady said that she would spare no expense as long as the gentleman could help her divorce her husband. This seemed like an attractive offer to the gentleman, so he immediately asked what the girl's husband's last name was. But as soon as the lady said her husband's name was a Jensen Felston, the lawyer immediately trembled in fear as he knew that name very well. Therefore, he immediately declared he would not take the case, which greatly disappointed Rosalina, who was eager to work with this firm. The gentleman explained that the lady's husband was one of the influential nobles, and he could not go against him due to the difference in status. Then, without much thought, Rose offered 5 times the original amount, which greatly surprised Joseph, as this was the first time. However, he still said that the issue was not about money at all, but the heroine did not relent and said that she would increase the amount to 7 times. Although the lawyer thought about it, he still refused the Duke's daughter, and then she raised the stakes to 10 times. And the gentleman could not refuse such an offer, as it was nearly his entire year's income. So he shook hands in agreement. He said that he would immediately take on Rose's case, and she once again concluded that money solves almost everything in the world. However, the Duke's daughter was somewhat saddened as she realized that to get a divorce, she would need more finances than she currently had. That was why the girl decided to do everything to make her House of Roses shop grow soon. As soon as she paid for the construction of this place, people almost immediately gathered around, curious to know what this place was. The sign in front of the shop stated that their products could free anyone who wanted to buy them from the Rose Curse. Once enough curious onlookers had gathered, the shop doors slowly opened and Rosalina herself gradually stepped out. As soon as she opened the doors, the commoners were immediately greeted by an extremely pleasant floral scent that they could not resist. They were surprised to realize the scent was not only pleasant, but also had a calming and relaxing effect. Suddenly, one of the girls realized it was the scent of roses, so she fearfully covered her nose with her hand so the curse would not activate. But then everyone noticed that they were completely fine, even though more than half of them were suffering from this terrible curse. Just as they were wondering what exactly was happening, Rose stepped forward and drew attention as she began to speak before everyone. The girl was very happy that she could finally introduce her main financial investment in the form of a complete and wonderful rose shop. The heroine said that in honor of the opening day, she and her assistants would give a small gift to those who came to the shop. The lady waved her hand, and Leodore, who had volunteered to help her, immediately began to distribute free bottles of perfume to everyone. Meanwhile, the lady explained to the surprised townspeople that this perfume was made from artificial roses, so it was safe for those with the curse. Furthermore, Rosalina even advised spraying the perfume on her artificial flowers to make them indistinguishable from real ones. The girl's words were immediately confirmed by the surprised cheers of the commoners, who had managed to try a little of the perfume. Afterward, the daughter of Duke Brighton announced that she herself was also suffering from the rose curse, but but everyone could see she was perfectly fine. The commoners looked at each other, as they themselves remembered this well, because there were even legends about Lady Felston's illness. After receiving the necessary sympathy from those around her, the lady raised the perfume bottle to her neck and sprayed it defiantly in front of everyone. Imagine the surprise of the onlookers when everything was completely fine with the lady, because now they too could use perfume. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, this scent even weakened the influence of the curse, making everyone feel better. Rosalina was delighted when the people around her immediately surrounded her with questions about whether they could buy this wonderful product. The girl smiled happily and asked everyone not to push, as there were plenty of perfume bottles and there would be enough for everyone. The heroine was so engrossed in selling that she didn't even notice someone was watching her from a hidden corner with an angry gaze. It turned out to be the former Prince Felix, who had lost all his money and power due to the, in his opinion, brazen and disrespectful actions of the lady. The young man promised that he would not let it go like this, and told a random passerby behind him that he would ruin the miserable life of Rose. Suddenly, the true son of the Blake family suddenly realized that he had accidentally revealed his terrible and sinister plans to someone. But before the young man could recognize his interlocutor, he was suddenly knocked down by a powerful and very precise punch. As a result, Felix fell almost unconscious on the cold pavement and even lost consciousness for a moment from hitting his head. It turned out he was knocked down by a punch from Duke Felston, who had heard all of the former prince's words very clearly, which displeased him. The husband had been watching his wife all this time, because after their last kiss, his madness had vanished as if it had never existed. Therefore, the young man once again had the strange and unbelievable thought that the lady could still be his soulmate. Indeed, when he went to a prophet with the ability to see the future with this question, he gave a very vague answer like some kind of prediction. He explained that everything would depend on the relationship that a Jensen would ultimately build with this beautiful and intelligent girl. But the Duke was very displeased, as he himself could have made a similar prediction without spending any money. It was unclear from the old man's expression whether he was offended by the arrogant young man's words, but he gave him some kind of mysterious box. The prophet asked the Duke to give the lady the box to help, as something terrible was about to happen that only she could deal with. Although the young man took the object he was given, he was still too angry with the old man, so he punched the wall, calling him a fraud. However, the Duke put on his mask and agreed that only Rosalina could end the madness that existed around him. A few hours later, standing in her empty shop, the lady happily announced that every last bottle of perfume had been sold. Sony and Leodore sincerely congratulated Rose, as they believed that everything that had happened was a huge and incredible success for her. The girl smiled and said that they had helped her a lot, so all that was left for them was to clean up, after which they could go home. The youngest son of the Brighton family immediately began to skillfully sweep the entrance near the floor, as he had learned this work at the orphanage. Suddenly, looking up, he was surprised to discover that for some reason, a masked guest had come to them at such a late hour. Leon asked the man what he wanted and explained, somewhat apologetically, that they were closed, but the gentleman replied that he was not a customer. As soon as she heard his voice, the lady immediately recognized her partner, so she turned around in astonishment as she did not expect him to be at her shop at this time. The Duke, as if he were at home, calmly walked into the room and asked Rosalina how their merchandise business went today. The boy still looked at the man and the girl in surprise. Then he asked his sister if she knew this man, whom he was meeting for the first time. The daughter of Duke Brighton smiled and explained that she was in business with this man and wanted to speak with him privately now. Since Leon immediately understood everything and even took the maids with him, the girl turned to the masked gentleman with a brazen smile. She bluntly announced that she knew he was looking for her weakness, and that was why he was so busy that they hadn't met. But the Duke didn't quite understand what Rosalina, whom he had come to see for business reasons, meant. Imagine the master's surprise when she said that a Jensen had paid him to help with the divorce proceedings. The heroine was more than confident that the truth was now on her side, so she did not hesitate to scold her business partner. A Jensen had managed to forget this small detail, so he froze for a moment as he couldn't find the right words. As a result, he admitted that he had indeed met the gentleman, but did not say that he himself was actually that person. Then the lady declared that the young man had betrayed her because she believed one could not work against one's own ally. This surprised the Duke considerably. to interrupt Rose's angry speech. He carefully and gently took her hand, stopping her angry gestures. Then, the gentleman reported that Felston had indeed approached him, but he had immediately refused his request without a second thought. At the same time, a Jensen moved so close to the girl's face that their lips were only a few centimeters apart, and her partner suddenly taunted Rosalina with his words, reminding her that she had kissed the man she herself wanted to divorce. The heroine immediately backed away and blushed because she did not expect information about the kiss to surface anywhere. The lady admitted that she herself did not understand why she had done it, and she was also angry with her husband for telling everyone about such private matters. Then, the Duke deliberately put pressure on the girl and reminded her that her words about divorce and her actions towards her husband were somewhat different. In response, Rosalina frowned deeply and asked why her friend had suddenly become so sarcastic and was reminding her of her accidental mistakes. She asked if the young man was jealous, and he suddenly fell silent, lost in thought as he did not expect such a question. Finally, a Jensen changed the subject and said it was time for them to stop talking about such topics, after which he handed the girl a certain box. The Duke's daughter didn't expect the masked gentleman to bring her something and even say it was a gift, so she quickly opened the box. Imagine the lady's surprise when inside. She found large and beautiful scented candles with a pleasant fragrance. But Rose was not happy at this moment because she remembered that the people who helped Eliza had used these very items. The young man immediately noticed that the girl's expression had changed for some reason, so he asked if she didn't like them, and she immediately said, "A lie." Just a few seconds later, he himself realized what the problem was, which made him feel extremely awkward and foolish because he had made a big mistake. However, Rose didn't even think of cursing and even became a little kinder because of the gift, so she decided not to talk about Argenson anymore today. Leodore suddenly appeared in the room and from the surrounding silence. He guessed that the business partners had managed to talk to each other. The boy asked rather naively if he could call the young man brother, which ultimately surprised the Duke, who hadn't expected it. Rosalina immediately remembered that she hadn't even introduced her younger brother to her friend, so she corrected this regrettable oversight. Leon smiled sweetly again and said that he really liked his new brother, so he wanted to trust him. In response, Argenson bowed politely and said that he was very happy to have pleased the boy, so he would try not to disappoint him. Rosalina became curious, so she asked her younger brother what had attracted him so much to her old friend and the head of the association. In response, the boy said that the young man loved Rose, which immediately caused embarrassment for both partners, who had not expected this. At that moment, completely unexpectedly for himself, Felix, whom Argenson had mercilessly left on the ground, suddenly woke up. The boy mumbled pitifully that he felt like he was about to die, but at the same time, he couldn't remember at all who he had fought with. At this moment, the former heir caught a glimpse of his loyal butler, who asked if the young master was all right now. The young man immediately jumped close to the assistant and asked if he had brought him here, and he calmly replied in the affirmative. Then, Felix ordered the butler because he wanted to destroy Rose, but the man suddenly said that it was not necessary to do so. Hearing these words, the heir immediately tensed up because he felt there was something incomprehensible and strange in them. In response, the butler's expression changed abruptly, and he snapped his fingers, saying that his victim had no reason to worry about such things. The blonde-haired young man at first didn't even believe what he was hearing because he was, after all, a high-ranking nobleman and could not be touched. But the mercenaries in cloaks were completely unconcerned with all the young man's indignation because they only obeyed his assistant. So, the men quickly and easily threw a dark cloth bag over poor Felix's head so that he couldn't see where they were taking him. No matter how desperately the young man screamed, trying to get out, the butler didn't hear him at all and just stood silently with a mysterious smile. At this moment, a huge crowd had gathered again near Rosalina's rose shop, discussing her wonderful perfume. The girl was very happy to see everyone, so she personally greeted and then saw off the satisfied customers. Suddenly, the lady turned around and noticed someone's silhouette, in which she recognized the world's best thief, Violet, with whom they were not acquainted. The heroine immediately remembered that the girl's younger brother also suffered from the Rose curse, so meeting her in this place was quite logical. Rose was very happy to meet the thief here because for one of her plans, she needed someone with strong thieving skills like her. So, the lady approached the girl from behind, who had almost stolen something, and smiled, asking if she liked the scent of the perfume around. Then, the daughter of Duke Brighton introduced herself to Violet to at least gain her trust a little, as it was very difficult. Since the girl did not expect to be caught like that, she made a displeased face, wanting to get as far away from this place as possible. Violet was afraid that the noblewoman in front of her might realize that she was trying to steal at least a little perfume. Imagine her surprise when Rose gave her a bouquet of magic roses and asked her to take it for herself, as they had never done that before. The heroine said that the perfume works best with artificial roses, so this would surely help cure the best thief's younger brother. The girl didn't like that the daughter of Duke Brighton knew so much, so she asked her with a displeased look. To this, the lady calmly stated that she not only knew about this, but also about the thief's work, which frightened Violet even more because very few people knew this. Rosalina could clearly see how scared the girl in front of her was, and therefore she would not let her go because she had not yet finished saying what she wanted to say. Pointing at the thief, the lady asked if she would change her life if such an unexpected opportunity suddenly arose. Violet immediately recalled her extremely difficult childhood, which had ultimately led her to this lifestyle. The girl's expression changed greatly upon hearing this because she couldn't help but think of her younger brother, whom she really wanted to save. So, she clenched her hands until they hurt and declared that she would change if she could, and Rose immediately believed that these feelings were genuine. So, to Violet's surprise, the lady said that she had hired her and would now pay a handsome salary to ensure the assistant's success. But what surprised the new employee the most was that the lady promised to give her artificial roses until her younger brother recovered. For Violet, this was the most important thing, so she immediately sided with the lady and earnestly promised to serve her forever. In response, the Duchess of Felston was somewhat flustered, asking the thief not to overdo it as she was not enslaving her. At that moment, Argenson was standing nearby and clearly heard Rose for some reason suddenly recruit Violet, who had a bad reputation. The young man was very curious about what his wife was up to if she suddenly needed the skills of a thief. Rosalina herself took her new assistant with her a moment later and went to the huge and wealthy Felston mansion with her. The heroine did this for a reason, but she had not yet told anyone about her cunning plan because she was afraid it would not succeed. As soon as Violet heard about the wealthy mansion, she immediately asked cheerfully if she really needed to steal something from it, as she was ready. The lady laughed at the thief, who only thought about stealing, and then admitted that she was indeed correct. But before the daughter of Duke Brighton could finish her words, she suddenly heard a cold and arrogant female voice call her name directly. It turned out that Argenson's only relative and older sister had recognized the guests, so she came out to meet them with her servants. The woman always walked around with a displeased expression, and even now, the first thing she asked was where the lady's manners were, coming without notice. In response, Rosalina just greeted Catalina kindly because she guessed that she already had many complaints about her personally. The heroine expected that she would argue with her sister-in-law, as usual due to her bad personality, and Violet would steal what was needed. So, for the girl who was so rudely invited to the mansion, all of this didn't matter because her plan was gradually being carried out. However, the lady quickly became confused and no longer understood what was happening because for some reason Catalina had become much kinder to her much. The lady knew that they always argued, so the woman had never treated her so well, so she didn't know how to act. Suddenly, the older woman gently called the Duchess's name, and Rose even flinched in fear because she did not expect such a thing. Imagine the lady's surprise when the elder Felston sister first asked why the lady wasn't eating and if she liked this delicious food. Then, the mistress of the mansion stood up angrily and declared that she would immediately call for this incompetent chef who couldn't please. Because of this, Rosalina immediately stuffed food in her mouth and said that it was very delicious, so there was no need to call anyone to start an argument. In response, the lady sat down and said that she was very happy that her guest liked the food, which only surprised the heroine even more. The girl didn't want to start a fight first, but she realized there was no other way, so she asked why Catalina was being so kind. It was indeed rude, but the older sister did not get angry, as usual, but thought that the girl was still young and foolish. However, the lady still answered the question, saying that Rosalina still bore the Felston name, so she would take care of her. Because of all these words, Rose became even more ashamed, as she had come here specifically to cause trouble, and in the end, the woman treated her so well. Moreover, the mistress suddenly demanded that the lady eat every last crumb, and she had no choice but to obey. Suddenly, Violet approached the lady, who was so engrossed in the food that she had forgotten the mission they came here for. So, the daughter of Duke Brighton pinched her assistant's side to remind her that she shouldn't be thinking about the food right now. This immediately sobered up the thief, and although she was very sorry to refuse such a sumptuous lunch, she still stood up. But before the girl could take a few steps, Catalina suddenly called out to her rudely. So now it was the assistant's turn to be scared. The woman threateningly asked where Violet was suddenly going in the middle of dinner. As for her, not finishing one's food was unforgivable. The thief scratched her head awkwardly, trying to think of an excuse, and finally said that she really needed to use the restroom. Lady Felston's eyes immediately narrowed, as if she didn't believe the words of Rosalina's young assistant at all. However, in the end, the older sister waved her hand and very easily let the girl go, who was very grateful to her for this. Suddenly, Catalina stood up from the table and said that she also needed to go somewhere, but not alone, but with Rosalina, who was to go. The heroine did not expect the woman to suddenly say that she had something for her, so she was very surprised and didn't know what to say. And Argensen's sister suddenly announced that she had recently cleaned out her wardrobe and decided to give those things to the lady, as she was still her younger brother's wife. Rose looked around in amazement as she realized that all the dresses were from very expensive and rare collections, and they were given to her for free. Moreover, Catalina declared that the lady should also take the awful shoes that didn't fit her, and in them, the lady recognized the finest collection. Afterward, the lady said that she would also gift the jewelry that was least appealing to her, which even Rosalina didn't own because their price was too high. Gifting the girl the new items, the older sister called them common trash, but the heroine knew how much each piece was worth. As a result, the daughter of Duke Brighton sat tiredly on the sofa as she was relentlessly gifted various presents. The Duchess now didn't know how to get a divorce, after all the gift her sister-in-law had given her without her asking. At this moment, the girl heard the voice of Violet, who, after an independent stroll around the mansion, had finally returned to her. The thief smiled slyly and showed that she had successfully and secretly completed her important mission of theft. Rosalina was overjoyed to see the item, as now she could truly attempt to execute her plan. She intended to sign Ascension's documents with this seal, as the object belonged to the Felston family. Thus, the lady began to think that the divorce was almost in the bag, and all that was really left were minor actions. When Violet didn't understand the lady's surprise, the lady kindly explained to her that she was going to get a divorce and become free. The heroine was so engrossed in her conversation that she didn't realize Catalina had suddenly and unexpectedly approached from behind her for some reason. The daughter of Duke Brighton quickly rushed over to the woman and asked what had happened, and in response, she handed her daughter-in-law a notebook. Afterward, the older sister abruptly declared that when an adult gives you something, you should just take it and give them a big thank you. She didn't explain anything, only saying that it was a poor copy, so she no longer needed it, and only then did she leave. Rosalina immediately felt much calmer once this stern and intimidating woman finally left, at last leaving her alone. The girl was extremely curious to know what was in the notebook, so she quickly opened it to examine its puzzling contents. Imagine the lady's surprise when it turned out to be not just an album, but an album with many childhood portrait drawings of Ascension himself. It showed the complete growth of the lady's husband from a baby to his current state, which in the end left her utterly astonished. Violet also leaned in to look at the album, noting that a great amount of love and effort had gone into it, as she had worked very hard. As a result, Rosalina became even more upset because she still wanted a divorce, and yet she had suddenly been given such a precious notebook. A short while later, as they were riding together in a carriage, the thief asked if the lady had heard the old legend about the Felston family. The heroine had no idea that her husband's family had some kind of curse, so she grew scared and turned to her assistant in surprise. The lady's eyes immediately filled with tears of panic, so she quickly moved closer to the thief, but the latter remained completely calm. The girl, in fact, wasn't worried about anything, and added that most of the Felston family had even died because of this terrible curse. For the first time, the lady heard that the servants in her husband's mansion had seen him in intense agony many times due to sudden and unexpected bouts of pain. The heroine had never heard in the novel that Duke Felston was suffering from some kind of curse, so she didn't know what to think. In any case, she decided not to jump to conclusions, but to first find out more about the illness her husband suffered from. When they returned to the Brighton mansion, the lady was so tired that she wasn't even ready to climb the stairs to her room. Suddenly, someone called out to the girl harshly and suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder, which in the end scared her very much. The lady jumped in fright and turned around, seeing a Simpson before her, who was also visibly startled by her sudden action. At the same time, the heroine accidentally dropped that very album with the drawings of the Duke's appearance onto the ground, creating a loud thud as it fell. Before Rose could say a word, the young man suddenly announced that she had dropped something and bent down to personally pick it up. And suddenly, he recognized the album of his portraits, as his sister had shown him her work more than once, and asked the girl what she needed it for. But Rosalina couldn't admit that she had received it after her visit to the mansion, so she declared that it was none of her husband's business. But then the Duke himself remembered that the lady had recently hired the best thief, so he concluded that she had stolen this album from his sister. This immediately made Simpson's expression grow kinder, which did not escape the Duke's daughter's notice, though it frightened her considerably, because for some reason, his attitude had changed. Mr. Felston concluded with a smile that his wife loved him so much she had even decided to take the album for herself, despite them getting a divorce. At that moment, Rosalina tried to at least approach the young man to explain everything to him, but she realized he wasn't listening to her at all. Then, the girl changed tactics and asked directly when they would get divorced, since the Duke had promised her this a long time ago. But, to the lady's great surprise, the young man suddenly declared that all of this was no longer necessary, and that she didn't have to endure anything. Without explaining anything, he said that from now on he would decide everything himself, and these words made the lady, who didn't understand anything at all, even more tense. However, the heroine couldn't help but notice that the young man asking her to trust him now was very handsome and attractive. Suddenly, he finished his speech and quickly turned away, leaving his wife completely alone with a barrage of questions in her mind. The girl tried to stop his Simpson, since he hadn't heard her out, but she realized it was now useless. Rosalina was offended that the Duke had completely misunderstood everything and had drawn his own hasty conclusions. And Duke Felston himself, at that moment, concluded that he would never let his wife go, even though she had declared that she truly wanted a divorce. A few days later, events gradually took their course, and Rosalina was invited to the royal palace, bringing Violet with her. The girl, despite being beautifully dressed, was still only thinking about stealing something, as it was the one thing she did best. Rose turned to her assistant and asked what her capabilities were, and Violet proudly replied that nothing was impossible for her. Then, the lady asked if a thief could steal information, and the girl immediately confirmed it, as she had done it before. Hearing this, Rosalina said seriously that she wanted to know the truth about the Rose curse, no matter what it cost the two of them now. The assistant looked at the lady with a puzzled expression and said that the curse came on completely unexpectedly, so there was no data about it. In response, Rose said that all her research indicated this curse was artificially created for some reason. Therefore, the heroine would now find out at all costs who had treated everyone so cruelly and, for some reason, created it. Suddenly, Violet lost her composure and shouted that she also truly wanted to find this man, so she begged her to let her help. The truth was that the girl's brothers suffered almost constantly, and she could basically only alleviate their suffering for a short time. The Duchess placed a reassuring hand on her assistant's shoulder and explained that they had too little information at the moment. But it suddenly occurred to Rosalina that it was in the royal palace they might find a clue, which the lady told her girl. The daughter of Duke Brighton warned that they would even have to find out why the royal family was hiding something like this. The lady knew that there could only be two people with the information she needed. One was the emperor, and the other was the prince. The only problem was that Calix had only recently returned, so it was unlikely he had learned anything in this time. Therefore, they needed to find out everything from Felix, who had disappeared somewhere, and the heroine knew exactly where to find the young man. Violet was extremely surprised, and Duchess Felston announced that the missing former heir was in the palace. At that moment, the former prince was lying unconscious somewhere on a dungeon floor, not even suspecting that they would finally come looking for him. Only when cold water began to drip onto the boy's face did he slowly open his eyes and finally manage to wake up, though he still didn't know where he was. What frightened Felix the most was that for some reason, he was not only behind bars, but also securely handcuffed to the floor. As the son of the Blade family began to scream loudly, the butler approached him completely calmly, having noticed that he had woken up. The man said with a sly smile that the boy was a very pitiful sight and that he wanted to leave him there. However, the man the assistant worked for had ordered him to bring Felix, which the man reluctantly told the former prince. The heir tried to find out exactly who had summoned him, but the servant refused to explain anything and just told him to follow him in silence. The butler believed his master's greatness was so much more than the boy's that he wasn't even permitted to know his name. In response, Felix shouted that he had never considered giving up so easily, after which he struck the assistant hard and fled as fast as he could. The young man was terrified that at any moment guards could give chase, catch him, and return him to the prison. So the prince's plan was to get out of the royal palace as quickly as possible before he was found by someone who would not help him. Suddenly, while running quickly along the dungeon corridors, he heard someone approaching and knew he needed to hide. Felix managed to hide around a bend just in time and watched them to make sure he wouldn't be noticed. At the same time, the young man couldn't understand why and who had dragged him into the dungeon for some reason, which in the end made him extremely anxious and afraid. However, as he had said before, the prince had no intention of giving up, so he approached the wall on the right and began searching for the spot he needed to press. Just a few seconds later, the heir found the entrance to a secret passage in the palace, as he knew almost all of them. At this moment, Violet was thinking that it was strange that Felix was being hidden in the palace itself for some reason, while they pretended to be looking for him. Rosalina completely agreed with her assistant and suggested that the young man could be somewhere in the emperor's or empress's chambers. Since the lady also had to attend the presentation of her flowers at the royal palace, she suggested they part ways for the time being. The lady explained in detail to her assistant exactly where she needed to go so as not to get lost in the confusing corridors. After receiving the instructions, the thief immediately ran off to carry them out, and the lady watched her go with a satisfied look, concluding that she had not been mistaken in choosing her. Afterward, Rose herself went to a meeting held for her business, as she had to be present at this event. But as soon as the lady entered the hall, the surrounding nobles immediately began to whisper loudly upon seeing the supposedly shameless Duchess Felston. The girl genuinely did not understand what was happening this time, as she had done nothing wrong that could have caused public outrage. However, she was still haunted by a strange and incomprehensible atmosphere with whispers all around, which was very unpleasant for the heroine. Suddenly, Rosalina saw her friend, Duchess Roman, whom she was overjoyed to see as she was the only one she could trust in this place. The lady ran to Mary and worriedly admitted that she was afraid she might not come, but the woman hadn't even thought of such a thing. The wife of the tower keeper once again earnestly declared that the Duke's daughter's artificial roses had helped overcome a curse. She earnestly asked the lady not to pay attention to all the fools who were looking at her angrily. Rosalina was extremely surprised to learn that the nobles, for some reason, believed that she was the one who had sent the curse. In fact, the girl herself noticed that all the people who were always close to her were avoiding her because they had heard the terrible rumors that she was a wicked witch who had created the curse of the roses, and that Catalina had also contracted this terrible and horrifying disease. The heroine promised herself that she would definitely find out more about all these rumors later and find out who had spread them. Suddenly, a strange and incomprehensible thought occurred to her about whether or not the Rosalina in the original story was actually more than just a villain. Suddenly, completely cutting off the lady's train of thought, Duchess Roman took her hand to support her. She explained that a Jensen's sister must have accidentally contracted the rose curse. However, the daughter of Duke Brighton was well aware that a relative's illness was still an excellent source of rumors. But most of all, the lady disliked the theory that she herself had created the curse and then concocted an antidote for it. While the nobility was excitedly considering various versions of what was happening, the hall doors suddenly opened before everyone. And suddenly, Catalina Felston entered, completely healthy and showing no signs of being ill. The woman had managed to hear what everyone around was discussing, so she was furious with them for all of this. The girls who had previously crossed this lady now fell silent in fear because they knew how terrifying she was when angry. And indeed, without a second thought, the older sister grabbed the first girl she came across and started pulling their hair in front of everyone. To stop the furious woman, Rosalina approached as quickly as possible and greeted her. The girl thanked her for standing up for her, and Catalina shyly said that she couldn't have done otherwise. Afterward, as Lady Felston had not yet completely calmed down, she pointed her finger at the arrogant and insolent nobles. Catalina warned that these ladies had dared to tarnish her family's honor, so now she would remember their faces forever. Surprisingly, a Jensen also appeared in the hall. He placed a hand on his wife's shoulder and said that he wouldn't forgive anyone either. Rosalina not only didn't expect the young man to appear at this event, but she was also surprised by the clothes he was wearing. Somehow, their outfits looked as if they had been coordinated, which immediately caused everyone to whisper. The lady did not like this at all, as it created the illusion that she and her husband had no intention of divorcing. Then, to the surprise of the girls standing next to them, Catalina clapped her hands, and she realized who had orchestrated all of this. That was why the heroine immediately regretted wearing the beautiful dress the woman had recently gifted her. As a result, just a few seconds later, the lady had to accept the current situation as nothing could be done to fix it. And at that moment, Lady Felston observed the hall with a satisfied smile as she saw everyone fall silent in astonishment. Moreover, she really liked Rosalina's attitude, who maintained her dignity despite the hostile stares. Therefore, Catalina finally concluded that the daughter of Duke Brighton was indeed the ideal wife for her younger brother. Suddenly, one of the girls approached the woman, somewhat frightened and flustered, and asked if she could ask her a question. She was very interested in whether Rosalina and a Jensen were getting a divorce, which the heroine herself overheard. So, she decided to intervene in the conversation to say that all these speculations were in fact true. Suddenly, before the lady could say anything, she was interrupted by the Duke, who declared that no such thing was happening. The nobility immediately sighed, perhaps in disappointment, perhaps in understanding, as they could finally hear the answer. But Rosalina was not at all pleased with these words, so she reminded her husband that he had promised her a quick divorce. In response, Jensen once again repeated that he really did not intend to divorce now, and that it was all a mistake. Then, he gently kissed the lady's hand and told her to trust him and not to worry about anything else. But the Duchess still couldn't calm down and reminded him that, in fact, the young man was the one who first proposed a divorce to her. The girl honestly thought the Duke was simply mocking her because he changed his decision so quickly and suddenly. Jensen suddenly reminded Rosalina that she herself had also changed her mind. Otherwise, she wouldn't have recently taken the album with his portrait. But the young man didn't know that at that moment, the lady was pursuing entirely different plans that she never had time to voice. Suddenly, Catalina approached the couple and, with a sweet smile on her lips, said that they were a very beautiful and cute couple. Rosalina decided to take advantage of the Duke being distracted by his sister and immediately escaped from his arms. Jensen asked in surprise where the Duke's daughter was going, as her rose presentation was about to begin. In response, the girl declared that she was sure her business partner would do everything as best as possible without her, so she would run off to take care of business. The young man tried to stop the lady, but she ran away so quickly that he couldn't even catch up. Finally freed, albeit in this manner, the heroine immediately headed for the Empress's chambers, where Violet was supposed to be. But for some reason, the lady couldn't find her assistant anywhere, even though she had gone through almost the entire place. Suddenly, the thief herself recognized and thus called out to Rosalina, as she was very happy to see her at this moment. Duchess Felston immediately asked her assistant if she had found out anything about Felix, but she shook her head. Violet had circled the place several times, so she doubted that the young man was really there, which made Rosalina think. She looked closely at her locator, which no one else could see, and discovered that the prince was hiding in a secret passage. But the assistant was so upset by her failure that she didn't even think about such secrets of the palace. Rosalina was trying to find a way to push the thief towards the idea of secret passages when she suddenly noticed someone behind her. The heroine immediately took advantage of this and called to Violet, saying they needed to urgently hide from maids. As a result, they ran straight into the Empress's chambers, which was what the lady wanted, as this was where the young man was hiding behind the wall. Rosalina decided to take matters into her own hands and said that Felix might have hidden in one of the secret passages, for example, behind a painting. The thief immediately crossed her arms in disbelief, as she couldn't even have thought of such a thing. However, the daughter of Duke Brighton had no intention of dampening her enthusiasm and declared that it was definitely worth a try. And suddenly, as soon as the lady moved the painting behind it, there was indeed a black opening of a dark secret passage. But what surprised Violet the most was that it was right behind this painting that the former heir was hiding at this moment. Rosalina smiled with satisfaction upon seeing him and happily turned to her assistant, announcing that their mission was complete. As soon as the young man saw the lady, he suddenly lurched towards her, despite the fact that he didn't want to, as his body wouldn't obey. The heroine was clearly confused by the fact that Felix was so happy to see her, since she had taken almost everything from him. In response, he whimpered pitifully about how he had finally been saved, which the assistant did not like at all. Seeing the young man's behavior, Rosalina stepped back in confusion, as she knew he was supposed to hate her. As a result, the lady decided to deal with this a little later, but for now, she asked the former prince to stop crying and get up from his knees. The most important thing for the girl now was to at least find out something about the curse of the roses, so that's what she asked. Felix still couldn't control himself and didn't even understand what he was saying, but now he suddenly fell silent. Finally, the young man sighed and said that he really knew everything, although inside he was screaming that it wasn't true. Then, the former heir said that there was a secret library within the palace walls, and he could take the lady there. Rosalina was just about to rejoice when Felix suddenly pointed at Violet and said that he would not let her come along. This arrangement greatly surprised Duchess Felston, as she did not understand the reason for such a restriction. But the young man was completely adamant and said that he would not show the way if the girl brought an assistant. For a moment, the Duke's daughter stared into the eyes of the former heir, tried to subdue him, but in the end, she came to the conclusion that there was no other way, so she asked the thief girl to wait for her here for a moment. Only after being sure that they would really go together, did the guy obediently approach one of the walls to open the secret passage. This greatly surprised Rosalina, as she didn't expect the library to be so close to them. Felix gravely requested that he not be disturbed for a moment, after which he was finally able to find and press the correct combination of books. Soon after, the very passage at the end of which was supposed to be the secret royal library opened before them. The heroine was clearly surprised by this, as she didn't know how many secret passages were in the palace, because the girl suddenly stood frozen in place. The guy grumbled and ordered her to move if she was really interested. But in reality, Felix still couldn't escape the control, which he was very worried about inside. And it was the Duke's daughter who had guessed that something was clearly wrong with the guy, so she agreed to let Violet stay behind. They walked in the dim darkness for quite a long time, until finally the former heir began to look around. Before entering the doors in front of them, he once again checked if the lady really wanted to enter this secret place. Suddenly, the guy seemed to be hallucinating as he began to repeat this sentence over and over, which greatly frightened Rosalina. She said that he was behaving very creepily and therefore moved as far away as possible so the former prince wouldn't frighten her further. Afterward, the lady still approached the door as she couldn't understand what exactly was so scary there. She, without a doubt in her decision, opened the entrance to the room and noticed a figure ahead. Someone in this cloak smiled very mysteriously in the dim darkness, and his evil eyes were visible under the cloak. The first thing Rosalina immediately noticed was that this stranger was standing in front of something that looked like a sacrificial altar in the middle of the room. She immediately demanded to skip all formal greetings and asked if this was the person who had lured her here. The girl said that she was really tired of pretending that she didn't really know anything, so she pulled out a slingshot. She asked if the people in cloaks were really called heretics, and the figure immediately showed clear surprise at this. But Rosalina had no intention of explaining to anyone that she knew everything, because she had actually read the original plot. Since the Duke's daughter had no plans to listen to meaningless dialogues, she drew her slingshot and shot at her opponent. As a result, the girl hit the target on the very first try, and the shot was so powerful that the cloaked figure crashed into the altar. At the same time, strange pixels began to appear from his body, which made the lady understand that in front of her, all this time, was not a human. Duchess Felston was not at all surprised by this, as she had anticipated this would happen, and that was why she had acted. Then, she remembered Felix, whose consciousness had been taken over, so she turned back to look at him. She hoped that she could help the guy, and indeed, a thick, white vapor was slowly escaping from his eyes. Suddenly, the former heir woke up and realized that he could finally fully control himself. The guy was overjoyed about this, and Rosalina happily reported that it was she who had just saved him. Since Felix didn't understand who the lady had saved him from, she briefly told him so he could grasp the situation. Then, the lady suddenly took out her perfume bottle from somewhere and said that now she would properly purify the guy. At the same time, Rosalina didn't miss the opportunity and once again advertised her most famous flower shop. But the former prince was completely unimpressed by all the girl's charms, which was clear on his face. However, she still gave him a bouquet of flowers, because their purifying effect was actually real. As a result, the guy decided it would be easier not to argue, and admitted that it seemed he could indeed breathe much more easily. Noticing Felix had finally purified himself from the filth, the lady took his hand and quickly pulled him along behind her. The former heir asked in confusion where the girl wanted to go, and she explained that she was going to the real secret library. As a result, a moment later, after bringing their assistant along, the three of them arrived at a huge, necessary place with a large number of books. But even Rosalina understood that it would take them a century to search for what they needed, so she decided to turn her system. Completely unnoticed by anyone else, the Duke's daughter summoned the search window and entered the query she needed. Since the system immediately said it would search, the lady contentedly adjusted the glasses she had taken out to work in. Suddenly, Violet approached the heroine and asked in surprise why the lady needed glasses, to which she just smiled. Then, to quickly change the subject, Rosalina suggested that they all quickly search for the necessary information. She looked around carefully, not taking off her glasses, as only they could help at this moment. Suddenly, looking at one of the bookshelves, the lady discovered that one of the books was faintly illuminated, as it was the one she needed. Taking off the now unnecessary glasses, the lady noted with disappointment that she had asked to find a book about the curse of the rose, not some story about witches. However, Rosalina began to read about how ancient witches lived in this world from the dawn of time, and even ruled the world before. And the strongest among them was the Fire Witch, because she cursed with roses all who opposed her. After reading about this, the heroine was extremely surprised, as there wasn't a single word about anything like this in the original plot. She eagerly turned the page to continue reading, but suddenly discovered that someone had torn out the end. This made the girl very angry, as she guessed that someone was persistently trying to hide information about the curse. Finally, the lady decided to calm down and analyze what she already knew, thanks to her own research and the book. She knew that everyone around her was cursed by the rose, and the last major outbreak of the disease was exactly 21 years ago. The heroine remembered very clearly that this was her exact age now, which meant that the villain in the novel was the Fire Witch. But all this enormous information couldn't fit into the head of the extremely surprised Duchess Felston. So, she even sighed and thought that she could certainly be wrong, because this simply couldn't be. Suddenly, a panel with new quests appeared before the lady, in which she had to find out the names of the spirit and the witch. But at this moment, Rosalina knew nothing about what was being presented to her, so she thought very hard. As a result, the girl didn't notice at all that one of the heavy books from the library flew straight into the back of her head. The heroine immediately screamed in pain and turned around with a displeased look to find out what was going on and who had thrown it at her. It turned out that it was Felix who had done it. He was completely tired of being in this dusty place, so he had started a rebellion. The lady was very angry at the guy's arrogant behavior, so she grabbed him by the collar to teach him a proper lesson. Suddenly, completely unexpectedly for the lady, a small light appeared from somewhere to the side, and it gradually intensified. Suddenly, the very fairy who had flown off to sleep flew to her and said that Rosalina had finally called her. Felix also noticed the fairy and was clearly surprised, as this was the first time he had seen such a strange creature. And the heroine suddenly remembered that the fairy's name was Pepe, which she accidentally realized when she was about to hit the former prince.